Chapter 1 The Perfect Director Liu Ruyan. Dongfang Building, Huanghai City. Truman, your performance this month is at the bottom again. Pack your things and get out. An ugly woman with a fat body and a face full of scars said coldly to a skinny teenager. She is Lan Yu, the manager of the public relations department of the Huaxin Group. He is Truman, a small transparent figure in the department who has just joined the company for 3 months. The young man meekly and timidly whispered, "Manager, please give me another chance. I will work hard." Lan Yu looked him up and down, snorted, and laughed derisively. "You're so skinny and not good looking, no one would order you as a gigolo. Get out of here. The company doesn't need dead weight." In a daze, Truman left the company and rode his small electric moped back to his shabby rented room. With a loud bang, the little electric moped flew into the sky, taking the unlucky Truman with it. 120? There's been a car accident at 110? There's been a car accident at. This young man is so unlucky, he was directly hit by a large truck from behind. And is probably dead. The onlookers said in a flurry. The narrow and long bridge of never return. Mengpa sighed as she looked at the young man being led away by the black and white Grim Reapers in front of her. Hey, this is the 9th time, and he's still a virgin. At the end of the bridge, Nyotu and Mamian were waiting with bated breath. Nyotu's eyes were white as copper bells, and Mamian's face was longer than a donkey's, because they had seen this young man again, who had returned as a human being after 9 reincarnations, but still a virgin. The underworld palace was quiet. Nyotu Mamian searched for a long time but couldn't see the judge's figure. Finally, he saw a corner of clothing under the judge's desk. "Judge, why are you crouching under the desk with your bottom sticking out?" Nyotu asked in a small voice. "I'm looking for the reincarnation book." The judge crawled out. He was wearing a red official robe with 2 silk wings on the black hat, which swayed up and down as he got up. His small, wrinkled face looked like a bun with creases, and his long sideburns made him look even more comical. "Why is this kid here again? Why is he still a virgin?" The judge's eyes were also wide open like a pair of copper bells. 9 reincarnations, forget it. If I don't give you something to enjoy life a little, you brat will be reincarnated into the animal realm on your 10th reincarnation. Isn't it that if you don't reincarnate 9 times, you'll fall directly into the animal realm? The ox-headed judge and horse-faced judge asked in surprise. You think I don't know that? The animal realm doesn't accept him. The judge said helplessly, this kid, a virgin in 9 lives, has too much resentment. He can only become a stallion, but which mare can stand him? Now you go and ask the black and white Grim Reapers to send him back, and say that you made a mistake. The ox-headed judge and horse-faced judge nodded to the judge, but then looked at Truman and shook their heads. Although this kid doesn't look good, he's not exactly ugly, so how come he can't find a partner? It seems that he still has too thin a face, and is embarrassed to chase after girls. Mamian shrugged and said, even if he is given another life, it will still be hard for him. The judge flipped through the books for a long time, and his eyes lit up. This is the secret book. It only has one passive skill, which is the age-on-top chasing technique. The age-on-the-back chasing technique will cause the owner to naturally release a strong male hormone aura towards super-ultra-beautiful women who are older than themselves, causing her to be unconsciously and strongly attracted, thus making her confused and infatuated, her heart fluttering, and developing an infinite fondness for the owner. Since he can't chase after people, let someone else chase after him. A bright light shot into Truman's brow. Truman opened his eyes, and saw white walls and harsh lighting. He couldn't help but squint, and moved his fingers, a sudden pain causing him to hiss. A nurse who was collecting the body turned around and looked, screaming. There's a ghost, a fake corpse. Looking at the increasing number of doctors and nurses pouring into the room, Truman looked at all this blankly, not knowing what had happened. He just knew that he himself seemed to have been hit by a truck and thrown into the air. A medical miracle. You can be resurrected even after death. An intern doctor was full of surprise. Is it possible that the previous cardiac arrest was a case of apparent death? It is also possible. An old doctor with high prestige and wisdom said excitedly, as if he had seen a white mouse. Make way, Director Liu is here. The person who came was Liu Ruyan, the director of medicine at this hospital. She was 38 years old, with fair skin and a slim figure, but the places where she should have developed her figure were indeed unusually plump, with a protruding front and a round back. She was the flower of this hospital and an absolute top-class beauty. Liu Ruyan came in and looked at Truman, who was at a loss for what to do, and was also full of surprise. Her brows were furrowed together. She didn't understand. The person who had already been sentenced to death had really come back from apparent death? Looking at Truman, who looked nervous and a little scared, she wondered if it was because she was overwhelmed with maternal love that she felt a special closeness to him. In fact, it was the Nianchang system at work. Her furrowed brow gradually eased, and she first sternly rebuked the onlookers. "What are you looking at? Go back to your work." Then she walked closer and smiled gently at Truman. "Your name is Truman, right? Don't be afraid, this is a hospital. Don't worry, you're fine already. Rest in the hospital for a few days, and you'll be discharged in a few days." After saying that, she patted Truman's head, soothing Truman's slightly nervous and frightened emotions. Truman hadn't bathed in a few days, and he stank, and his whole body still exuded the smell of blood and alcohol. But Liu Ruyan didn't seem to smell these smells, and instead, she used her right hand to embrace Truman's shoulders, soothing him in a low voice. This looked incredible to everyone. They suddenly realized that their director had such a great side. Usually they see her with an expression of a merciless nun, but today it completely subverted their perception, radiating a human glow. Liu Ruyan herself knew that she was now smelling the scent of Truman, and she always felt an unusual sense of closeness to this boy. These actions were all done involuntarily by her heart. The system of age difference caused Truman to emit a unique scent of male hormones towards her, making her unable to help but feel protective and fond of him. She couldn't help but want to get close to him and explore the scent that made her a little addicted. Why can't other people feel it? Sorry, this system only targets super beautiful women, and they must be older than you. Smelling the charming scent of a mature woman exuding from Liu Ruyan, Truman was in a daze. When had he ever had the opportunity to get so close to a woman, and the woman next to him was still a goddess-level, superbly beautiful woman? "I want to pee," Truman said in a small voice, embarrassed, blushing all the way up to his neck, his head bowed low. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. Liu Ruyan also felt Truman's shyness and couldn't help but smile. "Can you move by yourself? Do you want me to help you go to the bathroom? In fact, it is enough to have the little nurse here to help. There is no need for her, the big director, to do such trivial things." But today she seemed to be possessed, completely different from usual, and she actually helped the patient to go to the bathroom. Chapter 2 The beautiful girl Chao Ji Luo. "I can do it myself," Truman said apologetically. Seeing that the doctors and nurses around him were still staring at him, he had no choice but to rush out with lightning speed. As soon as he lifted the quilt, he heard an exclamation. "Wow! Oh!" a nurse exclaimed in shock. Truman looked down and couldn't help but blush. He quickly covered himself again, only to discover that he had a scrape on the left side of his buttocks and was not wearing underwear. Liu Ruyan was also stunned, and her ears turned red. "Can you find me some clothes?" Truman wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground, and his voice was as small as a mosquito's. Fortunately, Liu Ruyan was close enough to hear what he said, and quickly told someone to get him a hospital gown, and to go to the mall to buy him a set of clothes. "You can all go now. This child is shy." Liu Ruyan waved her hand at the crowd and said. A moment later, a nurse came in with a hospital gown. Truman looked at Liu Ruyan, who suddenly realized what had happened and gave Truman an apologetic smile before leaving with the nurse. Truman then got up, dressed, and was surprised to find that his body, which had been knocked flying, was fine and the wound had already scabbed over. He opened the door and saw that Liu Ruyan was the only person standing there, staring at him. "Director, can you move aside? I can go by myself." Truman glanced at Liu Ruyan and immediately lowered his head, afraid to look a second time. "Well." As she watched Truman disappear, Liu Ruyan actually let out a look of obsession. This was absolutely unbelievable to outsiders, but fortunately no one saw it. She muttered. "That's interesting." It wasn't long before she saw Truman come back. Truman didn't go back to his room and lie down, but came to her side. Meekly, he said. "Director, I'm fine now, can I check out now?" "Why? Are you worried about your hospital bill?" "In your situation, the truck driver across the street is fully responsible. The other party also has insurance, and the insurance company will compensate at the time. You don't need to worry at all. If you leave now, you will be the one who suffers." Liu Ruyan was shocked and thought that Truman was worried about the medical expenses. She quickly explained and asked him not to worry. "Oh. Truman is 20 years old and has just graduated from college and entered society. He is a simple young man who doesn't know much about many things and is ignorant of everything. Truman listened to advice very well, and he would never refuse the kind words of such a beautiful woman as Liu Ruyan. He lay back down in the hospital bed. Liu Ruyan followed him into the room. If you get hungry, just press the button and ask the nurse to bring you something. If you have any problems, you can also come directly to me. My name is Liu Ruyan. You don't look very old, so you can call me sister or aunt. Liu Ruyan smiled slightly as she watched Truman obediently lie back down on the bed. When Truman saw Liu Ruyan smiling tenderly at him, he returned a smile. Thank you, Sister Liu. You're so sweet. This was his first time in such a big hospital, and he felt that big hospitals in big cities were just different. If it was in the small county hospital in his hometown, no one would care about you, and they would hate to take more money from you. The director of this big hospital treated patients like him with such warmth and solicitude, and he couldn't help but feel warm inside. Liu Ruyan saw Truman smile at her, and her heart trembled. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask herself what was wrong. Right, can you see if your phone still works? If it doesn't work, I'll buy you a new one. Liu Ruyan said after catching her breath. Truman then saw his phone on the bedside table next to him. Truman opened the phone and saw that it was still working, and he let out a huge sigh of relief. He had saved up money from his summer job when he was in college to buy this phone, and it had cost him more than $1,000. If it had broken, Truman estimated that he would have been heartbroken for a long time. Liu Ruyan saw Truman looking at his phone like it was precious. To her, it was obviously an ordinary phone, but to Truman, he cherished it so much, and she couldn't help but feel pity for him again. Your phone is fine, right? Give me a call, 13 ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Liu Ruyan said. Before long, Liu Ruyan's phone rang. Liu Ruyan looked at the phone number and smiled happily, then saved it immediately. Oh, by the way, my WeChat is also this phone number, remember to add me. Liu Ruyan said with a smile before leaving. Ah. I still need to add WeChat. Truman was at a loss for words, and he kept muttering to himself, why do I need to add the director's WeChat when I'm in the hospital? Seeing Truman's confusion, Liu Ruyan hurriedly said, your case is special. You were originally sentenced to death, but now you've come back to life. We need to observe you for a long time, so after you add me on WeChat, it will be convenient for future observation. Oh, I see. Truman was suddenly enlightened. After Liu Ruyan left the room, she let out a long sigh and patted her proud chest. Director Liu, I've been waiting for you outside the door for half a day, said an old doctor. What's the matter, Dr. Tan? Liu Ruyan resumed her usual cold and beautiful appearance. This kid is so strange, I suggest transferring him to a special ward for long-term observation. The old doctor seriously suggested. This kid can come back to life even if he dies, we can't lose such a good opportunity to observe him, maybe there will be some major discoveries for mankind in the future. Liu Ruyan did not hesitate for a moment and directly refused. It was impossible for her to use Truman as a guinea pig. Seeing Liu Ruyan walk away directly, the old Dr. Tan behind her hurriedly stamped his feet. I will tell Dean Liu about this, and Dean Liu will definitely support my suggestion. The old doctor shouted from behind. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and when she looked back at the old doctor with murder in her eyes, she sneered, don't you think you can threaten me by using my father? You can try, and see if you can still keep your job now. The old doctor was shocked. He didn't understand what was wrong with his suggestion. He was just trying to do what was best for Renai Hospital. If there was a major discovery, the hospital would definitely reap the rewards. Back in her office, Liu Ruyan sat in her seat for a while, lost in thought. She couldn't understand what was wrong with her today. When she saw Truman for the first time, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. She hadn't felt that way in years. The last time she felt that way was with her husband, her first love. She couldn't help but think about her husband. Memories flooded back, and the sweetness of the beginning seemed like just yesterday. She took out a photo from the drawer. The photo showed her husband lovingly embracing her, and she was smiling sweetly. As she looked at it, Liu Ruyan shed tears, because her husband had died in an accident 18 years ago, when their daughter was just born. Mom, what's wrong? As soon as Xiao Zhilua entered the room, she saw Liu Ruyan crying as she looked at the photo. Mom, are you thinking about Dad again? Xiao Zhilua quickly walked over and embraced her mother. Liu Ruyan looked up and saw her beautiful daughter, and her heart filled with contentment. She smiled and said, my life is enough with you, my sweetheart. I've long since gotten over your father. Humph, I don't believe you. Otherwise, why were you crying just now? Auntie Wen introduced you to Uncle Lee, and I feel pretty good about it. I don't want anyone else, as long as I have you by my side, that's enough. Mom, you're not old at all. If you walked out, everyone would say you're my sister. Besides, you're still young, you can't stay single forever. I'll stay single, and I'll be happy to see you happily married in the future. But when she said this, for some reason, Liu Ruyan's mind suddenly flashed back to Truman's pure smiling face. Chapter 3 The Mean-Spirited Landlady. Chapter 3 The Mean-Spirited Landlady. Humph, I don't want to get married. I want to slowly grow old with my mom. Men are all bad, they're all liars. Xiao Zhilua laid in Liu Ruyan's arms and said coquettishly. You'll know when you meet your Prince Charming. By then, I guess you won't even want to talk to your old hag of a mother. Liu Ruyan patted Xiao Zhilua's hair and said with a smile. You're not an old hag. My mother is a peerless beauty. Xiao Zhilua retorted. Then our Xiao Xiao is a peerless little beauty. Liu Ruyan laughed even more happily, as the two mother and son played around in the office. Then we are peerless mother and daughter, no, we are peerless sisters. Xiao Zhilua shouted loudly in the office. In the hospital ward. Truman looked blankly at the mobile phone in front of him. The person at the top of his WeChat had sent him more than 10 messages. The only thing in the message column was the word landlord. Truman carefully tapped open the message. What came into view was a shocking number of reminders that he was already almost half a month late. The landlord had also sent him several video messages, which he had not received, presumably because they had been sent some time after his accident. Truman carefully typed a line of text. Landlord's wife, I'm sorry, I was in a car accident and I'm still in the hospital. Don't worry, I'll pay you as soon as I get paid. After Truman had sent the message, he let out a long sigh of relief. He carefully placed the phone on the bedside table. In a moment, the phone's voice message sounded. Truman looked at the phone, hesitated for a moment, and then picked it up. The words landlord popped up on the phone's WeChat voice message. Truman carefully tapped the green connect button. Suddenly, the sharp voice of the landlord's wife came through. You little brat, do you want to renege on the debt? You actually tricked me into having a car accident. Why didn't you get killed instead? Are you bullying me because I'm a widow and alone? I'm telling you, if you don't pay, I'm not only going to throw out all your stuff, I'm going to call the police. Then I'll throw you in jail, so you can live there for free and not have to spend any money. After the landlady had ranted for a while, Truman replied quietly when she didn't say anything. I'm really in the hospital, let me take a picture of the hospital for you. After Truman finished speaking, he immediately took a picture of the hospital and sent it to her. Did you send me a picture from the internet? Oof. Don't even try to lie to me, I can guess what's going on. You're so young and you're already such a good liar, but I won't fall for it. Pay up, or I'll call the police. The landlady looked unconvinced. She had seen this kind of trick before. I really am in the hospital. Why don't we just do a video call? Indifferent. Truman was speechless. He didn't know what to say, because he was really the only one left in his family. His parents had also been in a car accident and died instantly. He had grown up in his uncle's house, but he couldn't possibly ask his uncle for the money now, because his uncle had kicked him out a long time ago. Why are you silent? You're not going to die too, are you? The landlady continued to speak coldly. You're the one who's going to die. Liu Ruyan and Xiao Zhilua had only reached the door when they heard someone cursing whether Truman was going to die. Pissed off, she snatched Truman's phone and snapped at the woman across the street. Who the hell are you, you bitch? It's none of your business if I want my rent. You're not some rich woman supporting him, are you? Then hurry up and pay his rent for him. If you can support a pretty boy, you must have the money to pay the rent. The landlady was furious when she heard someone scolding her, especially a woman. She immediately snapped back. I'll support you, you stupid bitch. How much does he owe you? I'll call you. Liu Ruyan became even more angry when she heard the other person say that she was supporting a young man, and her foul language immediately came tumbling out. Xiao Zhilua opened her mouth wide, looking at Liu Ruyan in surprise. Is this still her mother? You still say that you're not supporting him, that you're paying for him yourself. You're the bitch, aren't you trying to set up a chastity screen while being a bitch? The landlady's wife laughed derisively when she heard that she wanted to pay for him. Is this not a kept woman? She doesn't believe it. Liu Ruyan wanted to swear at her, but Xiao Zhilua grabbed the phone and hung up on WeChat. She really didn't want to watch her cold and elegant mother turn into a shrew and yell at each other. Mom, what are you doing? Looking at her daughter's puzzled expression, Liu Ruyan instantly came back to her senses. Mom was being righteous, and I just couldn't stand the way that shrew was bullying the little boy. Liu Ruyan said to her daughter with righteous indignation. Liu Ruyan then smiled and said to Truman, how much do you owe that shrew? I'll transfer it to you, or else she'll come looking for you again. No, Mom, you're really giving him money. Xiao Zhilua pulled Liu Ruyan in front of her and touched her forehead. There's no fever either. What's wrong with her? Hey, what fever? Someone just had a car accident and came back from the gates of hell. When someone is in trouble, what's wrong with us doctors helping them? Liu Ruyan opened Xiao Zhilua's hand and patiently explained. Is that really the case? Didn't they call you the ruthless nun? Now why have you become so caring? Xiao Zhilua had a face full of question marks. Could it be that he is really a gigolo in your pay? Go away, where did you hear the term heartless nun? You're not speaking to your mother with respect. Does that mean your mother really has no humanity? If he really is the gigolo I'm supporting, do you think I wouldn't dare show you? Liu Ruyan pointed at Xiao Zhilua's forehead and started pointing and lecturing him. That's right. And this guy doesn't look good at all. My mom is so pretty, even if she were supporting someone, she definitely wouldn't support him, she'd find a super handsome guy. Xiao Zhilua took a look at Truman and then nodded before saying, let's go. What a nuisance, saying in front of someone that they don't look good, no manners at all, not to mention that I taught you that. Besides, I think he's quite good looking. Liu Ruyan threw an apologetic smile at Truman before pushing Xiao Zhilua out of the room. Truman was really looking at all this with a shocked expression. He didn't dare to say a word just now, not knowing what to say. Now his phone was gone too. Just now, Xiao Zhilua snatched it away and was still holding it in her hand. In a moment, Liu Ruyan came back again, stomping in her high heels. Truman, your phone. Don't mind what Xiao Xiao said just now. She's still a child, spoiled. Liu Ruyan said apologetically to her. Truman shook his head and simply smiled, saying I didn't mind. Then I'll go. I'll see you tomorrow. Liu Ruyan winked at him and said. Truman was suddenly frozen in place, his mind blank. Did she just wink at me? Did a beautiful woman wink at me too? Or was it this kind of peerless beauty? Truman shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. How could this be possible? Truman. Just stop daydreaming. After a long time, the red envelope came. A WeChat notification sounded. Truman quickly opened his phone to take a look. The peerless beauty Lulu had sent him an envelope of red packets. Who is this peerless beauty Lulu? Could it be Director Liu? I didn't add her, did I? Truman clicked on the profile picture to take a look, and it was indeed Director Liu. Truman, quickly accept the red packet and pay the evil woman's rent, so she doesn't nag. A WeChat message flashed up, and as Truman didn't tap to accept it, Liu Ruyan quickly sent him a voice message. I'll pay you back when I get paid, Truman immediately replied. Okay, you can pay me back when you get paid. As soon as he had sent it, Liu Ruyan immediately sent it back. Truman then clicked on the red envelope with relief, and was shocked when he saw the amount in his wallet. He thought he had read it wrong and counted it again, and it really was 10,000 yuan. His salary is not even 10,000 yuan a month. Director Liu, you sent too much, 1,000 yuan is enough. Truman quickly sent Director Liu a red envelope with 9,000 yuan. What did you say your name was? Didn't you say you were Aunt Liu or Liu Shimi? Liu Ruyan quickly replied again. Oh, I'm sorry. Liu Shimi, you sent too much, 1,000 yuan is enough for the rent. Truman thought Liu Ruyan was angry and quickly apologized to her. Shu, don't be sorry, it's settled. From now on, you can only call me Sister Liu. Liu Ruyan quickly replied again. Okay, then just take the money, or I'll feel uneasy. This time, after Chu had sent the money, he didn't hear back from Liu Ruyan for a long time. Huahai City. Inside a large shopping mall. Xiao Zhilua saw that Liu Ruyan had been sitting in the rest area playing with her phone, looking unhappy. Didn't we agree to go shopping together? Why are you playing with your phone here? Let me see what you're playing with. Xiao Zhilua said with a pout. I'm not playing with anything. Let's go. Let's go. My little princess, I'll go shopping with you right now. Seeing Xiao Zhilua sticking her head over, Liu Ruyan quickly put her phone in her Hermes bag. Chapter 4 Trouble in the Hospital Ward. Chapter 4 Trouble in the Hospital Ward. The sun was shining and the flowers were smiling at me. Today, Liu Ruyan tidied up her house. Liu Ruyan is 38 years old and 173 centimeters tall. Her flowing dark brown curls fall over her shoulders, and her bright red lips are painted glossy, making her look sexy and charming. A simple white shirt makes her skin look even more tender and fair, making her look younger, like an 18-year-old girl, but with the charm of a mature woman. Her plump breasts hold the buttons of the shirt tightly closed. From a certain angle, you can even see a hint of lace peeking through the gaps in the shirt, and the myriad ravines are also mesmerizing. Most importantly, she has a thin waist and a plump butt, which is simply killing. Liu Ruyan entered the hospital with a happy heart. Everyone she encountered on the way, whether doctors, patients, or nurses, couldn't help but stare. In the past, Liu Ruyan always had a cold face, but today everyone in the hospital always felt that she had a faint smile. She looked kinder than usual. When someone greeted her, she actually smiled and nodded. Some people speculated whether it was because their director had found a second spring. When she arrived at the office, she put on her white coat. She sat in her office chair and turned on her computer. But then the simple smile of Truman flashed through her mind again, which made her heart itch, and she couldn't wait to see him again. Looking at her computer, she shook her head, but still couldn't gather her spirits to get back to work. Sigh. Liu Ruyan let out a long sigh, then made a deep breathing motion. She got up and left the office. She went to the door of Truman's ward. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath, opened the door with a smile, and walked in. But her smile immediately disappeared. Where is the original patient in this ward? Looking at Truman on the hospital bed, who had become an old man, Liu Ruyan's face immediately turned cold, and she asked sternly. Liu Ruyan's tone startled the old man on the hospital bed, and also startled a middle-aged woman guarding the old man. How can you be a doctor? Yelling and screaming in the ward, if you make my old man have a heart attack again, can you afford it? Dressing up like a demon, with all the bells and whistles, this is not like a doctor, this is clearly trying to seduce men. The middle-aged woman reacted and immediately started cursing. The nurse outside heard the sound and hurriedly came in, seeing Liu Ruyan with a frosty expression. She then looked at the middle-aged woman who was still rambling on. The previous patient has been moved to a regular ward. This elderly man is the father of the head of the Liu district, and this is the head of the Liu district's lover. The nurse whispered the truth. Liu Ruyan looked at the middle-aged woman who had her head tilted to the sky and her nose pointed at herself. Coldly said, I don't care who she is, I want Truman back. You go and bring him back yourself. The nurse looked at the increasingly cold Liu Ruyan and quickly fled, afraid that she would take her anger out on her. I'm not leaving, I'm living just fine, why should I go? The old man looked unhappy when he heard that he was going to be replaced. Who do you think you are to just replace us? We're not leaving. If you're so capable, call over your Dean Liu and let him personally replace us. We were personally admitted by your Dean Liu. Who the hell are you? You have more power than the Dean? The middle-aged woman also jumped up at once and yelled. Liu Ruyan also didn't waste any words with her. Upon hearing that it was Dean Liu who let them move in, she immediately took out her phone and called her father. Liu Chongyang, what's wrong with you? People are living comfortably in the intensive care unit, and you just changed it. Liu Ruyan called her father by his first name right away, and there was no one else. Liu Chongyang was taken aback by the news and thought about it for a while before remembering that he should have said that the father of the district head Liu had been admitted to the intensive care room where the teenager who had been in a car accident was staying. Oh, that room. There is a shortage of intensive care units in the hospital right now, so I saw that the teenager was doing fine and moved him to a regular room. The other person is the father of the district head, so I gave the district head a face-saving favor. Liu Chongyang explained to his daughter in a dismissive manner. However, he did not expect that what he considered a trivial matter would lead to his daughter's scolding on the phone. Liu Ruyan was furious when she heard this, and fired questions at Liu Chongyang like a volley. Do you know that Truman was a person who had been declared dead? Now he has suddenly come back to life. How incredible is that in medicine? I arranged for him to be placed in an intensive care unit so that we could observe what was going on. You were good, you didn't say anything, and you just transferred him to a regular ward. Did you bully him because you thought he was young and didn't have a family? After she finished, she wasn't satisfied and continued to argue with her father. You arranged for this shit, the shit wife of the shit Mayor Liu. As soon as she arrived, she said that I didn't look like a doctor, that I dressed like a demon to seduce men. You let them insult your daughter like that? What? How dare they insult you like that? Just you wait, I'll be right over. Liu Chongyang was furious when he heard this. Although his own precious daughter was not that friendly to him, he would not allow anyone to insult her. Before Liu Chongyang arrived, Truman was brought in by the nurse. When Liu Ruyan saw Truman coming, she inexplicably felt a little better. Truman walked in with a dumbfounded look on his face. Looking at the tense atmosphere inside, he didn't know what to do and stood on the side a little apprehensively. In fact, he didn't care at all. The general ward was fine, and even if he was discharged now, it would be fine. But it seemed that there would be consequences for compensation in the future, which he cared about. Sister Liu, it's fine for me to stay in the general ward. Truman came to Liu Ruyan's side and stammered. After he finished speaking, Truman looked at Liu Ruyan and immediately lowered his head. He didn't dare to look at her anymore. Liu Ruyan was too beautiful for him, so beautiful that it took his breath away. Like an angel, no, more beautiful than an angel. Truman thought to himself. No, this has nothing to do with you. This woman insulted me, and I'm not finished with her. They're not going to stay in our hospital today. Liu Ruyan looked determined. Today, she was going to get rid of this bitch. Director Liu. The nurses behind her shouted in unison. Well, what's going on? Director Liu, with a head full of white hair and a furrowed brow, walked in and asked the nurse next to him. The nurse had not yet spoken. Director Liu's lover immediately put on a smile and came to Liu Chongyang's side, hugging his arm and rubbing her chest against his. Oh dear. Director Liu, why are you here? You arranged for this room, which is in a nice environment, and my elderly person really likes it. We were living happily in the room you arranged, but this evil doctor came and tried to kick us out. President Liu, you tell me, is there any sense in the world? Liu Chongyang's lover said to Liu Chongyang in a whiny voice. Liu Ruyan saw her acting like this, and couldn't help but say the three words sassy woman in her mouth. Liu Chongyang heard this and quickly pulled away from the hand that was holding onto him. He pretended to cough twice in his mouth. Liu Chongyang's wife heard this and immediately refused to comply. She put her left hand on her waist and pointed her right finger at Liu Ruyan's face and scolded. Ouch, who is more flirtatious after all? Look at these big waves, look at these flaming red lips, ouch, phooey, are you here to help patients in the hospital or to seduce them? If you make the patient lose interest in someone's wife, I don't know how you can heal. Liu Chongyang looked at his daughter, who was dressed up a bit gaudily today. Liu Ruyan did not show any weakness, and retorted in a cold tone. It seems that this is the kind of person you are. Is it that your husband is no longer interested in you? It must be that you are too ugly, so you are jealous of pretty women now. It seemed that she had hit the sore spot of the mayor's lover, and he wanted to come and tear Liu Ruyan's pretty face. Truman saw this and, with courage he didn't know where it came from, pushed her to the ground. Liu Ruyan saw that Truman had stood up for him and a smile spread across her face. Liu's lover was pushed to the ground and took advantage of the situation to throw a tantrum. Oh dear, no wonder she was helping this little man. These two must be having an affair, and the little man must be infatuated with her. No wonder she's dressed so beautifully for work at the hospital, she's preparing to go on a date at the hospital. I wonder who gave birth to this kind of bitch, coming to the hospital to have an affair. President Liu, you have to do something for me. Liu Chongyang's face turned even more red when she heard this, and she quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. Liu Chongyang's lover thought that the president was calling security on her behalf, and she was overjoyed. Hello, is this District Chief Liu? Your lover is acting up in our hospital, and it's seriously damaging our image. Please send someone to come and take her away, we won't be able to entertain her here. Liu Chongyang hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Liu Chongyang's lover's mouth hung open in shock. Why? Liu Chongyang's wife muttered. Why? Because the woman you scolded is my child. Liu Chongyang hung up and left, leaving Liu Chongyang's wife in a state of shock. Oomph, you bitch, your mouth is so poisonous. I'll beat you to death, you've made me unable to stay in the hospital. My son has never mistreated you." Hearing that he was going to be picked up, Liu Chongyan's father immediately punched and kicked his daughter-in-law. Ouch, ouch. Leaving behind the wailing of the wife of the district head Liu. "Truman, come to my office." After saying this, Liu Ruyan took Truman's hand and walked out. "These two people have moved out, so let me know when you come to my office," Liu Ruyan said to the nurse. Chapter 5 Office Romance. Chapter 5 Office Romance. Liu Ruyan's hands were delicate and shiny, with long, slender fingers that were graceful and beautiful. Truman, whose hand she was holding, felt as if he was holding a ball of cotton, soft as if it had no bones, warm and comfortable to the touch. Truman followed Liu Ruyan step for step. It was only then that Truman dared to look up boldly at Liu Ruyan in front of him. The flowing dark brown curl swayed with each step, and the scent of perfume reached Truman's nose through the air. It was a little intoxicating, and Truman couldn't help but get caught up in it. The white coat still couldn't hide Liu Ruyan's curvy figure, and Truman's eyes kept following her perky buttocks as they swayed from side to side. The sound of the door opening woke Truman from his trance. "Shu, you sit on the sofa first, I'll pour you a cup of hot water. By the way, do you like tea? I have some excellent Westlake Longjing." Liu Ruyan poured the water while smiling back at Truman. "Just plain water is fine." Truman had been staring blankly at Liu Ruyan's perfectly curved back, but suddenly, when she smiled back at him, he quickly lowered his head and whispered. Liu Ruyan looked at Truman's awkward appearance and laughed even more happily. "A smile is truly charming. She's so charming. Shu, you don't need to be so formal with me. You can call me sister, and I'll really treat you like a brother." Liu Ruyan walked over to Chu with a glass of water, placed it on the coffee table in front of Chu, sat down next to him, and said with a smile, "The water is a little hot, let it cool down a bit before you drink it." Seeing Liu Ruyan sitting next to him, Chu felt a little uncomfortable and shifted a little to the side. But after a few words, Truman saw Liu Ruyan move a little closer to him again. Truman had to quickly and unobtrusively move a little closer to the edge. But Liu Ruyan didn't move away for long. Truman was now sitting next to the sofa, and any further movement would take him to the other sofa, so Truman had to remain still. He just hoped that Liu Ruyan would not come any closer to him, as he was already sitting on the edge of his seat. In fact, it wasn't Liu Ruyan's fault. Under the influence of the system, Liu Ruyan's body unconsciously moved closer to Truman without her noticing. As for Liu Ruyan's current feelings, Truman now exuded a very unique masculine aura, very similar to the smell of her late husband, if not stronger. It made her want to get close to him uncontrollably, and Truman's shyness and simple nature kept arousing her mature yet girlish heart. She couldn't help but want to protect him and care for him. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment, as the two of them felt each other's breath. They were both intoxicated by this peaceful atmosphere, but the sound of their respective pounding hearts seemed to indicate that they were actually not at peace. Truman was a little dry in the mouth, so he picked up the glass in front of him and drank it. But this was just boiled water. It immediately made Truman jump, and the glass fell to the ground. After the glass fell to the ground, it instantly exploded, and the boiling water immediately scalded Liu Ruyan's leg. But Liu Ruyan didn't notice, her full attention was on Truman, who kept sticking out his tongue. She quickly ran to get another glass and filled it with cold water to hand to Truman. "Drink some cold water quickly to cool your tongue down." After Truman finished drinking, he still felt his tongue burning. Liu Ruyan hurriedly went to the opposite side of Truman and asked him to stick out his tongue for her to see. She saw that Truman's tongue had already been burned and blistered, and she couldn't help feeling distressed. She opened her small cherry lips and kept blowing air at Truman's tongue, in order to cool it down and relieve the pain. Looking at the beautiful cheeks close at hand, the skin that was so delicate that it could be popped, and the fragrance that kept coming from the small mouth on the opposite side, Truman immediately forgot about the pain. He even felt an impulse in his heart. Looking at the small cherry lips in front of him, he wanted to kiss them recklessly. But, he didn't dare. He was used to being weak, having grown up bullied by others since childhood, always trembling with fear, which is how he cultivated his current cowardly personality that makes people sick. If his heartbeat were measured right now, it would probably be directly over 200. Thud. A knock on the door sounded. Liu Ruyan also reacted. She realized that her action seemed a bit ambiguous at the moment, so she quickly took a step or two away from Truman. "Come in." Liu Ruyan recalled her bold actions just now, and her face immediately turned red. Not just red, but red up to her neck. Director, the district chief Liu personally came to pick up her father, and it seems that when he left, he slapped his lover in the face. The nurse came in and said, "Okay, I understand. By the way, sweep up the broken glass in the bag for me and take it out to throw away." Liu Ruyan gave the nurse some instructions, then slowly walked back to her desk and sat down in her office chair. Truman had been looking down, and just noticed that Liu Ruyan's legs had been scalded by boiling water and were red. After the nurse finished cleaning up, she asked Liu Ruyan, "Director, should I take Truman back to his room now?" Liu Ruyan stared at her computer and said coldly without turning her head, "No, I still need to ask him how he feels about his current physical condition." The nurse said, and then carried the bag with the broken glass cup out of the room, closing the door behind her. After the nurse left, Liu Ruyan asked Truman to sit on the sofa, while she kept typing on the screen. If someone were to look at Liu Ruyan's computer screen right now, they would see what she was typing. The screen was full of just 2 words, Truman. Liu Ruyan felt so embarrassed when she thought back to the scene just now. She had actually done that to a man who was so much younger than her, and she felt like her toes were going to gouge a hole in the ground. So she didn't even pay attention to what she was typing. And she noticed in the corner of her eye that it seemed like Truman kept staring at her legs, which made her even more unsure of how to position her legs. In fact, she didn't even notice it herself. If another man looked at her legs so recklessly, she would definitely not be in this state. She might roll her eyes at him, calling him a wolf. Or she might just take off her high heels and throw them at him. But she definitely wouldn't feel so self-conscious. Truman took a deep breath and, after a half-day of battling with his inner demons, finally got up and walked over to Liu Ruyan. "He's here, he's coming over. What's he going to do?" Liu Ruyan kept thinking to herself. "He's not going to do something beastly after looking at my legs, is he? What should I do? Slap him? No, that would hurt his pride. Let him do whatever he wants. Of course not." Liu Ruyan had already had several thoughts in the short span of a few seconds. "Sister Liu, I'm sorry, I scalded your leg." Truman's voice interrupted Liu Ruyan's thoughts. Liu Ruyan looked at her leg and realized that it was already a little red and swollen. Liu Ruyan patted her head and said, "What on earth was I thinking? Oops. I was so busy that I didn't even feel the pain in my leg." Liu Ruyan patted her head and said. Truman looked up at the computer to see what she was busy with. He was surprised to see the word Truman fill the screen. Seeing Truman's surprised expression, Liu Ruyan also looked back at her computer. Liu Ruyan exclaimed, "Ah!" She quickly reached over and turned off the power, leaving the computer with a black screen. Let's go over to the sofa and help my sister apply the erythromycin ointment." Liu Ruyan hurriedly pushed Truman away from the place. Truman took the erythromycin ointment, looked at the beautiful legs in front of him, closed his eyes, and gently stroked them. Why close his eyes? Because he was afraid of thinking too much, and he didn't want to use his eyes to desecrate his sister Liu, who had been so good to him. But after closing his eyes, he could feel the tender, smooth sensation in the palm of his hand even more, and he could feel the watery, lubricated skin of Liu Ruyan. The moment that Liu Ruyan felt Truman's touch on her leg, she couldn't help but shiver. As Truman slowly stroked her, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Chapter 6 Sister Liu was beautiful and kind. Chapter 6 Sister Liu was beautiful and kind. The moment Xiao Zhilua opened the door, she saw a wretched man with his eyes closed fondling her mother's thighs. She was so angry that she immediately yelled, "What are you doing?" Truman was so scared that he quickly stood up, and Liu Ruyan, who had been lying slightly, also sat up straight all of a sudden. Liu Ruyan saw that it was her own daughter who had come in, and couldn't help but frown, scolding. "What are you screaming for? You're so rude, and you don't even know how to knock when you come in." Xiao Zhilua ignored Liu Ruyan and came to in front of Truman, continuing to question. "What were you doing to my mother?" Truman thought for a long time, not knowing how to explain. "Should I say I was touching her mother's thigh? Why are you shouting at him?" Truman saw that my leg was injured and was rubbing saffron oil on it for me. When Liu Ruyan saw her daughter shouting at Truman, and Truman looking so lost, she felt uncomfortable, and pulled her daughter over to sit next to her. "Oh. Mom, what happened to your leg? It's so red and swollen, and there are blisters," Xiao Zhilua said, looking at Liu Ruyan's thigh. "Do you want me to find a needle to prick them for you?" Liu Ruyan shook her head and said, "You don't need to pick these small blisters. Just apply some safflower oil and they'll heal in no time." Xiao Zhilua pouted and said, But you can't let him do it for you. If you'd just called me, I would have been here. At the very least, you could have asked the nurse outside to do it. Liu Ruyan patted Xiao Zhilua on the head and said, "It's just a little injury, why are you making such a big deal out of it?" What Xiao Zhilua was thinking was, you didn't see the way this guy was just now, with his face closed, looking like he was enjoying himself. You said you would go with me to register at school today, but now your leg is hurt, how are we going to get there? This is my first freshman registration. Xiao Zhilua looked unhappy. Liu Ruyan said with a smile, "Mom's not that pretentious, this little injury won't affect walking." At this point, Truman interrupted. "Why don't I go with this young lady? After all, it was my carelessness that scalded your leg with boiling water. You should rest today, young lady Liu, and avoid walking too much, so as to avoid inflammation." After hearing this, Xiao Zhilua immediately yelled at Truman. "Who do you think you are? Who is your young lady, and who is your sister Liu? You're so ugly, and you want to accompany me to school, aren't you going to affect me from seeing the handsome seniors? Ha ha. So you're the one who hurt my mom's leg. I haven't even gotten to you yet." Truman hung his head in shame and didn't dare say a word after being scolded by Xiao Zhiluo. With a slap, Liu Ruyan slapped Xiao Zhiluo in the face and shouted at her. "Is it because your father died early that I didn't discipline you well? Why are you being so rude?" Xiao Zhiluo looked at Liu Ruyan in surprise, and her eyes gradually reddened. She never imagined that Liu Ruyan, who had never hit her since she was a child, would hit her for a strange man who was not much older than her. She really couldn't figure it out. "Mom, you hit me, you actually hit me, for such an outsider." Xiao Zhilua covered her beaten left cheek. What hurt was actually not her face, but her wounded heart. Liu Ruyan actually regretted hitting her after the fact, but she couldn't help it when she saw Xiao Zhilua bullying Truman. She really felt that Xiao Zhilua's words were harsh. In the end, was it because she spoiled her too much that she had become so comfortable and didn't care about other people's feelings at all? Xiao Zhilua was so sad. She had originally come to the hospital because she wanted her mother to accompany her to the new student orientation. She wanted the seniors and peers at school, as well as her fellow students, to be shocked by the beauty of these two mother-daughter flowers. She had already demonstrated the process in her mind several times, and she had already thought of how to greet the envious and shocked looks of others. But it turned out to be like this. Xiao Zhilua was so sad that she rushed out as soon as she opened the door. "Truman, sit in the office for a while. I'll go check on Xiao Xiao." After Liu Ruyan finished speaking, she also rushed out. Truman sat on the sofa in annoyance, feeling that he was the culprit behind all this. If he hadn't been in such a hurry to drink that cup of water, none of this would have happened. Before long, Liu Ruyan limped in. "Sister Liu, what happened to you?" asked Truman, rushing forward with concern. Liu Ruyan sighed and said, "Hey, I'm wearing high heels today. When I was chasing Xiao Xiao down the stairs just now, I accidentally twisted my ankle, and now I really can't walk." From the expression and posture of Liu Ruyan's walk, Truman knew that this time it must have been seriously twisted and it must hurt a lot. Truman quickly helped Liu Ruyan sit down in her office chair. Seeing Liu Ruyan take off her high heels, Truman could clearly see that her snow-white ankle was already swollen. "Shu, I'm going to trouble you again to rub some safflower oil on my ankle," said Liu Ruyan, speaking in a charming voice. Shu quickly went and fetched the bottle of safflower oil and squatted down. He placed Liu Ruyan's ankle on his knee and slowly massaged and kneaded it, rubbing in the medicinal properties of the safflower oil. Strangely, as soon as Chu started massaging, Liu Ruyan could no longer feel any pain. "Sister Liu, do you want me to get you some ice for a cold compress?" Truman looked up and said. Liu Ruyan met Truman's gaze, and she was actually a little embarrassed. She had twice today placed her legs in front of a man full of blood and gas, letting him stroke and knead them. Liu Ruyan replied softly. Truman quickly left the office. In a moment, Truman rushed in with a pile of small ice cubes and some gauze in his hand. Liu Ruyan was moved to see Truman rush in with the ice cubes in his hands, and said tenderly, "That's silly, you didn't know to ask the nurse for a tray." Immediately, Truman wrapped Liu Ruyan's delicate feet in ice cubes and gauze. After getting up, he scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "I forgot for a moment, I was only thinking about getting the ice back to you quickly for an ice compress." "Silly." Liu Ruyan smiled at him and gave him a blank look. She suddenly looked charming. Truman was really infatuated on the spot this time. When she noticed Truman's infatuated look, Liu Ruyan was not only not annoyed, but also a little smug inside. Cough cough. Liu Ruyan pretended to cough. Truman suddenly came to his senses. I'm sorry, Sister Liu, you're so beautiful, I was mesmerized by you just now, Truman said honestly. Your sweet talk must have fooled many young girls. Liu Ruyan was delighted to hear Truman's praise. Truman immediately became despondent, but still said sincerely. No girl likes me. You are the first person to treat me so well and be so gentle, and to defend me at every turn. People often say that beautiful people have kind hearts. Now it seems that they are right. Chapter 7 Truman's first time. Liu Ruyan felt another pang of heartache when she heard Truman say this, and she inexplicably wanted to hold him in her arms and comfort him. In the end, she forced herself to calm down and comfortingly said, Don't worry, you will definitely find a girl who treats you well in the future. Truman gave a fake smile and said, Okay, don't talk about me. How is your daughter doing now, Sister Liu? Don't worry about her, I just called the driver and said that she has already reported to school. Liu Ruyan frowned again when she talked about her daughter. Xiaochu, I've thought about it, I still need to go to the school, can you help me to the garage? Liu Ruyan felt that as a mother, she should be by her daughter's side, after all, this was her daughter's first time going to university. Liu Ruyan took off her long gown, and her perfect figure suddenly appeared in front of Truman. Truman really didn't dare to look. He could only carefully support Liu Ruyan. As a child of 9 virgins, faced with such extreme temptation, he couldn't hold back a bit. After leaving the office, countless stares converged on him. Since childhood, Truman had always hidden from people wherever possible, and now the focused stares made him extremely uncomfortable. He let out a long sigh of relief as he entered the elevator. Glancing at Liu Ruyan, Truman noticed that she was already pale with pain and cold sweat was running down her face. After the elevator reached the underground garage, Truman decided that he couldn't let Liu Ruyan continue walking. He didn't want to see the frown on her face from the pain. So Truman walked in front of Liu Ruyan and squatted down. Come on up, Liu Ruyan, I'll carry you. That's not a good idea. Besides, I'm not light, I'm afraid you can't carry me. I can walk a few more steps to the car. Liu Ruyan looked at Truman's thin body and didn't quite believe him. Come on. Don't look at me, I may be skinny, but I'm full of muscle. Back home, I used to do a lot of farm work. I could carry 250 kilograms bags of cement each without any problem. Truman said confidently, and there was nothing else, but he had a lot of strength. Bullshit. Although Liu Ruyan said this, she looked around and found that there was no one else, so she leaned over. Feeling the fleshiness of Liu Ruyan after she had leaned over, Truman immediately stood up, and even gave a double jolt in Liu Ruyan's scream. Sister Liu, I told you so. Carrying you is still very easy, you're not heavy at all. Truman said with a smile. Liu Ruyan gave a subtle grunt on her back. Liu Ruyan wrapped her arms around Truman's neck and snuggled up against his back. She felt a sense of security she had never felt before. This made her very strange. She had obviously only met him 2 days ago, but she always felt very familiar with him, and inexplicably at ease with him. Now lying on his back, she also felt inexplicably secure. Especially the smell of him, she didn't know how to describe it, it was just very nice and very attractive to her. Now that they are so close, the smell is even more obvious. She quietly rested her head on Truman's shoulder, and she could smell the fragrance of Truman's hair whenever she turned her head slightly. Has Sister Liu arrived yet? How much further is it? Truman asked after walking for a while and seeing that Liu Ruyan still hadn't spoken. Oh, we've passed it. Turn around, turn around. Hearing Truman's question, Liu Ruyan looked up. This is not that we haven't arrived yet, this is that we have long since passed it. Liu Ruyan's originally pale face flushed immediately, and Liu Ruyan cursed herself inwardly for being shameless. Liu Ruyan pressed the unlock button, and Truman immediately saw her car, a flame-red BMW 4 Series. When they arrived at the car, Truman put Liu Ruyan in the passenger seat, and saw Liu Ruyan trying to go around to the driver's seat. Truman stopped her and asked doubtfully. Sister Liu, with your leg like this, you're still driving? If I don't drive, who will? You can drive? Liu Ruyan also asked in puzzlement. Truman didn't say much, opened the passenger door, and suddenly picked Liu Ruyan up and stuffed her into the passenger seat. For the first time in his life, Truman had a woman let him carry her. It was also the first time he had carried a woman. Truman appeared calm on the surface, but in fact, he was overjoyed. In a happy mood, Truman cheerfully said, I majored in automotive engineering in college, so driving is not a big deal, don't worry, Sister Liu. When it came to driving, Truman was confident again. In fact, not only was he good at driving, he was also super good at automotive engineering, ranking first in his department. Otherwise, how would he have been able to get a job at the Huaxing Group? Sister Liu, which school did you go to? Truman asked after getting in the car. Huahai University, Liu Ruyan replied softly. To be honest, she was still a little bit nostalgic about the embrace just now. Since Jojo's father died, she had never been in close contact with a man, let alone hugging her. Of course, there were many outstanding men who wanted to pursue her and get her. But they were all rejected by her. Liu Ruyan saw that Truman drove out of the garage familiar, so she felt relieved. Don't you need navigation? Liu Ruyan asked doubtfully. She always used navigation wherever she went, and was a typical lost person. Huahai University is my alma mater, so of course I don't need navigation. And during my 4 years of university, I practically explored every corner of Huahai while working part-time. Truman said with a smile as he drove. Liu Ruyan looked at his skilled driving skills and watched him confidently and effortlessly navigate the streets and alleys. She suddenly felt that this was how he should be, with the sun shining on his face, looking so full of youthful exuberance, simple and beautiful. She suddenly felt as if she herself had grown old, her heart had grown old, and she could never return to these carefree days of youth. How old are you? If I remember correctly, your medical record says 22? Liu Ruyan couldn't help but ask. Well, but I'm actually only 20. My ID card reported 2 years older because that way I could go to school earlier. Only 20 years old. I could be his mother. Liu Ruyan muttered. Sister Liu looks so young, people will just think you're my younger sister or older sister. Truman heard her mutter and smiled. Humph, you're the one who knows how to talk. Liu Ruyan scolded him. That's true. Many of my university classmates look older than you, and my previous direct supervisor, who was only 25, looked much older than you. Truman said seriously. Okay, I know you're going to say that, so keep praising me and see what you can come up with. Liu Ruyan knew her own beauty, and of course she knew that what Truman said was true, but she just liked hearing Truman keep praising her for being beautiful. In the past, she never cared about what others said about her appearance, because she felt that appearance didn't mean anything. But in Truman's presence, she wanted to show off her beautiful side, otherwise she wouldn't have deliberately dressed up today. In the past, when she went to work, she didn't even bother to wear makeup, and she went to work with a pure natural face, and of course a pure natural face was also a top-notch beautiful woman. Oh. Truman knew that Liu Ruyan was teasing him, so he shut up and drove carefully. As he drove carefully, a smile appeared at the corner of Liu Ruyan's mouth. She thought to herself, a serious man is really the most handsome and super attractive. When they arrived at the school gate, Liu Ruyan saw that he was going to park by the road at the school gate, so she quickly said, You can drive directly into the school, you don't need to park outside. Truman tried to drive to the school gate, and the security guard at the gate did raise the barrier, giving him the go-ahead and even saluting him. Truman couldn't help but smile wryly. People are indeed snobbish. When he was at school before, these security guards didn't treat him like this. Chapter 8 Teacher Wang's Uniform Temptation. Chapter 8 Teacher Wang's Uniform Temptation. The BMW was parked in the parking space for internal staff. Liu Ruyan said to Truman. Truman, you know the school well, so go and keep an eye on the new student's registration for me. Xiao Xiao is hot-tempered and in a bad mood today, so I'm afraid she'll get into an argument with a classmate. Okay. Truman saw that there were medical masks in the car, so he took one and put it on. Why are you wearing a mask? Liu Ruyan asked in surprise. Xiao Xiao doesn't seem to like me, so if I wear a mask, she won't recognize me. That's good. Liu Ruyan nodded, and suddenly her eyes lit up. I bought you a whole outfit when I went shopping yesterday, and I put it in the trunk. Take it out and change in the back seat, and she won't recognize you even more. From time to time, Liu Ruyan glanced at the back seat in the rearview mirror, her face red and her heart pounding. Sister Liu, thank you, this really fits. After getting out of the car, Truman tidied himself up a bit and felt very comfortable. As long as it fits, you should wear this hat. Looking at the pink hat that Liu Ruyan handed him, Truman scratched his head. Take it. Don't you want to avoid being discovered? Liu Ruyan urged. Truman had no choice but to put the pink hat on his head. He always felt weird, a boy wearing a pink hat. Looking at Truman's departing back, Liu Ruyan actually took the hospital gown that Truman had changed into and held it in front of her nose like a sick person. Then reluctantly, she found a bag to put it in and put it in the car's storage compartment. Stepping into the school again, walking on the school road, looking at the endless stream of younger schoolmates next to him. Truman seemed to have returned to his own green university campus days. In front was the school basketball court. There were many upperclassmen who had just returned from vacation and were back at school, recklessly sweating on the basketball court. A few female students were watching from the sidelines, and she might have been with her college boyfriend. Perhaps it was because there were beautiful women watching. The basketball boys were playing with a burst of testosterone, all shirtless, and they charged at each other with the ball. A basketball bounced over to Truman. He picked it up and took a long shot from beyond the three-point line. Whoosh! The basketball actually went in. Wow! The students watching all let out a sound of awe. Anyone who has played basketball knows that it is pure luck to make a three-pointer from that distance. So when the pretty female students exclaimed that he had really made a good shot, the male students all sneered, saying that it was just dumb luck. Wow! Another sound of awe came from the crowd. If before it was mostly girls who were shouting, this time it was basically all boys. Truman looked back. It turned out to be his former homeroom teacher, Huang Ya, who was slowly walking over. Truman could not help but catch his breath. Teacher Huang was his goddess for 4 years in college, and every time he had a beautiful dream, the heroine was his teacher Huang. Huang Ya was famous for wearing uniforms at school. In the past, classmates compared teacher Huang with those teachers in movies to see whose uniforms were more seductive. As a result, teacher Huang received unanimous 5-star reviews. Like what? Muto Ran teacher. Aoi Sora teacher. Hatano Yui teacher. Ms. Morisawa Kana. Ms. Morihiko Hinako. Ms. Kinoshita Ririko. Ms. Hashimoto Orina. Ms. Hebei Kaihua. Ms. Mizuchi Sakura. Ms. Yamamizu Ria. When compared to Ms. Huang, all these teachers were defeated. The students playing basketball on the playground also put down their basketballs for a while and watched Ms. Huang as she paced. Truman also stopped in his tracks, staring at his former homeroom teacher. Teacher Huang walked slowly, every step very graceful, her high heels clicking on the ground. A mass of black curls hung disheveled over her fragrant shoulders in a white short-sleeved shirt, and with each step, the 2 large white rabbits in front of her black hat trembled up and down. Underneath the shirt was a black miniskirt, which tightly wrapped her plump buttocks. Below that were a pair of flesh-colored stockings, which fit her long legs together so closely that it was hard to tell whether they were flesh or stockings. All the students and teachers around her were captivated by teacher Huang's swaying figure. Truman did see a deep sadness between the teacher's brows. In just a few months, it seemed that she had become even more melancholy than when he was in school. Huang Ya, 32 years old, was only 28 years old when she first became Truman's homeroom teacher. At that time, she was not only beautiful, but also very optimistic and loved life. She was truly a flower at Washington University. However, a sudden family tragedy hit her hard and she gradually became depressed. Her husband actually cheated on her with other women, and even blatantly brought them home while Mrs. Huang was teaching. One day, she was discovered by Miss Huang. The result was, of course, a divorce. This incident was widely known at the school at the time. At that time, many single teachers thought they had a chance, but it seems that after a few years, Miss Huang is still single. Huang Ya glanced at Truman as she walked past. She always felt that Truman was very familiar, and she smelled a smell on him that made her spirits soar. She couldn't help but turn back and take another look at Truman, but with his hat and mask on, she couldn't make out who it was. But from the clothes and pants he was wearing, she could tell that he was a rich kid, and that they were all expensive. As she walked on, she kept feeling a fiery gaze on her from behind, and it was fixed on her perky buttocks. This made her feel hot and bothered, as if a thorn was in her back. She then stopped and stood still. Truman had indeed been watching his back, looking at the swaying beauty of her walk. When Truman saw that she had stopped, he naturally felt embarrassed about walking behind her, so he had to walk in front of her. Huang Ya looked at the back in front of her and always felt very familiar, so she asked. "Classmate in front, what's your name? Are we familiar?" Truman looked back and seemed to be the only person in front of her. He had to say, Miss Huang, I'm Truman. Huang Ya was surprised to hear that his name was Truman. She had a student in her class named Truman before, but he was a nobody in the class. Every time she went to his class, she found him sitting in the last row. Truman saw her face full of surprise, so he took off his mask. It really is you, Truman. Huang Ya saw that it really was her student, so she quickly took 2 steps forward and walked side by side with Truman. Why are you at school today, and dressed like that? Huang Ya asked curiously. I'm here with someone, helping her look after her daughter, who is starting school today. Truman told the truth. No wonder. Are you going to the new student registration desk? I'm going there now too. Huang Ya asked. HM. Seeing that Truman had put on a mask again, she couldn't help but ask curiously. Why are you wearing a mask? It's so hot. Truman smiled at Huang Ya and said. Because I don't want people to find out. Huang Ya looked at Truman, who was smiling like a crescent moon, and her mood became very comfortable. She couldn't help but get closer and closer to Truman. New students are registering. Everyone looked at the 2 people who came side by side. All the new students who had just enrolled were amazed at Huang Ya's stunning appearance and figure. Some seniors were curious about the man next to Huang Ya, who was wearing a hat and a mask. You have to know that Huang Ya has always been a loner. Xiao Zhilua also saw this man. She just felt that the hat he was wearing was so familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Huang Ya was one of the admissions teachers today, responsible for collecting the tuition fees from the students. His partner was a PE teacher at the school, who should be new and whom Truman did not know. After Huang Ya and Truman entered, Huang Ya sat Truman down next to her. She knew that Truman just wanted to watch one of the students signing up and didn't want to be discovered, so she simply left him there to help her count the cash or scan the QR code for payment. In this way, everything she was doing was done by Truman, and Huang Ya became free. She leaned close to Truman and asked quietly. Which student is it? Point it out to me. Truman glanced, and a glimpse of her breasts was reflected in front of him. He quickly looked up and looked ahead, reciting the Prajna Paramitha Sutra in his heart. It's the one in front with the tall figure, a ponytail, and very good looking. Truman glanced in the direction where Xiao Xiao was and quietly replied. Huang Ya immediately looked in the direction Truman was looking, and her eyes lit up. What a stunning little beauty! Xiao Zhilua always felt that the 2 teachers in front of her seemed to be chatting while occasionally looking at her. Xiao Zhilua secretly thought to herself that the 2 teachers must have been surprised by her stunning beauty and couldn't help but feel smug. Is that your little girlfriend? Huang Ya asked with a smile, her tone seemingly tinged with a trace of unnoticeable jealousy. Teacher Huang, you're joking. How could I possibly have such a pretty girlfriend? Truman said wordlessly, his tone revealing a hint of self-deprecation. Then why did you come over to watch her? Huang Ya was even more curious. Originally, it was her mother who was supposed to accompany her to register today. But unfortunately, because of me, her mother's leg couldn't walk, and she even slapped her. Her mother might feel a little guilty, and she was afraid that she would get into trouble if she was in a bad mood, so she also came to the school. She is now in the school parking lot, but she can't walk, so I came first to keep an eye on her and let her know if anything happens. Truman explained to Huang Ya. Huang Ya didn't expect it to be like this. She suddenly thought of something that Truman had said. That woman actually hid her beautiful daughter for Truman's sake, so Truman must be very important to that woman. So she couldn't help but ask. Is she beautiful? Upon hearing this, Truman nodded and said, thinking of Liu Ruyan's beautiful face. Pretty, very pretty. Huang Ya was a little dissatisfied when she heard that Truman had praised another woman's beauty without hesitation, so she asked. How does she compare to me? Oh. Truman was stunned. What's there to compare? They are both equally beautiful, the most beautiful women I have ever seen in my life. Chapter 9 A little trouble with registration plus a little disappointed Liu Ruyan. Chapter 9 A little trouble with registration plus a little disappointed Liu Ruyan. Humph, not sincere at all. In front of me, he actually didn't say I was the most beautiful. Huang Ya couldn't help but scold. Truman couldn't help but smile bitterly and said. Teacher Huang, I'm telling the truth, you 2 are really the most beautiful women I've ever seen, more beautiful than those big stars on TV. Huang Ya knew that Truman was honest and knew that what he said was definitely the truth. She couldn't help but be very curious about the woman who was as beautiful as she was. The PE teacher next to her also had the surname Chu and had just been transferred this semester. His name was Chu Zhongtian. Today, he had heard that a beautiful teacher had been arranged to work with him, and it was said that she was still single. He was originally very happy. However, as soon as the beautiful woman arrived, she kept chatting with the man next to her who was wearing a mask. In his opinion, the two were flirting with each other and didn't give him a second thought. This really made him angry. He had imagined that he would register the students' names while the beautiful woman collected the fees. After a day's work, they would chat happily, and then their bodies would accidentally bump and rub against each other. After the registration was over, they would add each other on WeChat and then go out for dinner and a movie, and ideally end up going back to a hotel. Perfect. He had it all planned out, but then the man in the mask came along. His eyes are now full of resentment, and he is a little impatient when he asks the student for his name. What's your name? Chu Zhongtian asks without looking up. Xiaojilua, as in 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 Xiaojilua. Chu Zhongtian raised his head impatiently again, only to find a little beauty, and his eyes lit up. He immediately handed over the paper and pen with a smile. Come, classmate, write the character. Wang Luodan doesn't even know, you idiot, she's a beautiful celebrity. Xiao Ziro glared at him and said. Chu Zhongtian was unhappy now. He was already upset today, and now this little pepper came to give him a hard time. Chu Zhongtian felt that he had to show his teacher's authority. He didn't want to be bullied by a student just after becoming a teacher. So he threw down his pen and paper, slapped his palm on the table, and accused Xiao Zilua. Alas, I say, classmate. Do I have to know all the female celebrities? We teachers are here to teach students, not to get to know female celebrities with you. Look at the way you're dressed, you don't look like a student at all, you're just like a little tomboy. Xiao Zilua was already upset today. She had been scolded by her mother, who loved her most, and slapped in the face. Now she was being scolded by the admissions teacher, and her short temper flared up immediately. She unleashed a torrent of invective at Chu Zhongtian in the profound and varied language of the Chinese language. It was a terrible scolding. Chu Zhongtian had also just graduated from the physical education college and had only got the job because of his connections. When he was at the sports college, he had a very hot temper and often got into fights with students from other colleges. This time, when he heard this little pepper madly scolding him, he couldn't stand it. He swung up a slap. Truman saw that the teacher actually hit him, and there was no longer any trace of a teacher. In order to prevent Xiao Zilua from getting hurt, he quickly pulled her behind him, but he was tragically slapped. Huang Ya stood up immediately when she saw Truman being beaten. She angrily shouted at Truman Zhongtian. How can you hit a student? Do you have any sense of professionalism? Xiao Zilua saw someone helping her but getting beaten, and immediately wanted to rush up and fight with Truman Zhongtian. Truman had come this time just to prevent Xiao Zilua from getting into trouble, so how could he let her continue to rush up? He firmly grasped her hand to stop her. At this time, all the students also began to discuss, constantly accusing Chu Zhongtian. In a rage, Chu Zhongtian actually ran away and quit his job. Now he could only rely on Truman to help him with the unfinished work. But fortunately, the work was originally easy. It was soon noon. Truman had originally planned that after Xiao Zilua had reported in, he would be able to sneak away after Xiao Zilua left. However, the current situation was that Xiao Zilua was also standing nearby, not moving. And he didn't know if that teacher was coming back in the afternoon. If not, he didn't want to leave teacher Huang here working alone. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat. Today you helped me, so I'll treat you. Huang Ya saw that there were no more people there now, and that the new students should all have gone to eat. She got up, stretched, and said to Truman. Her perfect body, with its curves and hollows, appeared before Truman. It was a feast for the eyes. Xiao Zilua heard what Huang Ya said and was unhappy. She had been waiting here for half a day just to invite Truman to dinner, so she quickly stepped forward and interrupted, saying, No way. He took a slap for me today, so I have to invite him to dinner no matter what. Truman thought to himself, this won't do. If I eat with you, won't my perfect cover be exposed? He quickly and secretly took out his phone and sent a text message to Liu Ruyan, saying that Xiao Zilua had already finished registering and to hurry up and call her to come back, otherwise he was going to be exposed. Sure enough, in a little while, Xiao Jilua's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was her mother calling, and after hesitating for a long time, she still pressed the answer button. After talking for a long time, Liu Ruyan persuaded Xiao Jilua to go away. Xiao Jilua still wanted to get in touch, but Truman didn't dare give her his contact information, so he used the excuse that he had forgotten his phone to get out of it. After Xiao Jilua left, Huang Ya also received a message immediately. It was sent by the leader above, saying that the teacher had something urgent to do this morning and would not be coming in the afternoon, so Huang Ya would have to work harder on her own. Huang Ya thought to herself that this was for the best, so that she could invite Truman to help her out, and invite him to lunch together. Xiao Jilua came over to Liu Ruyan's car, not very happy. Liu Ruyan thought she was angry with her and quickly comforted her, saying sorry over and over. Xiao Jilua said no, it was because of the registration today. Xiao Jilua told Liu Ruyan what had just happened. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan was sure that the person who had been beaten up for her daughter was definitely Truman. What her daughter said about the pink hat, then wearing a medical mask, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, the teacher was not Truman, who else could it be? Xiao Jilua also complained to Liu Ruyan. It's all your fault, I had already said I would invite that teacher to dinner, but you called me back. Now that male teacher must be having dinner with that pretty female teacher. What beautiful female teacher. Liu Ruyan was a little confused. Why was there another beautiful female teacher, and why was she invited to dinner with Truman? That female teacher is very beautiful, with a top-notch figure and face. The two teachers came to the enrollment point together, so they must be colleagues. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but ask, how is she better than me? Oh, Xiao Jilua was momentarily taken aback, and suddenly laughed, of course your mother is prettier than her. After finishing today's business, let's go. Xiao Jilua finished speaking and then tried to go to the back seat. Where are you going? My legs are all swollen, I can't drive anymore. Liu Ruyan said unhappily. Xiao Jilua then noticed that one of Liu Ruyan's ankles was wrapped in gauze. Ah! What happened? Xiao Jilua said in surprise. It's because I went after you and twisted my ankle. You ungrateful brat, you only notice now. Liu Ruyan said impatiently. Where's the driver of my car? I told the driver to go back. Then how did you drive here? Oh. At that time, my foot didn't hurt very much, but now it hurts like hell. So what do we do? Why don't we not go back just yet, and we can grab a bite to eat at the school cafeteria? Liu Ruyan suggested. Oh my god. Where's my mother? Your foot is hurt, how are you going to go to the cafeteria? Xiao Jilua was speechless, he was about to be defeated by her mother's intelligence. Liu Ruyan looked lost, so she had to call a designated driver. In fact, she just wanted to see what the beautiful woman that Xiao Xiao had been talking about looked like. Chapter 10 Even a meal can become a hot topic. Truman and Huang Ya arrived at the cafeteria together. Nowadays, the cafeteria is very crowded at noon, and Truman and Huang Ya's joint appearance still caused quite a stir. Some students even took their pictures and posted them on the school forum. The names given to this event on the forum were really diverse. Huahai University's most beautiful goddess teacher shares lunch with a mysterious man. The goddess has fallen, laughing and chatting with the man in the mask. Huahai University has to talk about it, the goddess is going to get married. The goddess is getting married, shattering the uniform dreams of countless boys. The mysterious man is said to be a second-generation rich kid, wearing designer clothes. The goddess is being supported by a second-generation rich kid. Each post was followed by many comments. This was simply the hottest event at Huahai University on the first day of school. Truman could also feel the stares of the people around him. This made him feel extremely nervous and constrained. Huang Ya seemed to sense Truman's discomfort and comforted him in a soft voice. Don't worry about them, let's go to the private room to eat. Huang Ya said, took Truman's hand and walked into the private room. Then she came out to get food. This scene was filmed by her classmates and posted on the forum again. The goddess took the hand of the second-generation rich man on her own initiative. The goddess took the initiative to get food. The goddess and the man in the private room with a mask had to talk about something. On the way home, Xiao Jilua also opened the school forum, which was the first time she had entered the school forum. She wanted to see if the forum had an introduction to the school and wanted to find out about the school's surroundings in advance. As a result, the hot posts on the forum filled the homepage. All Xiao Jilua saw was this information. It was as if it were being broadcast live in front of her. Humph, stupid woman. Xiao Jilua pouted and scolded. Liu Ruyan, the passenger, looked back at her sulking daughter and couldn't help but ask curiously. What's wrong? Who's bothering my little princess? Who else? That female teacher who stole my treat. She was wearing a uniform with two taillights hanging in front, it was so ugly. Now the school forum is full of the two of them, and they're even holding hands. Xiao Jilua replied, and she had just called her a pretty female teacher, but now she's become a smelly woman. Ha, women are really fickle. Liu Ruyan's face changed dramatically, and she quickly said to Xiao Jilua. Xiao, let me see. Xiao Jilua immediately handed her mother the phone. She also helped her mother flip through the photos. Liu Ruyan fixed her gaze on the photo of Huangya holding Truman's hand. She kept enlarging it to look at it. She really is a skanky woman. How can she wear that in school and not affect the students' learning? Really, as a teacher, she doesn't pay attention at all. Although Liu Ruyan called her a skanky woman, she had to admit that she was really very pretty. Liu Ruyan returned the phone to Xiao Jilua and immediately took out her own phone, quickly opened WeChat, and found Truman's WeChat avatar. Truman's WeChat avatar was a selfie of him, a pure and sunny smiling face. Liu Ruyan quickly opened the chat box and typed. Xiao Chu, what are you doing right now? We're leaving now, how are you going back to the hospital, do you want me to pick you up? After Liu Ruyan sent the message, she kept waiting for a reply from Chu, but she didn't get one after waiting for a long time. This made her a little irritated. Back at the villa, Xiao Jilua used the wheelchair to take her inside. Mom, why are you so absent-minded? You didn't answer me when I asked you what you wanted to eat. Why are you always looking at your phone? Xiao Jilua saw that her mother was distracted and kept checking her phone every now and then. Something was definitely wrong. Xiao Jilua quietly went up to her mother's wheelchair and, when her mother wasn't looking, tried to grab her phone. Unfortunately, she couldn't get it, as Liu Ruyan was holding on to it tightly. Xiao, what are you doing? Liu Ruyan asked a little angrily. But Xiao Jilua replied with a smirk. Mom, fess up. Are you looking for a stepdad? What stepdad? I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Come on. Look at your behavior these past 2 days. Yesterday, you were playing with your phone in the mall without me. Today, you're acting mysterious and distracted. Come clean. Who is it? Really, I don't have time to talk. I'm going back to bed. Aren't you going to eat? No, I'm full from being mad at you. Humph, I don't believe you. You're sulking because my stepfather ignored you, aren't you? Xiao Jilua pursed her lips and muttered, Fine, don't eat. I'll order takeaway myself. Liu Ruyan went back to her bedroom and locked the door. She pulled something out from under her but in her wheelchair. When she opened it, it turned out to be the hospital gown she had previously put away. She squeezed the hospital gown in her hands, then put it next to her pillow, and slowly lay down on the bed. She opened her phone and checked her messages again, but there was still no news. So she clicked on Truman's WeChat profile picture, and as she looked at the innocent smiley face and breathed in the smell of his body, she couldn't help but fall in love. And over at Truman's side. Truman looked at the meat dishes on his side, while the ones near Huangya were full of vegetables. Go ahead and eat. Huangya said softly, seeing that Truman wasn't moving. I can't eat all this meat, Miss Huang, you should eat some too. I'm not eating it, this meat is specially for you, you're so skinny now, you're still growing, you need to build up your body. I'm dieting, I'll just eat some vegetables. Huangya looked at Truman and shook her head, then picked up the chopsticks, picked up the meat and piled it into Truman's bowl. Looking at the small mountain of food in front of him, he thought to himself, with her curvy figure, does she still need to diet? No one used to pick food for me, but now they do, and she's still my dream goddess. Truman thought some more, and really was happy. It's just that this happiness is a bit of a nuisance. After eating all this meat, I don't think I'll be able to digest it for a few days. Truman ate the meat with big mouthfuls. He had to say that the food in the cafeteria at Huahai University was still pretty good. It had been so many years since he started eating here, but it was still so delicious, and it never got old. Huangya blinked her pretty eyebrows, looking at Truman eating with big mouthfuls. She was in an exceptionally happy mood, and her mouth couldn't help but rise up at the corners. Huangya had taught him for 4 years before, and she had never found Truman good-looking. Now, the more she looked at him, the more attractive he seemed. Truman looked up and saw that Huangya had been staring at him while eating, and she hadn't eaten a thing herself. He asked curiously, "Teacher Huang, why aren't you eating? You should eat too." Huangya snapped out of it and quickly ran her hand through her black curls. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of vegetables, and put it in her mouth. Truman watched Huangya's movements and felt that every frame was so elegant. He wished he could find a Polaroid camera to take a few more pictures to admire later that night. The meal lasted more than an hour in the small private room. If they hadn't had other things to do in the afternoon, I doubt they would have been able to finish eating until nightfall. The cleaning lady looked displeased as she looked at the dinner plate that Huangya and Truman had just taken out. "Put it in the bucket." The cleaning lady, who had already finished washing the dishes and was taking a break, had to stand up again. Huangya couldn't help but stick out her tongue playfully at Truman when she saw this. She took Truman's hand and hurriedly left the place to avoid dealing with the murderous glare of the dishwasher maid. Outside the cafeteria, someone quickly put away their phone and immediately started typing furiously on the forum. So a hot post was born. The goddess and the masked man actually stayed in the small private room for more than an hour. What were they doing in there? As soon as this post was released, instantly triggered the students' imagination, and they left their own thoughts. The masked man turned out to be so persistent, no wonder the goddess couldn't help herself. Is it possible that they were playing a game in a double row? Hey, yes, they were playing a two-player game. Hey, yes, it was one of those shooting games. At this time, a comment posted by a user with the nickname Invincible Beautiful Girl immediately attracted numerous objections. Is it possible that they were just having dinner? The following comments immediately appeared in a dense array. Who has dinner that takes more than an hour? Amazing that you can eat for more than an hour. The comments were all similar. Xiao Zhilua slammed the phone onto the sofa and grunted. What's wrong with eating for an hour? I've eaten for more than an hour. Xiao Zhilua looked at the takeaway in front of him. He got up, picked up his phone and went back to his bedroom. He said in a fierce voice, "No more eating." Chapter 11 Insurance Call. Chapter 11 Insurance Call. With the two of them working closely together, the afternoon's work was completed very smoothly. Finally it was done. Seeing that there was no one in front of her, Huangya let out a long sigh and stretched again. Although this afternoon had been very smooth, she was also very tired. This afternoon, there were a lot of people from all over the country coming to register. And there were also a lot of onlookers. Truman categorized all these people as people who came to see Teacher Wang, all attracted by her figure and beauty. In fact, it was also partly his doing, because most of them came after reading the hot posts and were attracted by his good looks. Truman once again saw the beautiful scenery of the mountains, which looked like they were gathered together, and couldn't help but swallow. Truman thanked you today. If it weren't for you, I would have been exhausted today. I'm very happy to work with you. Looking at the slender, delicate hand that was extended, Truman quickly went forward and shook it. He even squeezed it a little deliberately. This was the goddess of his university whom he had held hands with for 4 whole years. He had held the goddess's hand 3 times today, and it had been a worthwhile trip. Do you have time tonight? Let's have dinner together again. Huangya issued another invitation. This time, Truman refused, shaking his head like a rattle. I still have to go back to the hospital. They want to examine me. What's wrong with you? Why do you have to go to the hospital? Is there something wrong with your body? Huangya asked anxiously. I had a little car accident, but I'm fine now. I'm standing in front of you just fine, aren't I? Truman smiled and, to prove that he was fine, he jumped a few times. Truman suddenly felt puzzled. How come he could jump so high and easily now? Huangya quickly stopped him. He was hurt and was jumping so high, not knowing to cherish himself. What's your phone number? I'll save it. Is your WeChat also your phone number? I'll go to the hospital to see you when I have time. Huangya took out her phone and said. Truman quickly took out his phone. The goddess wanted to add him, so he had to hurry. Truman looked at himself and said bitterly. My phone is out of battery. It's okay, just enter your phone number into my phone. Huangya handed him her phone. He quickly entered his phone number and handed it back. Huangya added a note for Truman, and after thinking for a moment, she added him to the special contacts. She entered his phone number into WeChat and searched for it. Immediately, the avatar of Truman's smiling face popped up. There was no doubt that it was his WeChat account. But just to be sure, she still showed it to Truman. After seeing him nod, she immediately clicked Add Friend. Back at the hospital, she immediately charged the phone. As soon as it was fully charged, she immediately sent a friend request. If I don't see you pass it today, watch out, I'll beat you up next time, Huang Ya threatened with a cute look as she held out her small, delicate fists. When Truman returned to the hospital by bus, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. When he returned to his bed, he immediately charged his phone and turned it on. Instantly, countless messages popped up, and there were also a few missed calls. Seeing that the phone number was displayed as Huahai City, he immediately dialed back. Seeing that the phone was connected, Truman immediately spoke. Hello, this is Truman. Who are you? Did you call me this afternoon? I've got you. This is it. I'm an insurance adjuster and I'd like to verify the situation with you in person. It was a mature male voice on the other end. Well, okay, when would be good for you? Truman politely replied. It's too late today, I'm off work already. How about tomorrow? The insurance adjuster said. Well, okay, no problem. Truman quickly agreed. After hanging up, he noticed that his sister Lou had sent him a lot of messages. But he first clicked to approve the friend request, and then opened the chat box with Liu Ruyan. There were several messages, and one missed voice call. The top message read. Xiao Chu, what are you doing now? We're leaving now, how are you going back to the hospital, do you want me to pick you up? The following messages were basically the same, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied? Truman quickly replied to Liu Ruyan. Sorry, Liu Ruyan, my phone ran out of battery and I didn't see your message. Liu Ruyan was now sitting on the sofa, bored, watching TV. In fact, she had no idea what was on the TV. Xiao Zhilua came out a few times and saw her mother pressing the remote control to change the channel, so he shook his head. When she heard the WeChat notification sound on her phone, Liu Ruyan immediately perked up, just as Xiao Zhilua, who had just come out of the bathroom, saw her. So Xiao Zhilua quietly walked behind Liu Ruyan. When Liu Ruyan saw that it was a message from Truman apologizing, her slender fingers immediately typed a reply with a flying keystroke. Then she let out a long sigh, and suddenly saw a shadow behind her, which scared her and made her jump up suddenly. It was so fast that it startled Xiao Zhilua. When Liu Ruyan saw that it was Xiao Zhilua, she raised the cushion on the sofa and smashed it over. You little brat, you know how to scare your mother. Xiao Zhilua reached out and caught the cushion, smiling and saying, I was just checking to see if Mom was replying to WeChat. I wanted to secretly find out who this great guy is, and he's got even the cold-hearted priestess all flustered. Yeah. Xiao Zhilua Liu Ruyan was instantly mortified and cried out in protest. She went up and gave Xiao Zhilua a round of shameful punches. Okay, I didn't see anything. Besides, I don't mind if you find me a stepdad. Really? Xiao Zhilua finally grabbed Liu Ruyan's hand and said to her mother, who was speechless, that she didn't expect her mother to react so strongly. Liu Ruyan heard that she hadn't noticed who it was, and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, and it was a video chat. Truman pressed the connect button. Suddenly, Huang Ya, who had just finished showering and was wearing a vacuum bathrobe, appeared on the phone. Huang Ya was seen blowing her long black hair with a hairdryer while saying, Truman, you passed, why didn't you say hello? I thought you hadn't gone back yet. Truman said apologetically, I didn't have anything to do, and I was afraid of disturbing Teacher Wang, so I didn't contact you. Fine. I'll let you off this time. After Miss Huang finished blow-drying her hair, the camera panned over to her bed. Everything on the bed was pink, even the walls. This was something Truman had not expected. Usually Miss Huang, with her uniformed allure, was so girlish, and the contrast was a bit big. Truman, turn the camera around so I can see your hospital environment. Miss Huang Ya said lazily as she lay on the bed. Truman then got up and walked around the room. This is a nice room. It must cost a lot a day. I didn't realize you were a hidden millionaire. I don't think this suit you're wearing is cheap either. Huang Ya praised from across the screen. I'm not a millionaire. My sister Lou bought me this suit. I don't know anything about the room I'm living in now, and it was also my sister Lou who let me move in. I don't know how much a day this room costs. Truman habitually rubbed his head at things he didn't know. This should be a special care ward. In Huahai City, the cheapest of these wards costs at least 1,000 yuan a day. Huang Ya told him. This really scared Truman. His rent was only 1,000 yuan a month, and this place was equivalent to a month's rent for just one day, and it was still the cheapest one. Who is this Sister Liu? Is she your cousin or something? She's really nice to you. Huang Ya thought she really was his sister. She's not his cousin, she's the director of this hospital, and also the mother of Chao Jilua today. Truman explained to her. Huang Ya's body, which had originally been lying down, suddenly sat up, and the large white rabbit inside the vacuum inadvertently flashed out for a moment, and Truman saw it clearly. Suddenly, his nose started to bleed. Huang Ya was about to say something, but immediately exclaimed, "Oh! Truman, you're bleeding from the nose." Truman's face immediately turned red, and he said awkwardly, "It's nothing, it'll be fine in a minute." Seeing Truman in this state, Huang Ya burst out laughing and teased her, saying, "Have you never seen such a beautiful woman before?" While saying this, she struck a pose, trying her best to tease him. Truman felt the smell of blood coming from his nose again, so he immediately tilted his head back and said apologetically, "Miss Huang, please don't do that. If you keep doing that, I'll bleed to death. You are really too seductive." Seeing this, Huang Ya quickly straightened her posture and told Truman not to lean back, as it was not good for the blood to flow backwards. "Now go find a piece of ice to apply to the back of your neck, or massage the acupuncture points on the back of your neck with your hands." So Truman quickly went out and asked the nurse to help take care of it. Liu Ruyan looked at her phone, which had been silent, and her mood became slightly irritable. In the end, she couldn't hold back any longer and sent a message, but it also ended up with no reply. In the end, she had to send a video message to see what little Chu was doing. The result showed that the other end was busy. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but wonder who little Chu was chatting with on WeChat at this late hour. When Chumen came back, Huang Ya had not hung up yet. Looking at the way Chumen looked at this time, Huang Ya couldn't stop laughing. She saw that Chumen's nose was blocked by the tissue paper, so he could only open his mouth to breathe, and he looked like he was full of grievances. Seeing Huang Ya laughing nonstop, Truman couldn't help scratching his head, and then smiled awkwardly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Okay. I'm not teasing you anymore. Get some rest early, tomorrow is the first day of school, and as the homeroom teacher, I have to get up early. Bye. You should go to bed early too." Huang Ya waved her hand to Truman to say goodbye. "Bye, Miss Huang." Truman quickly waved his hand to say goodbye too. After hanging up, Huang Ya couldn't help but laugh when she remembered that just now, Truman had actually been seduced by her figure and had a nosebleed. She couldn't help but proudly thrust out her big, plump breasts. Truman, on the other hand, let out a long sigh. A goddess is a goddess, and he couldn't handle it at all. But thinking about it made him feel happy, and he might even dream about the goddess tonight. Truman saw that on WeChat, Sister Liu had sent him a message again, and even sent a video, so he quickly dialed back. As soon as he connected, he heard Liu Ruyan complaining. "Chu, who were you just chatting with? You ignored me, did I treat you badly?" Chu hurriedly waved his hands after listening. No, you treated me very well, I'm very grateful to you. Just now my former homeroom teacher was checking to see if I had safely returned to the hospital." "Chu, what happened to your nose?" Liu Ruyan asked with concern, seeing that Chu had his nose plugged up. "I had a nosebleed, but it's nothing. I just asked the nurse to help me apply some ice." Truman didn't dare say that the scene just now was too tempting, and he was the one who had a nosebleed. Youth is exuberant. Liu Ruyan teased with a smile. Liu Ruyan turned her head and thought again, just now he was playing video with that pretty female teacher, and Truman had a nosebleed again, could it be? Liu Ruyan's face changed. Then she pretended not to care and asked, "Chu, how old is your teacher and is she married? How come she still cares about you after you graduated?" Chu naturally told him the truth about Teacher Huang. Liu Ruyan thought for a moment, and realized that she was 6 years younger than him, single, and a stunning beauty. If she had any thoughts about Chu, he would definitely be unable to escape her grasp. After Liu Ruyan had finished thinking, she suddenly realized what she was thinking. She was 18 years old, and she was thinking about what she was thinking. She cursed herself for being shameless, and her face turned red. Truman saw that Liu Ruyan across the video suddenly looked like a peach blossom, with a hint of shyness, and she was really beautiful. After that, the two were silent for a while, said goodnight, and hung up. Liu Ruyan lay in bed, and couldn't help but ask herself secretly, "What's wrong with me? They had only met 2 or 3 days ago, but had she really fallen for this young man who was so much younger than her? Was she, an old cow, attracted to a young man? Liu Ruyan shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts, and saw the hospital gown lying next to her pillow. She picked it up and sniffed it. Suddenly, she felt she understood her own feelings. She wanted to hug Truman, to smell his nice body odor, to hold him in her arms and rub him into her body. She wondered if Truman had dreamed of her goddess that night. In any case, both his goddess and his willow sister had dreamed of him that night. There were no traces of spring dreams. Chapter 13 Widow's Beauty and Charm. Chapter 13 Widow's Beauty and Charm. The next morning. Truman had just finished eating outside when he received a call from the insurance adjuster. He hurried to the hospital and saw the adjuster waiting for him in the intensive care unit. The adjuster asked him about the situation at the time, and then patted the police station's division of responsibility, which was entirely the other party's responsibility. After filling in some information, Truman asked the adjuster, "How much can I get for this?" "Not much. In your situation, I see that you are now completely healthy, and you haven't hired a companion or anything? At most, it's your medical expenses, then lost wages, and nutrition fees. The maximum medical expenses are 18,000, lost wages are paid according to your current job, and nutrition fees are 30 yuan a day. Just submit these claims to us when the time comes." The claims adjuster told him. "What if the medical expenses exceed the limit?" Truman pursued. "Then we can't help, you can go to the driver's party." The adjuster replied. After the adjuster left, Truman couldn't stand it anymore. He was thinking that if he stayed in the hospital all the time and had to pay the hospital fees, it would be better to go through the discharge procedures earlier. So he made a voice call to Liu Ruyan. In a while, a Dr. Wang came over to personally communicate with the adjuster. Instead, Truman had nothing to do, hiding on the side and chatting with Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan did not come to the hospital today because of her foot injury. She slept with Truman's hospital gown last night, and the smell of the gown made it the best night's sleep she's had in a while. She was still dreaming when the phone rang. What was she dreaming about? Liu Ruyan's mouth was watering. When she saw it was an incoming call from Truman, she woke up immediately. She felt her mouth water too, and Liu Ruyan was embarrassed. "I don't usually act like this. I've had no desires for more than 10 years since my husband died, and now I'm having such a shameful dream. Chu, I'm going to take a shower first. I just got up, and I don't feel well. I'll talk to you later." Liu Ruyan said apologetically. "Okay, Liu Yang." Truman quickly responded. "Dr. Wang over there has also finished communicating, and the claims adjuster has already left. Truman, you don't need to worry about the claim. We know this adjuster very well. I'll just give him the documents. Now give me your bank card number, and you'll just wait to receive the money. By the way, you can be discharged from the hospital now." Dr. Wang said. "So do I need to go through the discharge procedures now?" Truman asked. "No, I'll just give them a call later. Since no money has been debited from your account, Director Liu has already made the arrangements." Dr. Wang replied. Dr. Wang is a middle-aged doctor who speaks in a gentle manner. He said hello to Truman and left. Truman knew that Liu Ruyan was taking a shower, so he sent her a message. He was going to go back to the rented house. There was nothing to pack anyway, so Truman just left. At the hospital gate, a beautiful young woman was anxiously looking outside, holding a bag of fruit in her left hand and a child in her right. She saw Truman come out a little flustered, so she tugged at the hem of her shirt to steady herself before walking towards him. When Truman reached the hospital entrance, he saw a beautiful woman holding a cute child walking towards him. He thought she was going into the hospital, so he quickly leaned aside. "Hello, my name is Yen Yunyun. This fruit is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it," the beautiful young woman said, a little embarrassed, addressing Truman. Truman pointed at himself. "Are you talking to me? Well, last time I accidentally ran you into the hospital. At the time, I heard that you had died, which scared the hell out of me. Fortunately, I heard from the insurance company yesterday that you were fine." Yen Yunyun replied softly. She spoke carefully, afraid that Truman would suddenly fly into a rage when he heard that she had caused the accident. When Truman heard that it was the other person who had run him over, his brows furrowed and anger welled up in his heart. But when he saw that the person across from him was still with a child, looking at him with a pitiful expression. So she lowered her tone, but her voice still revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. I was riding nicely on the non-motorized lane, so why did you drive like that? If you can't drive, don't drive, and don't learn to drive a truck. I'm sorry, something happened in my family that day. My husband was gambling outside and was killed by a knife attack. At that time, I was a little distracted, which caused the accident. Yen Yunyun hurriedly explained, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother, I'm sorry, and Mom didn't mean it either. She works hard every day. The little girl's sweet voice came over, and she squeezed Truman's hand, her big innocent eyes staring at Truman motionlessly. Truman listened to the little girl's cute voice and innocent eyes, and the anger in his heart disappeared in an instant. Brother, don't be angry, and brother is fine now. Truman stroked the little girl's head tenderly and said. Truman suddenly remembered what the claims adjuster said, if the hospitalization expenses are higher than the maximum claim amount, you can go to the party at fault to negotiate. So Truman said to Yen Yunyun, Miss Yen, although I'm not seriously injured, I've definitely suffered physical trauma, and I've been in the hospital for so many days. Do you want to compensate me? Yen Yunyun's face, which had been carefully composed, became even more at a loss, but she gritted her teeth and said. That's only right. I don't know how I can compensate you. Truman thought to himself that her family owned a truck company and must be wealthy. Although her husband had died, it would be ungrateful to ask for too much. But she should be able to get a lot of money from her relatives for the funeral. So Truman said, I don't have any big problems right now, Miss Yen, so you can just give me 20,000 yuan. When Yen Yunyun heard this number, her face suddenly turned pale. She looked up at Truman again, thought about something, and her face turned red again. She only heard her say softly. Well, okay, but I don't have any money right now. I have cash at home. Can you come to my house tonight to get it? Upon hearing this, Truman had no problem with it. It was no big deal, just a short trip. Okay, but how will I find you if you run away? Don't worry, if I run away I won't come back. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you my location. Yen Yunyun shook her head quickly and said firmly when she heard what Truman said. Okay. Truman nodded in agreement. The two then added each other as contacts. Nyonyo, say goodbye to your uncle. Yen Yunyun tugged her daughter's little hand and said. This is obviously my brother. Where is he and uncle? Brother, bye. Nyonyo retorted to her mother, and then Truman sweetly said goodbye. Truman looked at the departing back of the mother and child, and then looked at the fruit in his hands. After returning to the simple rented house, he sighed and said. Chapter 14 The Demise of the Ninth Boyish Body. Chapter 14 The Demise of the Ninth Boyish Body. That night. After contacting Yen Yunyun's home location, Truman hurried to her house, which was fortunately not very far away. Truman thought that after getting the 20,000 yuan, he would definitely have to return 10,000 to Sister Lu first. The 9,000 yuan red envelope he sent her last time was also confiscated and returned. Truman took a few subway stops and transferred to a bus before finally reaching Yen Yunyun's address. When he arrived, he saw that it seemed to be a rural village on the edge of Huahai City. Yen Yunyun lived in a small farmhouse, and the large truck parked in the yard outside the door should be the one that hit his car. Truman knocked on the door. After a while, Yen Yunyun came out and opened the door, sideways, to let Truman in. Yen Yunyun had obviously made an effort to look nice that evening, and she looked even more beautiful than she had earlier in the day. In the daytime, she had worn ordinary clothes and had even gone out with her daughter to make a delivery. It was clear that she was a hard-working woman who had just lost her husband and had hurried to go to work. In the evening, she was wearing a long floral dress, with her long hair tied into a plait and some stray hairs flying around her forehead. She should have just been in the kitchen cooking, but now there is some sweat on her forehead, which makes her look even more charming. Truman doesn't know what's going on lately, but he keeps running into these kind of amazing women. In the past, he was surrounded by ordinary women. Not only were they not good-looking, they were also very short-tempered when speaking to him. They were exactly the kind of shrews who grew up lacking love. Now he encounters not only beautiful women, but also women who speak very gently to him. He now seriously suspects that he has turned the corner. Your name is Truman, right? Then I'll call you Little Truman. Wait a minute, I'll be done cooking soon. We can eat together then. You can play with Nyonyo for a while now. Yen Yunyun came in and said to Truman. Truman quickly waved his hand and said. Don't bother, just give me the money. I'm not eating. If it's too late, there won't be any buses later. Yen Yunyun saw that as soon as Truman came up, he asked about the money, so she rolled her eyes, tousled her hair, which was flying around her head, and then pushed Truman in front of Nyonyo. Don't worry, let's eat first, and then we'll talk about it after dinner. Nyonyo, first play with your uncle for a while. Yen Yunyun said to Nyonyo. Nyonyo gave her mother a dirty look and said, I told you it's not uncle, it's brother. Brother, can you recite ancient poetry? I don't know this character. Nyonyo continued to say sweetly to Truman. After hearing this, Truman had to give up the idea of getting the money and leaving quickly, and seriously taught Nyonyo to read and write. This is called plowing the fields at noon, sweat drops in the grain. Who knows that the food on the plate has been hard-earned? After Truman finished reading it, Nyonyo quickly followed suit. Yen Yunyun couldn't help but shed tears as she watched the harmonious side of Truman and her daughter. This is something her husband never did with their daughter. He just gambled all day long. Not only did he rack up debts, but he also often came home and beat them. The money he earned driving wasn't even enough for his gambling. Thinking about this, she wiped away her tears and finally made up her mind to throw the MSG she had in her pocket into the wine. She couldn't afford 20,000 yuan, but her conscience told her that she had to compensate the family for hitting someone. Soon, Yen Yunyun served the food on the table. The meal was very rich, with meat and vegetables, soup and meat. Truman looked around and found that although this was a courtyard, there were very few rooms inside. Apart from a kitchen, a bedroom, and a living room, there was nothing else. And the living room was very small, and the bedroom was not big either. Truman sat down next to Nyonyo. He really liked this cute little girl, who was not only well-behaved but also very understanding. When Yen Yunyun saw that Truman had sat down next to Nyonyo, she immediately sat on the other side of Truman. It was as if the two mothers and daughters had sandwiched Truman in between. Truman thought that Yen Yunyun would sit next to Nyonyo, opposite him. Unexpectedly, she sat down next to him, and as he breathed in the fragrance of her body, Truman suddenly felt a little awkward. Here, let me pour you a glass to apologize. I bumped into you, it's all my problem. Yen Yunru said, and poured herself a glass. After the two clinked glasses and finished drinking, Yen Yunru, who was already a little flushed, blushed even more. Nyonyo, let's drink, you drink this juice, Yen Yunru said to Nyonyo. She handed her a glass of juice, which she had actually spiked with a little white wine. Nyonyo happily took it. In the past, her mother didn't let her drink juice, but today, this young man came and she can drink juice. It seems that in the future, she will have to find a way to let this young man come often. It wasn't long before Nyonyo finished the glass of juice, and her head felt a little dizzy. She said to her mother in a baby voice, Mom, I want to go to sleep. Yen Yunyun blushed and said to Truman, every time it's this time of day, she wants to go to sleep. I'll take her to bed first. Truman nodded, looking at Yen Yunyun's delicate face. He felt a slight heat and inexplicably had a strong urge. He quickly poured himself a glass of cold boiled water and drank it, feeling slightly better. He waited for a while, but Yen Yunyun still hadn't come over. He felt a little hot again, so he quickly drank another glass. After drinking a few glasses in a row, Yen Yunyun finally came over. In fact, Yen Yunyun was also struggling. She was also very hot right now, and after hesitating for a long time, she finally made up her mind and walked out. Now that he saw Yen Yunyun walking slowly over, Truman felt that this was even more tempting than the last time he saw Teacher Wang's big white rabbit. He felt the blood in his chest surging upwards, and he felt that he couldn't stay here. He quickly said to Yen Yunyun, Yen, do you think I should give you this money now, or will I really miss the last bus if I wait any longer? As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Yunyun had not yet answered. Truman felt a rush of blood in his nose. Yes, Truman had a nosebleed again. There was nothing he could do. Truman, who was still a child in his 9th incarnation, was a little irritated when faced with this situation. Not to mention the fact that Yen Yunyun had added some monosodium glutamate to the wine he gave him. Truman panicked and quickly ran to the kitchen and rinsed his nose with the tap. He hoped that this would ease the situation a little, but he didn't expect it to be a little strong today, and the nosebleed just kept going. Yen Yunshan rushed to the kitchen after seeing his nosebleed and quickly followed him with a roll of toilet paper. Seeing that Truman's nosebleed was still unstoppable, she immediately took out a few sheets and went to help Truman wipe the blood flowing from his nose. After wiping a few times and not being able to clean it up, she went to take out a few more sheets. I'll do it myself. Truman snatched the paper from Yen Yunyun's hands because Yen Yunyun was wiping his nose for him, and he could smell her perfume, which made him a little unable to hold back. Not only was he unable to hold back, but Yen Yunyun was also unable to hold back. Yen Yunyun endured the urge of MSG while smelling the charming aroma exuding from Truman's body. Yen Yunyun could no longer care about anything else, and pressed her lips against Truman's. She also didn't care about the nosebleed that was still flowing nonstop. Chapter 15 The Unfortunate Yen Yunyun and Nyonyo. Chapter 15 The Unfortunate Yen Yunyun and Nyonyo. Facing such a situation, of course, Truman could not hold back. A thunderstorm sparked a fire. The kitchen, living room, and bedroom all left their marks. In a daze, Truman also saw her husband's black and white photo frame in the bedroom. Yen Yunyun also saw it, and she tried to take the frame down. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. Because Truman's fighting power was a bit exaggerated. "Give me a cigarette, I'll smoke it and then catch the bus." "Where is the bus now?" "Leave tomorrow during the day." Truman smoked several times that night. The next day, Truman woke up feeling a bit of a sore back. It seems that he shouldn't smoke too much. He smoked a few times last night and it hurt his back. From this, we can see that smoking is really harmful to health. This is the truth. Truman came to the courtyard and kept stretching and doing waist exercises back and forth. Truman thought to himself that it seems like he needs to exercise. Yen Yunyun leaned against the living room door, staring at Truman's movements with a gentle face. When she saw Truman looking back at her, she actually lowered her head a little shyly. Truman was also a little embarrassed, but it seemed that he had opened a certain valve. Faced with a beauty of this caliber, he was actually able to not be shy. "Good morning, Yen." Truman took the initiative to greet her. Yen Yunyun gave her a look and slowly walked towards the kitchen. She was naturally charming in her own way, and Truman kept that to himself. "Hey, brother, you're still here. I thought you left last night." Nyonyo rubbed her eyes and said happily when she saw that Truman was still there. Hearing Nyonyo's words, Yen Yunyun and Truman glanced at each other, and both couldn't help but smile. "Nyonyo, come here, I'll let you ride on my back." Truman crouched down and waved at Nyonyo. Nyonyo ran over with a happy face and sat on Truman's neck. Truman took her around the yard, running back and forth. Nyonyo's laughter spread throughout the courtyard like a silver bell. Yen Yun looked at this warm scene and couldn't help but smile sweetly. She wanted to freeze this moment in time. But then she thought about how Truman would see her after last night. Would he just write her off as a stranger? Or would they be able to see each other again? She hoped for the latter. After last night, she had fallen in love with that feeling. More than once last night, she had breathed in greedily, wanting to melt forever in his embrace. But now she was afraid that Truman would turn his back on her and she would have to ask him for 20,000 yuan in compensation. In the process of worrying about what to do, she burnt the egg. She quickly and anxiously used the spatula to scoop it out, but accidentally splashed the oil, which splashed onto her hands. She let out a scream. Truman could smell the burnt smell from the beginning, and then he heard Yen Yunyun scream, so he rushed into the kitchen. He saw that Yen Yunyun's hand had already blistered from the heat, so without further ado, he quickly grabbed her hand and put it in his mouth. Watching Truman's tender loving care, Yen Yunyun felt no pain at all. She felt happy. Her previous husband had never treated her like this. Whenever he was unhappy about something, he would just punch and kick her. Now she felt like a precious treasure being doted on, and this feeling made her want to stay in that moment forever. "Shame on you, Mom, shame on you, for letting your brother suck on your hand." Nyonyo entered the kitchen and saw her mother's hand in her brother's mouth. She quickly made a face of shame. Yen Yunyun quickly pulled her hand out, put it behind her back, and was embarrassed to show it again. "Nyonyo, your mother's hand was scalded, and your brother is treating it." Truman quickly explained to Nyonyo. Nyonyo knew that when she scalded her finger with boiling water in the past, her mother also blew on it and held it in her mouth. Nyonyo looked cute with an expression that said, "I know everything." Truman quickly pinched Nyonyo's plump cheeks and said, "Let's go, brother, I'll take you to play, and let mommy continue cooking." After seeing Truman and Nyonyo go out, Yen Yunyun took her hand out. She looked at the blisters on her hand and couldn't help but put her hand in her mouth. It might really work. She held it in her mouth for a while, and her hand didn't hurt so much. During dinner, Yen Yunyun kept her head down and didn't say a word, occasionally looking up at Nyonyo and then at Truman. "Mom, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking?" "Brother isn't as hateful or fierce as Dad." Nyonyo asked, puzzled as she saw her mother blushing and not speaking. You talk too much, and you can't stop talking even when you eat. Eat the egg. Yen Yunyun said, while she put an egg in Nyonyo's bowl. Nyonyo happily ate it. Although it tasted a little burnt, it was still delicious. She now really hoped that this brother Chu would always be here. So while eating the fried egg, she said to Truman, "Brother Truman, can you live here from now on?" Eating the fried egg made Nyonyo's lips black all around, and Truman was smiling as he used a paper towel to wipe it off with his hand. Nonsense, how can I live here? Yen Yunyun said, while secretly looking at Truman's reaction with her little eyes. She also discovered that Truman really liked Nyonyo. Why did Nyonyo say that? Truman was a little curious as to why Nyonyo had said that. Because then mommy will give Nyonyo juice to drink in the evening and fried eggs to eat in the morning. Nyonyo said with a happy face. When Yen Yunshan heard Nyonyo say that she would be given juice to drink in the evening, her face suddenly turned red. Of course, she thought about why Nyonyo was given juice to drink and thought about the beautiful scene afterwards. Doesn't your mother usually give you juice to drink and fried eggs to eat? Truman asked Nyonyo. During this time, Truman glanced at Yen Yunyun and noticed that her face had turned a rosy red, but this only added to her charm. He thought that Yen Yunyun was the one who didn't let Nyonyo drink beverages or eat fried eggs, and that Nyonyo had revealed this and was a little embarrassed. In fact, what really embarrassed her was not this, but last night's craziness. Usually, when mom saves money for dad will beat mom if she doesn't give it to him. Dad sometimes beats me too, he's so mean. Nyonyo said in a scared voice, I like you, I don't like dad. Truman now understood the difficulties these two women usually faced. He looked at Yen Yunyun compassionately, and was glad that his husband was now dead, which was a blessing in disguise. Last night, he had discovered the many scars on her body, and now he knew where they came from. So is this why Nyonyo wants her brother to continue living here? Nyonyo nodded emphatically. But it's not up to you to decide. You need to ask your mother if she agrees. Mom, do you agree with Nyonyo that my brother can stay here? Nyonyo asked Yen Yunru with wide eyes. Yen Yunru glanced at Truman and then at Nyonyo, and nodded emphatically. Then what did she think of it? Her face changed, and she shook her head frantically. No, my mother-in-law heard that her son died and came from her hometown. She should arrive tomorrow. When she finds out that you are living here, she will definitely think that I cheated on her and that we both caused her son's death. She will definitely call someone to take us both back and kill us. You will be in danger too. Truman only wanted to understand Yen Yunyun's intentions. After all, this was the first woman in his life. He was very excited when he saw Yen Yunyun nod just now. If he were in charge, he would be willing to take care of the two of them. Chapter 16 Han Luman, the female president of Huaxing Group. Chapter 16 Han Luman, the female president of Huaxing Group. After dinner, Yen Yunyun took Nyonyo and accompanied Truman to the bus stop. You mean this courtyard is not your house? Truman asked curiously. Well, this is a rented house. Our hometown is in the mountains of Yuanchuan, far away from here. Our family came to work in Huanghai City. At first, Nyonyo's father didn't want to, and although he wasn't very nice to us, the two of us driving together made life pretty good. But ever since he got addicted to gambling, the car stopped running. When he won, he went out partying and gambling, and when he lost, he came home and beat me up. He gambled away all the money I made driving. Yen Yunyun said with a sad face. This kind of man would be better off dead. Truman said viciously, so where is his body now? In the morgue. Just waiting for his mother to come and have him cremated. Yen Yunyun said a little uneasily. So when he died, the police didn't find anything? Truman asked suspiciously. The other party is very powerful, and we ordinary people can't afford to provoke them. The police came and took a look and left. I'm a woman, what else can I do? Besides, it's better for this kind of man to die. After Yen Yunyun finished speaking, she glanced at Truman, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't. Truman got on the bus and looked back at Yen Yunyun's eyes. The look was very complicated, with lingering feelings and reluctance. Today, Liu Ruyan's foot injury had healed. When she arrived at the hospital, she saw that someone else had been replaced in the ward, and she suddenly felt a sense of loss, even though she had long known that Truman had been discharged from the hospital. Sigh. She let out a long sigh, gathered herself, and there were still emergency patients waiting for her today, so she couldn't be distracted. Truman, on the other hand, returned to the rental room. He wanted to go home and take a shower first, as he still felt a little sweaty. Then he would go out to the job market to find a job. He would not just apply for any department, like the public relations department last time, which was not at all suitable for him. He would look for a project that matched his major. After taking a shower, he changed into the clothes that Liu Ruyan had bought for him. He had washed and dried them after returning to the rental room yesterday. He also went to get his hair cut while he was at it. After the slightly long and messy hair was trimmed short to an inch, he looked more energetic. I don't know if it was because of the haircut or because he was finally no longer a boy. Now Truman had a little more confidence and a little more manly temperament. He was much less submissive than before and less timid when encountering problems. Perhaps he had a sense of responsibility in his heart. He wanted to shelter Yen Yunyun and Nyonyo from the wind and rain in the days to come and wanted to get a better life for them. When he arrived at the job market, it was already packed with people. Truman looked around and found that there was no company that suited him. The only one that suited him was the research department of the Huaxing Group, which he had previously worked in. But that requirement was too high, and just the fact that he had a postgraduate degree immediately discouraged him. Moreover, this company had previously fired him. Hey, who is this? Isn't this Mr. Chu, who used to collect a salary for a few months in our department? A mean and unpleasant voice sounded. When Truman looked over, he saw that it was his former department manager, Lan Yu. At that time, she was following a woman. Lan Yu had just seen Truman looking around at the company's recruitment point and had not recognized him at first. She only recognized the person later. Because Truman's appearance and temperament had changed from before, and he was wearing a suit of designer clothes, Lan Yu didn't recognize him at first. When Truman saw that the other person was Lan Yu, the hateful manager who often abused him, he didn't want to talk to her, so he turned around and tried to leave. Lan Yu saw that Truman wanted to sneak away. She didn't want to let Truman get away so easily. She wanted to mock him a bit, and it was best to attract more people to the crowd. In case someone noticed their company and came to apply for her department, she could finish her task early and punch out. Hey, where is Mr. Truman going? He encounters a colleague and a manager, but he just walks away without saying hello? Where is he hanging out now? Oh. You're already wearing a designer brand, it can't be a fake, right? Lan Yu said this while deliberately pulling at Truman's shirt, trying to rip it. But the designer clothes that Liu Ruyan bought were really of good quality, and Lan Yu used all her strength but couldn't tear the shirt. At this point, Truman knew exactly what she was trying to do, and tried to snatch the shirt away from her, but accidentally pulled her hand. Lan Yu suddenly fell to the ground in an exaggerated manner. Wow! She hit someone. This person is unhappy about being fired by me and is so angry that she hit someone. Help! Help! Truman was disgusted by her exaggerated performance and wanted to vomit. He hated to slap her, but he resisted and continued to ignore her, turning and walking away. Lan Yu saw that he was about to leave again, so she quickly grabbed his trousers to stop him. You hit someone and then tried to run away. Call the police for me. Lan Yu shouted at the top of her lungs, as if she had been severely beaten. A woman watched all this with a frown. Her name was Han Lumen, the CEO of Huaxing Group. She would not have come to this job fair today, but Wang Lao, who was in charge of recruiting for the company's research department, was in the midst of a difficult research and development project, so she had come to recruit on his behalf. The people from Huaxing Group who had come to recruit were all surrounding Truman, and the security guards at the recruitment fair also rushed over as soon as they heard the news. They heard that Truman had hit someone, and they immediately took him to a police box not far away. Lan Yu looked at the growing crowd and the fact that Truman was about to be taken away, and couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Wait. Han Lumen had witnessed the whole thing and naturally knew that Truman had not actually done anything wrong. She gave a fierce glare at her company's PR manager, Lan Yu, before speaking. This is actually a misunderstanding. He was supposed to come to our company to apply for a job, but accidentally knocked over our company's PR manager. It's no big deal. When even the CEO spoke, the people from Huaxing Group immediately dispersed, and the security guard at the job market also let go of Truman. What are you still doing on the ground? Are you afraid of losing face for our company? Han Lumen scolded Lan Yu. Lan Yu's face changed when she heard this, and she quickly got up and stood behind Han Lumen without saying another word. Thank you for helping me. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first. Truman sincerely thanked the beautiful woman in front of him. Looking at the direction Truman was walking off in, Han Luman felt like something in her heart was slipping away. Unable to help herself, she spoke to Truman's back. Are you here to apply for a job? Truman looked back at Han Luman and then at the blue moon behind him, and said, I'm here to apply for a job, but I can't afford your company. Han Luman listened to Truman's slightly cold words and couldn't help but ask anxiously. Why? Facing the beautiful woman who had just helped him, and in front of so many onlookers, Truman naturally didn't want to say anything too harsh, so he had to say. The departments your company is hiring for right now are the research department and the public relations department. I have worked in the PR department before, but the environment there was not suitable for me. The research department requires at least a postgraduate diploma, and I don't meet that requirement either. After Truman finished speaking, he left the job market. Han Luman looked at Truman as he left, reaching out to try to stop him, but not knowing what to say, she suddenly felt a little out of breath. After a while, she calmed down. She thought about it for a moment, turned around and said to the blue moon behind her. You have his contact information, right? Send it back to me. Chapter 17 Mrs. Landlord, you're exaggerating. Chapter 17 Mrs. Landlord, you're exaggerating. Truman had eaten lunch outside and, after a round of shopping, returned in a bad mood. He had planned to go to the job market to see if he could find a suitable job, but instead he ran into his former boss, who came to annoy him. Truman was convinced. Truman opened the door and suddenly heard the sound of a woman crying in the next room. Truman went over to take a look curiously. The door was open. A woman was crouching on the floor, covering her face and crying. Are you okay? Truman asked. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind her, and Xia Shuyi was startled. She looked behind her with panic. What came into view was the worried eyes of a boy with short hair. She felt vaguely familiar, but couldn't think of it at the moment. Xia Shuyi wiped her tears, fixed her makeup, stood up, turned around, and said, It's okay, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Another stunning beauty. This is too much. She's hanging like this, does she get tired? This thought suddenly flashed through Truman's mind. Xia Shuyi was wearing a tight-fitting white t-shirt today, with two large white rabbits protruding exaggeratedly in the front, and a bottomless ravine in front. Truman couldn't help but take a cold breath and quickly changed direction. It would be too much if I get a nosebleed again later. If I lose too much blood, will I faint from lack of blood? I've been getting nosebleeds a lot recently. Truman looked around the living room of the room and noticed that the room was full of garbage. Mineral water bottles and takeaway bags were thrown all over the floor, and there was also a stench coming from the toilet. How did your room become like this? Truman asked in puzzlement. Xia Shuyi sighed and said, This is the house I rented out. I have been owed rent for several months, and I have been unable to get in touch with him. I had no choice but to come and take a look. As a result, I couldn't find the person inside, and the house was full of garbage. Thinking about this, Xia Shuyi couldn't help but want to cry. After listening to her, Truman couldn't help but feel sympathy for this beautiful woman's ordeal. Suddenly, Truman thought of something, and Xia Shuyi thought of something too. The two of them said in unison. Are you Truman, the tenant next door? Are you the landlord's wife? After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and laughed. You don't look much like your avatar. Xia Shuyi kept staring at Truman's face. She had looked at his avatar before, but she had never thought that this Truman was so handsome. He exuded a manly aura, with a smart crop of hair, looking really manly and full of energy. That was taken when I was in school. Maybe now that I'm out in the world, I look different, Truman said. Even though Truman now feels a little more open, he is still a little embarrassed to be stared at like this by such a beautiful woman. Xia Shuyi felt that Truman was a little shy, and she also reacted to the fact that she was staring at someone like this, which was a bit inappropriate, and made her a little embarrassed too. So she silently wanted to clean up the rental room. Landlady, don't clean up yet, you'd better call the police. Don't destroy the evidence, let the police help you deal with this matter, and maybe they can help you recover the rent. Truman quickly stopped her actions. He dissuaded her. Xia Shuyi did not stop, and continued to clean up the house. While cleaning up, she sighed to Truman and said, Well, forget it, we are both miserable people. She is a young girl working part-time. If she had money, she would have given it to. Truman had always thought of the landlady as a mean, fat, ugly woman. Now he realized that he had misunderstood her. Not only was the landlady beautiful and kind, but her two big white rabbits were also big and round. I wonder who was lucky enough to marry this plump woman. Truman then also helped out with the cleaning. The two worked together for several hours, and both were sweating profusely. Fortunately for Truman, although he was also sweating profusely, he still had the energy to continue. The landlady, on the other hand, was limp on the sofa, with no strength left at all, and could only watch as Truman busied himself. As she watched, Xia Shuyi couldn't help but swallow, her mouth dry. Following her line of sight, she saw Truman's sweat slowly sliding down his forehead, past his throat, and wetting his white shirt. The faint bronze skin made Xia Shuyi swallow. Truman was thin, but when he took off his shirt, he had muscles. Xia Shuyi's breathing became heavier and heavier, and she could only force herself not to look anymore. What she didn't know was that even if she didn't look, the year-old system would unconsciously exude an attractive body odor when faced with an extremely beautiful woman. Of course, Truman himself didn't know any of this. Xia Shuyi's body, which was already tired and limp, was even more limp now. Truman didn't dare turn his head to look at Xia Shuyi, and kept concentrating on his own business. Because Xia Shuyi's white t-shirt was soaked through, he had accidentally glanced at it once, and the huge bulge there had dazzled his eyes. Even when he turned away, the image kept popping up in his mind. The two of them were each thinking their own thoughts, each facing one side. It had been a long time since they started tidying up, and it was almost night. A gust of evening wind made Xia Shuyi shiver involuntarily. Summer was almost over, and there was already a cool breeze at night. Coupled with the fact that she was soaked to the skin, she couldn't help feeling a little cold. She wanted to go back and change clothes, but when she stood up, she fainted. She now felt weak and powerless. She could only hug her shoulders and shiver on the sofa. Truman finally noticed that there was something wrong with Xia Shuyi. He suppressed his urge and walked up to her and asked, "Landlady, are you feeling unwell?" "I feel very cold and weak," she replied weakly. Truman reached out and touched her forehead, and exclaimed in alarm. "Landlady, you have a fever. You must have caught a cold after getting wet and then catching a chill from the evening breeze. What should we do? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" "I don't really want to go to the hospital. Just help me get to bed. I think I'll feel better after a little rest." She didn't really want to go to the hospital, because it would cost a lot of money, and she was already in debt up to her eyeballs. So Truman helped Xia Shuyi to stand up, but her legs gave way again. Truman saw that Xia Shuyi was limp and weak, leaning on him, so he had no choice but to pick her up. Fortunately, he was strong, otherwise he might not be able to lift her plump figure. Truman pushed open the bedroom door. The quilt in this room gave off a strange smell, and Truman and Xia Shuyi wrinkled their noses at the same time. This girl who rents a room must not like cleanliness very much. Truman was a little speechless. "Why don't you go lie down at my place for a while? It's a bit cleaner than here," Truman suggested to Xia Shuyi. "Well." Xia Shuyi was comfortably held in Truman's arms, and lazily nodded, "This doesn't feel like a fever." Truman held Xia Shuyi to his door, but he couldn't find the key, so he had to ask Xia Shuyi to help get it. Xia Shuyi rummaged in her trouser pockets for a while, making Truman unable to say a word of complaint, but she managed to get it out. She opened the door. Truman quickly carried Xia Shuyi to his bed and covered her with his quilt. "If you don't like your clothes being wet, you can take them off inside the quilt and I'll wash them for you." Xia Shuyi then rustled around in the quilt for a while before throwing her clothes out. Truman was shocked when he saw it. "This is no clothes. This is unbelievable, she took it all off, damn it." Chapter 18 Has the beautiful Liu been abandoned by her sweetheart? Chapter 18 Has the beautiful Liu been abandoned by her sweetheart? "Landlady, what are you doing?" Truman's mouth was wide open, as if he could fit a goose egg in it. "It's all wet, I'm afraid I'll stain your bed." Xia Shuyi shrank under the quilt, covering her face with her hands, and blushing as she spoke. Xia Shuyi didn't know why she was so bold today, daring to lie naked in a man's bed. Anyway, she was now very at ease with Truman, and whether it was in his arms or in his bed, she felt very comfortable and at ease all over. Even the fever in her body didn't seem to be uncomfortable anymore. Truman shook his head. He had an extremely attractive mature woman lying naked in his bed, and he didn't know if this was happiness or his own suffering. Truman went to the washing machine and threw all the landlady's clothes in, he couldn't wash them separately. His heart was pounding, because he saw the white, small triangle underwear the landlady had worn, with a little stain left on it. He went back to the bedroom and found the landlady had covered herself up tightly, leaving no gaps. That was good, as the more sweat she produced, the more her body would cool down and the better she would feel. At this point, Truman realized he didn't know what to do. Where was he going to sleep tonight? Looking up at the women's clothes hanging on the balcony, Truman was a little dazed. He had just measured the size of the bra with his hands, and boy, it couldn't cover it at all. When he went to the bedroom again, the sound of the landlady's steady breathing after falling asleep had already started. Truman now had a few evil thoughts in his heart. Should he uncover the quilt and take a look? Should he strip naked and get in there too? Of course, Truman was just thinking about it, he didn't have the guts. There was no room left in this bedroom, so Truman went to the next room, where the sofa had been made up. He was prepared to spend the night there. Ding ding ding. 2 WeChat notifications sounded almost simultaneously. Truman, are you back at the rental house now? What did you do today? This was from Liu Ruyan. She was sitting in an office chair, looking tired. She had just finished an emergency operation, and several times during the operation she had almost made a mistake, but fortunately she had managed to pull herself together in the end. Her assistants and nurses also noticed that Liu Ruyan seemed to be in a strange state today. They were scared when they saw Liu Ruyan almost make mistakes several times. After getting off the operating table, they all looked relieved. Truman, why didn't I see you at the hospital today? The hospital said you were discharged. Where are you now? This was posted by Huang Ya. After work today, Huang Ya went to Renai Hospital to visit Truman after buying some fruit. She kept thinking about it during the day, and after class, she rushed to the hospital without stopping, only to find it was a futile errand. She is now back home, lying on the sofa with a displeased expression, and quickly sent a message to Truman to ask about it. Sister Liu, I'm at the rental house right now, and I went to the job market today to have a look around. Teacher Wang, I've already been discharged from the hospital. I'm sorry, I forgot to let you know, so you made a wasted trip. Truman replied one by one. Are you still looking for a job? Do you want to be my full-time driver? We can talk about the salary. Liu Ruyan, no, it's not about the money. I'm looking for a job that matches my major. After Truman had finished replying to Liu Ruyan, Huang Ya's message popped up again. Where is your home? I've also bought some things. I'll bring them over to you now. Seeing that Huang Ya wanted to come over to his home took him by surprise. There was still a woman lying in his room. He didn't want to give a bad impression on the goddess, so he quickly said, No need, Mr. Huang. It's late today, and you must have classes tomorrow, so you don't need to bother taking time off. Okay. Do you have anything to do tomorrow? If not, come to school. I'll give you the things. Huang Ya wanted to go to Truman's house today, but when she heard what Truman said, she had to give up. She quickly changed the subject and invited Truman. Well, yes. Truman thought for a moment and realized that he didn't seem to have anything to do tomorrow, so he could postpone looking for a job for a little while. Huang Ya was so happy to see that Truman had agreed that she kicked her legs up, sending her slippers flying. Liu Ruyan drove home and looked at WeChat, where the same old messages were still there. She felt that Truman had a clear sense of distance from her. This was not what she wanted. She was now thinking about Truman every day, and she felt like she was under a spell. She had never been so attached to a man before, not even her ex-husband. That fluttering feeling in her heart, the feeling of being apart for a long time, was making her feel so bad. So Liu Ruyan directly sent a video to Truman. After Truman pressed the button to connect, the screen displayed the stunning beauty of Liu Ruyan, except that she looked a little tired and a little sad. Sister Liu, what's wrong? You don't look well. Truman asked with concern. Now you care about your sister, you ignored your sister when she didn't look for you, your sister has pined for you in vain, sigh. Liu Ruyan sighed after she finished speaking, these were her true feelings, and she wasn't joking with Truman. No, I was afraid of disturbing you at work today. I'm also looking for a job during the day. Truman saw that Liu Ruyan was a little upset, so he hurriedly explained. Okay, I forgive you. Are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow is a holiday, so I'm going to go shopping at the mall. You can accompany me. Of course, Liu Ruyan would not really blame Truman. Truman was now her precious treasure, and she would not let him go. Ah. Tomorrow. Seeing that Truman was stammering and not answering, Liu Ruyan was really a little angry. You're not working right now, And you're making that face when I ask you to go shopping with me. I've been so good to you. Just think about how much I've done for you, huh? Liu Ruyan's expression of grievance made Truman feel heartbroken just by looking at it, and he felt like he had done something wrong. That's not true. Because Teacher Wang asked me to go to school tomorrow, she has something for me, and I already promised her. Truman hurriedly explained, telling Liu Ruyan that he already had plans for tomorrow. Liu Ruyan was furious to hear that Mr. Huang had already asked Truman out, and she hung up the phone directly. She threw the phone down heavily on the sofa. Xiao Zhilua walked out of the room and looked at her mother, who was fuming with anger, acting a little like a little girl. She couldn't help but laugh. Has our beautiful Liu been abandoned by her sweetheart? Xiao Zhilua teased her mother. Liu Ruyan saw her daughter teasing her and picked up the cushion on the sofa and hit it. After a playful fight, Liu Ruyan said to Xiao Zhilua, I'll walk you to school tomorrow. Chapter 19 Then I'll laugh at you a lot in the future. Chapter 19 Then I'll laugh at you a lot in the future. Last night, Truman slept on the sofa. He woke up at 1 or 2 in the morning. There was no choice, it was too cold and he was awakened by the cold. He had no choice but to go back to his room and take his useless air conditioning quilt. As soon as he returned to his bedroom, he turned on the light. A pair of eyes stared at Truman. The landlady, Mrs. Xia Shui, had also woken up. She had been woken up by hunger, and now that she had covered herself with the quilt and was sweating, she now felt much more relaxed. You're awake? Truman said awkwardly. Well, I'm sorry for taking up your bed. Mrs. Xia Shui also looked embarrassed. She was a beautiful woman, and she felt her face heat up just thinking about it, lying naked in someone else's bed. It's fine. It's an honor to have a beautiful woman sleeping in my bed. Truman smiled at her. You go back to sleep. I came to get the air conditioning quilt. Can you check if my clothes are dry? If they are dry, I'll leave. It doesn't seem right for a man and a woman to be alone together. Xia Shui blushed as she spoke, and her slender hands tightly gripped the quilt over her body. Truman quickly went to the balcony to take a look and then came back and said, They're not quite dry yet. You can sleep here tonight, and I'll sleep on the sofa next door. Oh. Xia Shui replied. After seeing Truman leave, she let out a long breath. It wasn't because Truman was under pressure, but because she was relieved to be able to continue lying on this bed. After she had said that, she was praying that her clothes would not dry. When she heard Truman say that her clothes were still damp, her eyes brightened up a little. Lying in Truman's quilt, Xia Shui felt a sense of relief. Smelling the lingering smell inside the quilt, she felt both enjoyment and a sense of security. This was a feeling she had never felt when lying in her own home, where she lived in constant fear. First, she had to contend with the tenants, and second, she had to face the threats from her creditors. She didn't sleep well every night, and she was worried about all these things. Xia Shui's family was originally very well off, but unfortunately, her husband couldn't resist the temptation of the stock market with his high leverage. Not only did he fail to make any money, but he also ended up jumping to his death, leaving her with a mountain of debt. The debt collectors came every few days to collect the debt. One of the gangsters even said directly that if she became his mistress, all debts would be written off. But how could Xia Shui possibly agree to that? When Xia Shui woke up again, it was already 12 noon, and Truman had already gone to school by then. When he left, he saw Xia Shui sleeping soundly and didn't disturb her, so he took down all of Xia Shui's clothes from the balcony and placed them by the bed. Xia Shui looked at her clothes by the bed and felt a warm feeling. She was putting on her clothes while mumbling something under her breath. If you listen carefully, it sounded like she was saying shameless. I don't know if she was talking about herself or Truman. Truman woke up at 7 or 8 in the morning. After helping Xia Shui take her laundry, he immediately took the bus to Huahai University. You need a student ID to enter or leave Huahai University, so Truman took out his old meal card and entered without any problems. After arriving at school, Truman sent a message to Teacher Wang. Miss Huang didn't reply for a while, saying that she was currently teaching in open class. Truman didn't disturb her and quietly walked towards the teaching building. After finding the classroom where Miss Huang was teaching, Truman quietly entered from behind and sat in the back row to listen to Miss Huang's lecture. Miss Huang's class was famous, not only because of her figure, her appearance, and her uniform seduction, but also because of the gentleness of her lectures and the quality of her teaching. When Huang Ya saw that Truman had quietly slipped in, a smile could not help but curl the corner of her mouth. The male students in the audience were suddenly stunned, and those who were quick-witted captured this smile. Today's hottest post on the campus forum was born. A smile can conquer a city, a country, and the world, but it's not as good as this. Immediately, countless students from Huahai University came to comment, and many alumni came from afar. Truman looked at his former teacher Huang and couldn't help but sigh. She was worthy of being his goddess. Listening to her lecture, it felt as if he had returned to when he was at school, sitting in the corner just like before. There was still a difference, though. Before, Truman was a nobody, sitting in the back row and ignored by everyone. Now, at least Teacher Huang on the stage looked over here from time to time, which was much better than being a nobody. Teacher Huang looked at the corner where Truman was sitting more often than not, and the surrounding students thought she was looking at them, so they all listened intently to the lecture. A few show-offs thought they were handsome and kept flicking their hair around, thinking they were being fashionable. Soon the bell rang. Seeing that there were a lot of people, Truman wanted to wait until Mr. Huang left first, then follow him later. However, he found that Mr. Huang was standing still, waiting for him by the corridor, so he had to pluck up his courage and walk up to him. Now the person walking next to Truman was the same classmate who had just been sitting next to him. Yes, it's the one you're thinking of, the sassy classmate with the hair flicking. Seeing Huangya staring over here and smiling, he thought she was smiling at him, so he strutted over to her with a swagger. And while she was smiling, she was also waving at him, and he, overjoyed, actually skipped over to her, put on a confused courtship pose, and stared at her with a smile. Huangya frowned as she looked at the student in front of her who was blocking her view, and asked with a puzzled expression on her face, "Classmate, is there something wrong? Didn't you want to find me?" That student asked in surprise. "I didn't say I was looking for you. If there's nothing else, please move aside." "You're blocking my friend," Huangya said still very gently. "Oh." The student let out a sound, and took a step to the side. He watched a man with short hair walk out, and Huangya looked at the man with short hair and flashed her charming smile again. As Huangya and the man with short hair gradually walked away, the student shook his hair and said doubtfully, "He's not as handsome as me. Does Miss Huang like boys with short hair? Looks like I have to cut my hair short today, shorter than him." The next day, there was an extra bald student on the road to Huahai University. "Teacher Huang, you are becoming more and more charming in your lectures." Truman said this with absolute sincerity. "So I wasn't charming when I was in your class before?" Huangya smiled coyly. "You weren't as amiable before, especially in the later years when you taught me. I hardly saw you smile, and most of the time you frown with a sad expression on your face. Today, seeing you with a smile as you teach your class, I feel like I'm basking in the spring breeze." Truman felt that in the past, it must have been her husband's affairs that hit her too hard, but now she should have come out of that shadow and start embracing life again. Huangya smiled playfully at Truman after hearing what he said. "Do you like to see me smile? Then I'll smile at you a lot in the future." Chapter 20 The first time the two goddesses met was a battlefield. Chapter 20 The first time the two goddesses met was a battlefield. "Of course, I hope to see you smile every day, because I hope you have a happy life every day," Truman replied as a matter of course. "You little smarty pants, you know how to answer." Huangya patted Truman lightly and scolded. This scene was seen by the PE teacher, Chu Zhongtian. Although he was angry that day, he was still deeply attracted by Huangya's beauty and often pretended to greet her as if they had just met. Now he saw Huangya flirting with a man. Although the man wore a hat and a mask that day, based on his height and build, the man today was definitely the same person as the one that day. Chu Zhongtian suddenly remembered that today there was a friendly basketball match between Teacher Huang's class and the physical education department. His eyes lit up, and he hurried up to her. "Teacher Huang, today there is a basketball match between your class and the physical education department. Do you want to go watch?" Chu Zhongtian pretended to have run into Huangya and struck up a conversation. "I won't go watch it today, I have something to do with Xiao Chu later," Huangya politely replied. "Who is this Xiao Chu?" Chu Zhongtian asked with a fake smile. "Teacher Huang is my former homeroom teacher." Although Chu Men didn't like Chu Zhongtian and had even slapped him before, he still remembered it in his heart. But as the saying goes, you can't beat a smiling face. Since the person asked with a smile, he reluctantly answered him. "So you're a student. My surname is also Chu, so I'll just recognize you as my younger brother. Come on, call me Big Brother and let's hear it." Chu Zhongtian instantly let out a sigh of relief when he heard that he was actually her student, and he felt that there was no longer a trace of threat. Huangya couldn't help but feel disgusted when she heard Chu Zhongtian's flippant attitude towards Chu Men. Chu Zhongtian wanted to show off his muscles and basketball skills in front of Huangya. Regardless of whether or not he agreed, he intimately put his arm around his shoulder and walked towards the stadium. Oh, Mr. Chu, we still have things to do. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was taking him to the stadium without any explanation, Chu Men hurriedly said, "Whatever it is, let's talk after watching the game. I'll tell you that this game is very exciting, and you'll definitely regret missing it." Chu Zhongtian held onto Chuman's shoulder tightly so that he couldn't struggle free. Chu Zhongtian thought to himself, "Little brat, you think you can get away from me?" Chu Zhongtian tried to break free, but he couldn't get away. He wanted to struggle, but he was afraid of spoiling Chu Zhongtian's good intentions, so he just followed. Chu Men is still so naive. He doesn't know that he's being used. Huangya wanted to pull Chu Men away, but seeing that Chu Men didn't seem to be very reluctant to go to the stadium, she let it go. It didn't seem to matter if they went together, and it wouldn't affect her relationship with him. What should she do to get close to him later? Huangya was slowly thinking about it as she walked. If Chu Zhongtian knew what Huangya was thinking right now, he would probably spit out a mouthful of old blood immediately. Liu Ruyan was a bit depressed today. After dropping Xiao Zilu off at school, she contacted Chu Men, but Chu Men didn't reply to her, which made her furious. In fact, Chu Men had already set his phone to silent when he went to the classroom just now, so he didn't notice Liu Ruyan's message. Liu Ruyan could only follow her daughter to watch their department's basketball game today and wait for Chu Men's reply. She suddenly brightened up, because she saw the figure of Truman come to the basketball court. Then her brow furrowed, and she saw the beautiful teacher standing next to Truman. In particular, the way the beautiful teacher looked at Truman made her feel very uncomfortable. Liu Ruyan calmed down a little and walked towards Truman with a smile. Xiao Jiluo was enjoying the admiring glances of the people around her at the mother and daughter when she saw her mother get up and walk out. Just as she was about to call out to her, Xiao Jiluo saw two men that she hated. One was naturally Chu Men, who had caused her to be beaten by her mother, and the other was Chu Zhongtian, who wanted to beat her. "Chu, are you here to watch the basketball game too? Xiao Chao's department is having a basketball game today, and I'm off work, so Chao Chao asked me to keep her company. Come, follow me over there and sit down." Liu Ruyan took Chuman's hand and walked towards the sports department. Huangya had just seen a beautiful woman walking towards her and was a little confused. Then she saw the beautiful woman directly take Truman's hand and walk towards the sports department. This made Huangya angry. What was going on? Was she directly stealing someone? Huangya also quickly grabbed the other hand of Truman and wouldn't let him go. "Hey, who are you? Why are you taking Truman towards the sports department? Truman is from our class." Huangya showed no weakness and directly confronted Liu Ruyan. "Truman is my younger brother. Where he wants to go and what he wants to watch is none of your business." After saying this, Liu Ruyan continued to drag Truman towards the Department of Physical Education. "Truman is still my student. Of course he supports our class and will go watch in our class." Huangya pulled hard, not believing that she could not overpower this bitch. Chu Zhongtian had a face full of question marks. What's going on? It's not what I expected. 1 second ago, he saw Liu Ruyan walking towards him, beaming with joy and amazed at her beauty. The next second, it turned out like this. Chu Zhongtian thought again, if this beauty had just come and taken Truman away, then wouldn't he be able to spend some time alone with Huangya? So Chu Zhongtian went up and suggested, "Teacher Huang, just let Truman go with his sister. It's none of your business what happens between siblings." Liu Ruyan saw that the teacher was speaking up for her and couldn't help smiling and winking at him. Seeing Liu Ruyan smiling at him and winking, Chu Zhongtian's soul almost floated away, and he wanted to continue to add fuel to the fire and speak up for Liu Ruyan. But before he could say anything, Huangya told him to shut up. "Shut up, what's it to you? Why aren't you leading our class? What are you doing here?" Huangya yelled angrily at Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian could only embarrassedly shut up and stay where he was, not moving a muscle. Liu Ruyan then smiled at Chu Zhongtian and said, "Teacher, don't pay any attention to her, she's like a shrew." Seeing Liu Ruyan smiling at him all the time, Chu Zhongtian's heart turned. Could it be that this beauty has a crush on him? Is she charmed by his good looks? He immediately wanted to communicate with Liu Ruyan. "Mom, that's him. He tried to hit me when I signed up last time, Xiao Xiao said to Chu Zhongtian as he ran over. Chu Zhongtian was embarrassed. It turned out that this beauty was the mother of Xiao Laojiao. Liu Ruyan was furious, raised her empty finger and pointed at Chu Zhongtian, scolding. So it was you who dared to hit my daughter. Get out, hurry up. Don't hang around in front of me. When my hands are free and you haven't gone, I'll give you 2 big slaps. Chu Zhongtian ran away in a dispirited manner towards Huangya's class, and at this time, he did not forget to turn back and say to Huangya, Teacher Huang, I'll be waiting for you. Chapter 21 Basketball Game. Chapter 21 Basketball Game. Mom, what are you doing? Xiao Zhilua said helplessly. You are at least a beautiful woman. Can you at least act reserved? Xiao Zhilua was really at a loss. She really didn't see anything good about this guy. It seemed that her mother was very nice to him every time. The first time she saw him, her mother wanted to pay his rent for him. The second time she saw him, he was massaging her mother's legs. That time, her mother even hit him for the first time because of this man. Seeing the way her mother looks at this man named Truman, she sometimes can't stand it. To be honest, she is very jealous. Where did her cold-faced and beautiful mother go? Xiao Zhiluo pulled away Liu Ruyan's hand from Truman's and dragged her mother away. Xiao Qiao. Liu Ruyan stomped her feet anxiously. Mom, there are so many people watching. You have no shame, but I do. Xiao Zhilua said without looking back. Liu Ruyan let out a saddened look as she was dragged by Xiao Zhilua towards the stands of the physical education department. She glanced back and saw the beautiful teacher smiling provokingly and smugly at her. This made her hateful. Huangya dragged Truman and sat him at the top of the stands towards her class. They were the only 2 people in this row, and all the students in her class were sitting below them. Looking at the glances they got from those students, Huangya smiled and nodded at them in greeting. The game, which should have started a long time ago, was delayed by the 2 women's drama. It was only now that it started slowly. Chu Zhongtian saw that Huangya and Truman had sat in the last row. He also quietly moved up and sat next to Huangya, which made Huangya roll her eyes. Huangya hurriedly moved closer to Truman. Liu Ruyan, who was sitting in the stands across from them, kept staring over at them, watching Huangya get closer and closer to Truman, looking as if she wanted to crawl into his arms. Liu Ruyan squeezed the mineral water bottle in her hand until it creaked. She wanted to crush the bottle. On the basketball court, the sports students were clearly in the ascendancy, leading 25-10 after the first quarter. As soon as Chu Zhongtian saw the score, he knew his chance had come. If he went onto the court and led Huangya's class to victory, he would not only show off his basketball skills, he would also win Huangya's favor. Chu Zhongtian quickly took off his jacket, revealing his white tank top. He deliberately walked up to Huangya, showing off his physique, and then said with confidence, Don't worry, Miss Wang, just watch how I go onto the court and turn things around. It has to be said that when Chu Zhongtian went on the court, many students cheered for him, which showed that there was still some market for his style. Chu Zhongtian's self-confidence soared, and he proudly circled the basketball court, accepting the cheers of the crowd. How can the PE teacher play too? A student majoring in PE said defiantly. Then let's get rid of him. Another student majoring in PE, who was huge, drank some water and spat it out, his gaze fierce and menacing, he said. It has to be said that Chu Zhongtian, a top student from the sports college, really had some skills at basketball. As soon as he took the court, he made 2 consecutive layups and a 2+1, quickly bringing the score to 25-15. The sports department immediately called a timeout. The sports students kept pointing at Chu Zhongtian and gesturing about the tactics. During the timeout, Chu Zhongtian started showing off again. He kept running around the basketball, flying around and blowing kisses at the surrounding female students, causing a flurry of screams. He also deliberately pointed his right finger at Huangya and patted his chest with his left hand. It was as if he was telling Huangya that he could do it. Chu Zhongtian and Huangya both burst out laughing. They looked at each other and couldn't stop laughing. Chu Zhongtian saw Huangya smile, so he became even more spirited. He thought that Huangya was conquered by his strength. Little did he know that his clownish behavior was just too much to bear. Soon Lin Dan couldn't laugh anymore. No, it was Chu Zhongtian who couldn't laugh anymore soon. The physical education department went crazy, double-teaming him, triple-teaming him. He couldn't break through, and when he did manage to do so once, a big guy in front of him quickly blocked his way. Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to pass to his teammates standing outside the three-point line. As soon as the teammate at the three-point line saw the ball in his hands, with no defenders in front of him 3 meters away, he smiled happily and took the shot immediately. The basketball shot towards the basket like an arrow leaving the bow. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the basketball. With a loud sound, it bounced off the rim and out. There was a feeling of regret in Huang Ya's class, while there was laughter and cheers from the PE department. Xiao Zhilua even ran to the front and started dancing, cheering for the PE department. With the encouragement of the beautiful Xiao Zhilua, the PE department played even more fiercely. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but yell at the teammate who missed the three-point shot. How could you play like that? There was such a wide open space, and you couldn't get it in? You're killing me. At the end of the first half, the score was 52-25. Instead of catching up, the score was even further behind. During halftime, Chu Zhongtian kept yelling at the three-point shooter. How could you play like that? You missed so many open three-point shots, how are we supposed to play? If you can't play, just get out of here. The three-point shooter didn't indulge him either, threw his towel on the ground, and left without looking back. If you're going to leave, leave early. Who can replace him and make the three-point shots better? Chu Zhongtian saw him lose his temper and leave, and snorted, saying. After waiting for a long time, no one actually came forward. No way. Don't you have anyone who can play? Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise. There are only 5 of us in our class who can play a little bit, most of the others are girls, and the other guys can't either, one of the teammates said. Chu Zhongtian hurriedly said to the student he had just scolded and told to leave. Hey, that student, come back quickly. It's okay if you miss the shot, don't be discouraged, there will always be a time when you score, and there will be games in the NBA three-point competition when a three-pointer doesn't go in. The student still ignored him when he heard what he said. Hey, man. You need to be able to bend and stretch. Hurry back. Chu Zhongtian said to the three-point shooter with a smile on his face. In terms of the speed of changing faces, Chu Zhongtian has learned the essence. Just when the three-point shooter was about to be convinced. I'll do it. My three-point shot is not bad. At this time, Truman stepped forward. Chu Zhongtian glanced at Truman and sneered. You're so small, you'll fly away if you get hit, won't you? I've looked at it, and they're mainly guarding you. I'll hardly encounter any defense if I stand outside the three-point line. Chu Zhongtian calmly analyzed. So you can shoot three-pointers? Chu Zhongtian looked doubtful, and the other players also looked unconvinced. Truman didn't waste any time, picked up the basketball, and let fly with a swoosh, without any fuss, in a very graceful movement. With a swish, the 3 points went in. Wow! Liu Ruyan and Huang Ya jumped up at the same time, looking delighted. It was obvious you were just lucky, said Xiao Zhilua, who had returned to Liu Ruyan's side. You weren't just lucky, were you? Chu Zhongtian also opened his mouth wide. You'll find out in time. Truman said with a confident smile. Chapter 22, Truman on the court. Chapter 22, Truman on the court. The whistle blows. The halftime break is over. Truman, who was stretching during the break, quickly runs onto the court. The sports department sees that the other team, the automotive engineering department, has replaced one of their players, but the new player looks small and frail, and they don't think he's very impressive. They don't really care about him. Department counterattacked again. Sports department continues to +2, 56 points. Teacher Chu pays attention to the ball distribution. Truman shouted to Chu Zhongtian. This time, Chu Zhongtian continued to break through, and when he reached the halfway point, this time he didn't go it alone. He noticed that Truman, who wanted the ball at the three-point line, decisively passed the ball to him. The three-point shot went in with a swish. The Department of Automotive Engineering gained +3.28 points. The gap was still very large. The students from the Department of Automotive Engineering on Huang Ya's side suddenly cheered, and although they were far behind, their momentum must not be weak. Huang Ya simply came to the front to cheer for Truman. Liu Ruyan also wanted to cheer for Truman. But just now, because of her three-point cheer, she immediately attracted the strange looks of her classmates in the physical education department. Now, if she went down there to cheer for Truman, she would really feel like a target. As Xiao Xiao's mother, what was the point of not cheering for Xiao Xiao's camp and cheering for the opposing camp? This made her extremely torn. Recently, it seems like nothing has been going well, which is driving her crazy. Seeing the beautiful teacher across the field bouncing around, with her two big white rabbits jumping around after her, she was even more irritated. Teacher Chu, that's it. If you don't make a move, I'll have a space, so just pass it to me right away. Truman said to Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian nodded, treating the match seriously, not taking it lightly at all. In the next round, the Department of Physical Education attacked. On the way to the breakthrough, Truman used a ghostly hand and a divine thief to intercept the opposition. Fast attack! Truman shouted. Suddenly the other four guys from the Automotive Engineering Department charged towards each other. Chu Zhongtian was the fastest, and Truman sent a very comfortable long pass straight into Chu Zhongtian's hands. The whistle blew, and the ball went in. 2+1. Chu Zhongtian got up from the ground and roared, waving his hands up and down in front of the Automotive Engineering Department, trying to get the atmosphere going. The students from the Automotive Engineering Department were very cooperative and immediately cheered. Perhaps Chu Zhongtian was too excited, as he missed the penalty shot. He patted his head in frustration. The Automotive Engineering Department scored 2.30 points. The penalty shot missed. The Physical Education Department erupted in boos, and the Automotive Engineering Department fell silent again. But then the Automotive Engineering Department erupted again. Because when the Physical Education Department sent a long pass from the baseline, Chu, who was beyond the three-point line, noticed it in time and jumped up to intercept it mid-air. Immediately after landing, he took another jump shot for 3 points. Swish! And the basketball went into the hoop. The Automotive Engineering Department scored another 3 points, 33 points. Truman's actions were like flowing water. Jumping up, intercepting in the air, landing, shooting, and it was still a little bit of a backward tilt. Watching Truman's such cool moves, Huang Ya was about to go crazy. In the past, she didn't like watching basketball games at all, but from today onwards, she liked this sport. She had already decided that she would ask Truman to teach her how to play basketball when she had time. She also decided that she would wear something cooler. Liu Ruyan was also very happy when she saw Truman score. But looking at the beautiful teacher opposite her, who was so elated, she just couldn't be happy. Brother, your three-pointers were really good, I was right to have faith in you. Chu Zhongtian ran over and gave Truman a high five. A flock of black crows flew over Truman's head, who was left speechless. He was really speechless, a little impressed by this sixth brother. Watching Truman score 2 consecutive three-pointers and 2 steals. The sports department immediately called a timeout to rearrange the tactics. If I'm not wrong, they must strengthen the guard on me. Then, Mr. Chu will continue to break through, and if you attract the defenders to double team, you will pass the ball to the 3 of them with open spaces. During the timeout, Truman was also discussing tactics with several teammates on the field. When the timeout was over, the sports department attacked. They played a simple screen and roll, and then the center of the automotive engineering team was replaced. The center of the physical education team easily scored a dunk. The physical education team scored 2.58 points. The automotive engineering team only scored 33 points. I thought the offensive of the automotive engineering team was okay, but when I looked at the score, there was still a huge 25-point difference. This center is the bigger one from the physical education team. He is probably the leader of their team. After he slammed it in, he didn't forget to taunt by hanging the rim. The next round was the automotive engineering department's turn to attack. Just as Truman had expected, the physical education department sent someone who was relatively fast to guard Truman closely. Truman Zhongtian accelerated and broke through, getting rid of the defender in front of him. Immediately, 2 players from the physical education department came over to cover and trap him. At this time, Truman Zhongtian immediately passed to a teammate in an open position, and the physical education department immediately pounced on another person to cover the teammate in the open position. The teammate in the open position quickly made a wonderful pass, and the ball went to an unmarked teammate at the bottom of the basket. It was an easy basket. Plus 2 points, 35 points. The players from the automotive engineering department immediately gathered together in joy. Because this was another person who scored by relying on teamwork, in addition to Chu Zhongtian and Truman. The next round was the turn of the sports department. The sports department wanted to rely on the old routine again, using a screen to fool the center out, and then dunking the ball. This time, Truman noticed this and struck decisively. As the opposing center held the ball and prepared to take off for a dunk, Truman once again deftly stole the ball. Fast break! Truman yelled again. In fact, this time, Truman didn't even need to yell, as Chu Zhongtian had already sprinted out at the right moment. This time, Truman made a long pass, and Chu Zhangtian was left unmarked. Plus 2 points for the automotive engineering department, 37 points in total. In the next round, the center of the sports department was smart. Seeing that Truman was about to come over and steal the ball again, he quickly passed to an open player outside the three-point line. That player was originally guarded by Truman, and when Truman went in to steal the ball, naturally he was left unprotected. Fortunately, the basketball bounced out of the rim, and the center of the automotive engineering department grabbed the rebound. The center of the automotive engineering department glanced ahead and saw Truman, who had quickly cut through the defense. At this time, Truman had already run to the opposite side of the three-point line and raised his hands to ask for the ball. This center was very decisive and directly made a long pass. The person defending Truman saw that the automotive engineering department was going to make another long pass again, and Truman was already in position, so he quickly dived to try to intercept the ball. Unfortunately, the ball missed him by a hair, passing through his fingertips, and the ball went to Truman's hands. Truman didn't hesitate and jumped straight up. But before he could shoot, he was knocked over by the opposing defender, so he just threw the ball casually towards the basket. The basketball floated towards the basket in a very strange arc. It went in, and the whistle sounded. 3+1. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, The Arena Escalates. Chapter 23, The Arena Escalates. The sports department immediately surrounded the referee, meaning that Truman had not yet shot the ball. It could not be counted as 3+1. The referee shook his head and said. He had already jumped up and taken the shooting stance, so there is no problem with 3+1. The sports department was still reluctant and continued to chatter on. The referee was not used to these sports department people and directly gave the sports department a technical foul. Technical foul plus 1 free throw. The last technical foul was also given to Truman to shoot, and they now fully believed in Truman's strength, including Truman Zhangtian. Truman did not let them down, and both free throws went in. The Department of Automotive Engineering gained 5 points, 42 points in total. They had caught up 5 points in one round, which made the Department of Physical Education very angry. They saw that there was only one last round left in the quarter, so they quickly called a timeout to set up their tactics. The opposing team set up a tactic with all 5 players pulling away, focusing on controlling the clock. With 5 seconds left, the opposing point guard started to break through. He saw that the opposing defender was constantly retreating, and in the corner of his eye he noticed Truman charging at him, so he quickly passed to the teammate that Truman was defending. In fact, Truman had deliberately made a feint to deliberately lure the player who passed to this side. Truman saw the basketball flying towards him and jumped. This jump was very high, and he intercepted the basketball directly. When Truman landed, he saw that there was only 1 second left on the clock. He knew that there was no time to bring the ball forward, so decisively he threw the ball from the backcourt towards the opposite basket. Swish! The basketball went in with a resounding sound. It was a 3-point basket. The whistle immediately sounded afterwards. It was a miraculous 3-point basket from the backcourt. 58:45. In this quarter, the Department of Automotive Engineering had caught up by 14 points, and now there was only a 13-point difference. The important thing is that they only allowed the Department of Physical Education to score 6 points, while they scored 20 points themselves. Truman's last 3-point shot from behind the arc set off the whole stadium, and everyone was amazed. When Truman went off the court, the entire Department of Automotive Engineering applauded for Truman. Huangya took a wet wipe out of her bag and quickly went up to wipe Truman's sweat. Teacher Huang, wipe mine too. Truman Zhangtian shamelessly said when he saw Huangya wiping Truman's sweat. There are no more wet wipes. Huangya said to Chu Zhangtian after wiping off Truman's face. Oh. Chu Zhangtian was helpless. Why were there no wet wipes at such a critical moment? Chu, you're thirsty, drink some water. Liu Ruyan also ran over. She handed over the bottle of mineral water in her hand, which she almost squeezed. Truman reached out to take it, but Huangya pushed the bottle away first. Liu Ruyan was furious. If it weren't for Truman, she would have been worried about her image and would have already fought this vicious woman. You've already drunk the water, so don't bother bringing it over again. Truman doesn't care, Huangya said arrogantly. Truman had a wry smile on his face. He thought to himself, I can actually drink the water that Liu has drunk, as long as it's Liu's water, no matter what it is. You don't have any water either. Little Chu has sweated so much, do you want to let him go thirsty? How can you be so heartless? Liu Ruyan retorted angrily. Who said I don't have any water? Classmates, who still has any water that hasn't been drunk? Huang Ya asked the students behind her. I have some here. One student quickly took a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. Huang Ya took it and quickly unscrewed it and handed it over. Huang Ya looked pleased with herself as she watched Truman gulp down the water. Liu Ruyan was so angry that she wanted to just walk away. But then she thought, if I just walked away, I'd be doing exactly what this vicious woman wants. Fortunately, the break was short, and the fourth quarter would start soon. Huang Ya saw Liu Ruyan angrily return to the opposite bleachers, and she was beaming with joy. The angrier the woman on the opposite side got, the happier she was. Chapter 24 The Final Showdown. Chapter 24 The Final Showdown. The fourth quarter began. The sports department increased their intensity and engaged in physical confrontation. This made the automotive engineering department very uncomfortable. For some reason, the referee didn't blow the whistle on a few layup fouls. It always felt like the referee had received some kind of instructions. Truman only made one of his 3 three-pointers. Fortunately, the other team wasn't very accurate either. Halfway through the game, the score was 65-52. It seemed that everything was set in stone. Gradually, Truman became extremely irritated. He was not satisfied with the referee's call. During another breakaway, he took the ball and forced his body against the other team's player, looking for a foul. The other team's player did not take kindly to this, and slapped him hard across the face, breaking his nose and causing him to bleed profusely. But even so, the referee still didn't blow the whistle. Not only could the players on the court not stand it anymore, they surrounded the referee, and even the students from the automotive engineering department came running over to surround the referee and demand an explanation. Huang Ya couldn't understand sometimes, but she also saw that her side was being bullied, so she angrily yelled at the referee. This move made her image in the hearts of her students soar even higher. Many students felt that not only was teacher Huang beautiful and had a great figure, she also had a just and upright heart. Another post was posted on the forum. The most beautiful goddess Hongwen, only to uphold justice, angrily denouncing the black whistle. After this post was sent, more and more people rushed to the stadium upon hearing the news. This also allowed them to witness a most awesome game-winning shot from behind. Seeing the situation was not right, the referee on the spot hastily said that he had blown the whistle by mistake and quickly made up for it. This allowed the game to continue. It has to be said that Chu Zhengtian is really a tough guy when it comes to the game, and after a brief period of dealing with it, he came back onto the court. Chu Zhengtian said to Truman, "Brother, shoot for your life today. Later, when I get in, I'll pass it to you if I get the chance." The crowd was furious, and some of the referees probably didn't dare not to penalize. Truman nodded. There was a slight delay on the court. After returning, Chu Zhengtian made both free throws. The score came to 65-54. In the next round, the Department of Physical Education began to control the time. The basketball bounced around in their hands, and finally, with no time left, they threw it casually from beyond the three-point line, and it actually went in. The score was 68-54, and there were only about 5 minutes left. The students from the physical education department seemed to think the game was already decided, and they began cheering and celebrating. The players on the court also let out a long sigh when they saw the big score. They had felt a lot of pressure in the second half, ever since the skinny three-point shooter had come onto the court. In this round, Chu Zhengtian dribbled the ball across the half-court and immediately broke through to the inside. The opposing team seemed to know his routine and quickly came with a double team. He immediately passed the ball to Truman beyond the three-point line. At this time, a figure flashed past, and the opposing team also predicted his pass route and knew that he would pass to Truman. A steal, and then a fast break layup for a score. 70-54. At this point, everyone in the automotive engineering department became depressed, while the sports department across the field became infinitely arrogant and started shouting. Many students who saw the forum posts were greatly disappointed. This game was really not exciting at all. Huang Ya kept encouraging her classmates to cheer from the sidelines, but the students seemed to be discouraged as well, and there were only a few people responding. "I'll do it. Give me the ball. I'll control the ball. Can Mr. Chu make three-pointers?" Truman asked Chu Zhengtian. "Yes, but they're not very consistent." Chu Zhengtian took the game very seriously and didn't blow hot air at this time. "Okay, then you stay at the three-point line where I was just, and I'll take the ball and break through." Truman continued. Can you do it? Chu Zhongtian and his teammates asked doubtfully. No matter if I can or not, isn't this the last resort? Truman said with a smile. It seemed that they sensed the confidence in Truman's smile, and the other 4 people began to perk up again. The whistle sounded, and the car engineering department took the ball at the bottom line. Truman took the ball and quickly got rid of a defender in the backcourt and came to the front court. After arriving in the front court, Truman did not stop at all, dribbled the ball towards the inside at a very fast speed, and scored a layup before everyone on the other team could react. 70:56. Now Truman was acting as the point guard, so naturally he went to guard the opposing point guard. The opposing point guard saw that it was Truman guarding him and thought it would be easy. He made a fake move and did get past, but he lost the ball. Truman scored again with a fast break. He stole the ball and scored with a fast break. 70:58. Truman scored these 4 points very quickly, just over 10 seconds, and there are still nearly 4 minutes left in the game. Seeing that the other team has changed their formation, the sports department called their last timeout. The other team is still leading by 12 points, and they still have a big advantage. Their last timeout tactic is also very simple, which is to attack and control the time without losing the ball, and play each round for 24 seconds. The focus of the defense was on guarding the 2 Chumanzhong and Chu Zhongtian. The game resumed. This time, the opposing point guard did not try to dribble the ball, and the seconds ticked away in his hands. He took a hasty shot with 1 second left, but of course it missed. When it was Chuman's turn to attack, they sent 2 people to guard Truman, 1 to guard Chu Zhongtian. The center sat at the basket, and the other one cruised between Truman and Chu Zhongtian. This meant that the other team was only guarding against Truman and Truman Zhongtian, leaving the other 3 open to shoot. Truman decisively passed the ball to the player with the best chance. Although that player was in a good position to shoot, he was a little panicked when he received the ball and hurriedly took the shot, which bounced out of the rim. The player angrily patted himself on the head, and once again interrupted the momentum of his team's offense. The sports department took control of the ball and slowly came over, doing the same routine and at the same pace, taking the last second to shoot, but still missing. However, after these few rounds, more than a minute of time had been wasted. And there were only 2.5 minutes left. The score was still 70-58. Truman continued to control the ball near the 3-point line, made a feint and broke forward. The opposing team immediately retreated, and Truman took advantage of the situation to withdraw and shoot a 3-pointer. The ball went in. 70:61. In the next round, the opposing team still controlled the clock. This time, with 5 seconds left, they were preparing to break in. Truman was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and performed another miraculous interception, scoring a layup and a fast break. The score was 70-63, 7 points short, and there were still 2 minutes left. The other team was a little panicked now, and although they were still controlling the clock, they wanted to score as quickly as possible. This time they used a pick-and-roll play, with the big center coming up to the basket as a screen and the small point guard going around him for an easy layup. The whistle sounded, and a foul was called for the layup, with 2 free throws to be awarded. He made both. 72:63. The sports department players let out a sigh of relief, finally scoring. Truman received the ball at the backcourt, and continued to quickly bring it to the front court near the 3-point line. Truman feinted a break, saw the opponent withdraw, and immediately made another backward movement. The opponent thought he was going to retreat and take a 3-point shot, so they rushed up. In the end, Truman feinted a shot and suddenly drove in for a mid-range shot. Swish. 72:65. At this point, there was less than a minute and a half left in the game. Chapter 25 The most awesome buzzer beater I've ever seen in my life. Chapter 25 The most awesome buzzer beater I've ever seen in my life. The sports department came over and started controlling the clock again. He took the last second shot, which missed, but the basketball hit the rim and bounced back into the hands of the sports department. The sports department point guard pressed his hand downward to indicate that he was controlling the clock. With 14 seconds left, he faced Truman's defense and took a Kobe-like fadeaway jumper, still from beyond the 3-point line. Naturally, the ball did not even touch the rim, and it was a basket from outside the basket. Although the goal was not scored this time, the physical education department was still quite happy, because an attack took nearly 40 seconds. Now it is close to the end of the game. There are only 50 seconds left. There is a 7-point difference in 50 seconds. Even if you make a 3-point shot, and I control 2 24-second shots, the physical education department will still win. Truman continued to control the ball to the front court. It seems that the opponent has figured out that it has been Truman who has been playing one-on-one. Except for a big center sitting in the basket, all the other 4 people were double-teaming Truman. Truman saw the opportunity and passed the ball to Chu Zhongtian, who was outside the three-point line. Chu Zhongtian didn't expect him to pass it, and just like the physical education department thought, he would go it alone. He hesitated for a moment before shooting, and the ball went just above the front of the basket. Everyone sighed. But the basketball actually bounced back to the top of the basket and kept spinning in circles on the rim. Everyone's eyes followed the basketball as it kept spinning around the rim, and everyone held their breath. Whether they were students from the Department of Physical Education, the Department of Automation, or even students from other departments who had arrived late. Swish! The ball fell into the basket. 72:68. With just over 30 seconds left, Truman shouted, "Wow!" Except for the students from the Department of Physical Education, who were a little speechless, all the other students cheered and applauded for this shot. "Hurry back to defense," Truman shouted at Tron, who was still celebrating. The sports department was leading by 4 points, continuing to control the time and the rhythm of the game. As long as they didn't lose the ball, even if they didn't score at the end. Time was running out. Swish! That wasn't a goal, it was the sound of the ball brushing the net from outside the basket. The whistle sounded, out of bounds. There were 7 seconds left, and they were 4 points behind. Truman quickly called a timeout, so they could get the ball in the front court. This time Truman passed the ball to Truman Zhongtian, who saw that there was no time to catch the ball and quickly prepared to shoot 3 points. The opponent saw that Truman Zhongtian was going to shoot 3 points and quickly jumped up. Truman Zhongtian had no choice but to pass back to Truman, who also prepared to jump and shoot 3 points after catching the ball. After all, time waits for no man. The opponent saw that Truman was going to shoot 3 points and quickly jumped up again. Truman sidestepped him and the sports department quickly added a defensive one. Truman immediately changed direction, dribbled past the defender, and broke into the basket. Facing the big center at the basket, Truman jumped with the ball in one hand, and his body's arc bent into a full moon. Like a bent bow full of energy, he suddenly shot up. "Holy cow, he's going to slam dunk with one hand!" A student in the basketball stadium yelled, his eyes full of shock. "Awesome, he's going to block the king of the basketball court, the biggest and strongest center in the sports department." Another student also widened his eyes and covered his mouth with both hands, so that no one could see that he could stuff a goose egg in his mouth. Swish! Truman shocked the audience with an extremely exaggerated jumping height, an extremely graceful jumping posture, and an extremely powerful dunking method. Wow, that was bloody. Wow, that was brutal. Isn't this better than the NBA? I jow. The students watching the game were shocked by Truman's amazing jumping and violent slam dunk. Not only the students watching, but even the big center of the sports department, one of the people involved, was also shocked. He could only sit on the ground, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what had happened. What had just happened? Why was he sitting on the ground? Now his mind was full of question marks. All he saw was Truman take off, then the ball went in, and then he was sitting on the ground. The truth is that he was blocked by Truman's one-handed slam dunk. 72:70, 2 seconds left. But the advantage is still on his side. If the opponent doesn't foul, the time can be used up, but if they do, 2 free throws and another 4 points, and there's no time left. No matter how you look at it, his side is winning. The whistle blows, and the sports department takes the backcourt penalty shot. Facing the constant interference of the 2 automotive engineering students in front of him, it's almost 8 seconds. Fortunately, he caught a glimpse of an open player 3 points away from the line, with no one within 2 or 3 meters of him. He quickly threw the ball to that player. As the ball got closer and closer, the player's heart relaxed. Finally it was released, and he had just thought that if he almost released the ball 8 seconds before the violation, he would have given the ball to the opponent, and the opponent would have had a chance to make the game-winning shot. Fortunately, it was released, he silently said to himself. Suddenly a figure flew up. Yes, it was him, it was Truman. Truman sprinted from 3 meters away, just as the ball was about to reach the hands of the sports student. He intercepted the ball. Then he turned around. He threw the ball with a twisting jump shot. The whistle sounded, and the ball went in. 72:73. The automotive engineering department had a game-winning shot against the sports department. The stadium fell silent, and then erupted into deafening roars. A student named Mukinfan yelled, "This is the most awesome game-winning shot I've ever seen in my life." Chapter 26 Truman, hold me tight. Chapter 26 Truman, hold me tight. They watched as their classmate was lifted up by his teammates and then thrown into the air. Huang Ya and Liu Ruyan both smiled. Truman's final basket was so cool. Even Xiao Zhilua, who had never liked Truman, had to admit that at that moment, Truman was the most dazzling person in the basketball court. "Mr. Huang, what do you think? I said I would lead the team to victory." Chu Zhongtian came up to Huang Ya and showed off his superb basketball skills by spinning the basketball on the tip of his finger, saying smugly. Huang Ya gave him a blank stare and ignored him. It was obvious that it was Truman who had led the team to victory. Chu Zhongtian looked at Huang Ya's blank stare and his heart couldn't help but be enchanted. Rolling her eyes is so charming, I must get this woman, Chu Zhongtian thought to himself. Looking at Truman, who had been let down by his classmates, he watched him gradually walk towards the beautiful female teacher. Liu Ruyan hurriedly quickened her pace and came to Truman. "Chu, you played really well in the basketball game today. I was in the stands and my goosebumps were raised, especially that last shot of yours, it was simply amazing." Liu Ruyan, who had run up to Truman, said excitedly. Seeing the sweat on Truman's face, she hurriedly took a tissue from her handbag to wipe it off. "Sister Liu, I can do it myself." Truman smiled and took the tissue. Hearing Truman say this, Liu Ruyan's eyes instantly filled with moisture, and she stood there in shock. She couldn't understand what was wrong. She didn't understand why the teacher could wipe it off for him, and she could wipe it off for him herself, but he wouldn't let her. At this moment, Liu Ruyan felt very lost and sad. Her former confidence was completely crushed by this moment of frustration. She didn't want Truman to see the tears in her eyes, so she slowly turned around and left Truman. Truman looked at the back of Liu Ruyan's leaving figure. He didn't know what he had done wrong, but as he looked at Liu Ruyan's desolate and lonely back, a pang of pain welled up in his heart. "Why did you go, Sister Liu?" Huang Ya asked. Huang Ya actually saw the moisture and loss in Liu Ruyan's eyes, and of course knew why. Just now, when she saw that Truman was let down by his classmates, Huang Ya was the first to want to go up to him, but she was delayed by Chu Zhongtian for a while, and then his sister Liu Ruyan got there first. Seeing that shameless sister Liu Ruyan also wanted to take out a tissue to copy him made her feel sick. Fortunately, Truman refused. Truman shook his head and frowned, saying, "I don't know either." Huang Ya quickly pulled Truman away from there. She didn't feel comfortable with that sister Liu around. "Don't mind her, maybe that woman is menstruating," Huang Ya said. Liu Ruyan, who was next to Xiao Zhilua, looked at Huang Ya dragging away Truman. At this moment, she couldn't hold back anymore and shed tears of sadness. Xiao Zhilua looked at her tearful mother and instantly understood something. "Mom, why do you have to do this? I admit that this guy is a little bit good, but it's not worth you doing this. I'll call Auntie Wen later and you should go and meet that Uncle Lee she told you about last time. I can see that you really want to find a man now," Xiao Zhilua said and reached for her phone. Liu Ruyan quickly grabbed Xiao Zhilua's hand. Xiao, don't, let mommy think about it some more. Why are you so useless? Are you still the same cold and intellectual beauty, Liu? What kind of man can't you find? As for him, you're doing this? Letting go of your pride?" Seeing Liu Ruyan holding back her anger and not saying anything, she also got a little angry. "Whatever. I have a class later, so I won't stay with you." Seeing that Xiao had also left, Liu Ruyan squatted down helplessly and muttered, "I don't know what's wrong with me, but my heart tells me that I like him." Truman now recalled the lost back of Liu Ruyan just now, and still felt a little uncomfortable. "Truman, you play basketball so well. Watching you makes me want to learn to play basketball, so teach me," Huang Ya said as she walked Truman towards the office. Truman only came back to his senses when he heard Huang Ya's question. "If you want to learn, I can teach you," Truman replied a little absent-mindedly. "Then let's say we have a deal. Next time, when I'm ready, let's set a time," Huang Ya said with a happy face. "Okay, fine." Truman agreed. After arriving at the office, he saw Huang Ya unceasingly packing things away. It seemed that she was finished with her lessons for the day and was getting ready to go off duty. "Teacher Huang, didn't you say you were going to give me something?" Truman asked doubtfully. Teacher Huang patted herself on the forehead and said with annoyance, "Oops, I forgot to bring it this morning. I knew there was something I couldn't quite put my finger on. So I forgot this. I didn't find you at the hospital yesterday, so I took it home, and then I forgot to bring it to work today. It's okay, you can just come with me to my house to get it later." Truman could only reply, "Okay." Huangya lowered her head, and the corner of her mouth sneaked a smile. After tidying up, Huangya took her small handbag and led Truman to her small electric moped in the parking lot. "Teacher Huang, I can walk by myself." Although Truman also wanted to hold the goddess's hand the whole time, walking around the campus like this would definitely attract a lot of attention, and it was a bit embarrassing. Huangya let go of Truman's hand, and awkwardly played with her hair. She was now used to wanting to hold Truman's warm hand, and she felt very comfortable. They arrived at the parking lot. Huangya got on her little electric bicycle and patted the seat behind her. "Truman, get in the car." Truman saw the small electric moped in front of him, and he was flabbergasted. "The back seat is so narrow. Isn't this for kids? Hurry up." Huangya saw that Truman was staring at the small electric moped and quickly pulled him along with her hand. As soon as Truman sat down, Huangya's small electric moped sped off with a whoosh. Truman was so scared that he quickly hugged Huangya in front of him. Huangya was beaming with a smile. "The road ahead is bad, a bit bumpy. Truman, hold on to me." Truman couldn't help but hold on tighter, and Huangya's smile became even brighter. This scene was once again seen by Liu Ruyan, who was sitting in her car in the parking lot. Watching Truman hugging the beautiful teacher tightly, Liu Ruyan sighed. "Alas, forget it. If you have time, go meet the one introduced. Maybe I really miss men lately." Chapter 27 She was born with it. Chapter 27 She was born with it. Truman had never thought in his life that he would be able to hold a goddess in his arms. Feeling Huangya's plump and delicate body, Truman couldn't help but press his body forward a little. Huangya also felt the warmth of Truman's body pressed against her, and her breathing began to become disordered, and her face began to heat up. The road ahead was really a bit of a mess. With a bump, Truman almost took off. Although he didn't take off, his hand did, and it happened to touch Huangya's big white rabbit. The soft feeling made Truman's heart tremble involuntarily. He also secretly compared this feeling with the feeling Yen Yunyun gave him, and of course Yen Yunyun's sense of mastery was more fulfilling. After all, this is just a touch, and that is complete mastery. "Truman, the road ahead will be very bumpy again, so sit tight." Huangya's face was now burning hot. In the past, she had been very annoyed by the bumps when she passed through this stretch of road, but today she felt a little differently. She inexplicably enjoyed the feeling. On the way back, Huangya had to pass through the vegetable market. In the past, she had to turn in every day to buy some vegetables before going back. Today was of course no exception. "Teacher Huang, you're here. This is an old lady selling vegetables. Her husband is dead, and she has an intellectually disabled son who has never married." In the past, Huangya would always look after her business whenever she came. "Grandma Hua, what's new in the vegetable market today?" Huangya used to be cold and distant with everyone else in the market, but she was always kind and pleasant to this old lady. "Today is market day, and I've already sold all my vegetables, but I knew you were coming, so I saved some tomatoes and cauliflower especially for you." Grandma Hua handed Huangya the vegetables she had set aside for her. Grandma Hua had a problem with her legs after years of getting up early and working long hours, and she walked with a limp. Huangya handed the vegetables to Truman to hang on the small electric bicycle. She helped Grandma Hua back to her recliner. Grandma Hua glanced at Truman and whispered to Huangya, "Boyfriend?" Huangya's face flushed and she whispered back, "No, he's a former student of mine." "Oh, I've seen you come to the market alone after your divorce, and today you suddenly brought someone with you, so I thought he was your boyfriend." "Alas, Chen is really something, how can he do something to hurt you? He has a beautiful wife at home, and he's still fooling around. Alas, you have suffered so much over the years." Grandma Hua sighed. "It's all in the past," Huangya said, looking at Truman standing next to the electric cart. Looking at Huangya heading to the butcher's shop and Truman pushing the electric cart, Grandma Hua laughed. "You still say they're not boyfriend and girlfriend? That look in her eyes, isn't that the look of a lover? What's the difference between that and the way I used to look at that old man who died? But nowadays, even teachers are getting into relationships with their students. It's completely different from my time." Chu looked as Huang Ya bought a pig's trotter, a piece of pork belly, a fish, some lotus root, and some pickled vegetables. The electric cart was full, and the trunk was also filled with vegetables. It looked like Huang Ya was going to buy an old hen. Hurry up and ask, Miss Huang, how many people are you preparing for? Just the two of us. Why? Truman was speechless for a while, and quickly stopped Huang Ya from continuing to buy things. Miss Huang, that's enough, we can't eat all this for just the two of us. It was only then that Huang Ya reacted, as if she had already bought a lot. She had just been thinking about getting more delicious food for Truman and had forgotten how many things she had bought. A lecherous old man selling meat couldn't help but tease Huang Ya when he saw that she had bought so much but hadn't bought from him. Teacher Huang, you usually come to the market alone and only buy vegetables. Today, there's a little man with you, and that makes a difference. Buy this meat. But this little man is so skinny, he needs to eat more to build up his strength. He can't help but be tossed around, so I have bull testicles here. Do you want to give him a couple? Ha ha ha. Huang Ya really hates this old man. Every time she comes to the market, this old man stares at her with lecherous eyes. Today, he is spewing nonsense again and mocking Truman. Huang Ya picked up a tomato on the small electric cart and threw it, instantly covering the old man's head in red. Looking at the wretched old man's discomfited appearance, Huang Ya couldn't help but laugh out loud, and she cursed the old lecher in passing. The wretched old man was unhappy. He at least wanted to get back some face, and he embraced Huang Ya, wanting to hold her in his arms and feel the plump touch of her. This was something he had been thinking about for a long time, and he had never found a reason to do it before, but today he took the opportunity to do it. However, just as he was about to embrace the plump and beautiful young woman he had longed for, he was kicked away by Truman. Truman began to see his goddess being insulted and his heart was already angry. This old man wanted to take advantage of the situation, which was even more intolerable. After Truman had kicked him, he got on the small electric moped and hurriedly shouted to Huang Ya. Teacher Huang, get on. Huang Ya quickly got on the moped and hugged Truman tightly. Truman rode the small electric moped and sped off, while Huang Ya hugged him tightly from behind. The lecherous old man saw that the two were trying to escape after hitting him, so he quickly got up and chased after them. But at his snail's pace, he could only smell the exhaust. No, the little electric moped doesn't seem to have an exhaust. Grandma Hua watched all this and couldn't help but scold, Old lecher, you deserve to be hit. Huang Ya held Truman tightly from behind, her head resting on his shoulder as she kept directing him along the route. Huang Ya really loved this feeling, and she couldn't wait to hold Truman in her arms forever, smelling the intoxicating manly scent on him. It wasn't long before they arrived at the apartment complex where Huang Ya lived. Huang Ya got out of the car reluctantly. After parking the moped, the two of them carried their things up together. Looking at the house in front of them, Truman felt the little womanly aura within Huang Ya. A lot of the things inside were pink. He had seen Miss Huang's bedroom before, and it was full of pink things. Now he noticed that the living room sofa was also pink, the walls were painted pink, and the curtains were also pink. A typical pink girl. But isn't her usual uniform a white blouse, a black skirt, and flesh-colored stockings? Yikes! Truman, come quickly. Huang Ya yelled anxiously from the kitchen. Truman saw that Huang Ya was looking at the fish rolling on the ground in horror, unable to do anything. Truman quickly grabbed the fish, stunned it, picked up a knife and started scraping off the scales, then began gutting it, taking out and throwing away some of the useless things, and then rinsing it quickly and cutting it into fillets. Watching Truman's skilled and fluid operation, Huang Ya was dumbfounded. Seeing Truman start cutting the meat again, Huang Ya suddenly remembered that she hadn't put a scarf on Truman, so she quickly took one in and helped Truman put it on. This scene is very similar to the actions of an old married couple towards each other. Truman looked back and saw Huang Ya filling the pot with water and preparing to cook the fish. Teacher Huang, are you going to cook sour cabbage fish? Yes. Do you usually cook sour cabbage fish this way? Huang Ya's face flushed as she heard Truman ask, probably knowing that she had done something wrong. I usually only eat boiled vegetables at home, and I only bought so much meat because I saw you here. Truman was full of surprise. How could you have such a plump figure if you only eat boiled vegetables? You have a nice figure. Looking at the way Truman looked at her figure and his surprised expression, she knew exactly what he meant. She gave him a reproachful slap and said to him with a glare in her eyes, "It's just my natural figure." Chapter 28 The Proactive Huang Ya. Chapter 28 The Proactive Huang Ya. This plump figure is born. This is something that Truman absolutely believes. Moreover, Truman also believes that it is very likely that she was a demon in her past life, and that very few men could resist her anger and glare just now. Either that or he is a saint. Could Truman resist? Naturally, he couldn't. He can only use cooking to hide his inner unrest. We see Truman set the pork aside and first chop the ingredients such as spring onions, ginger, and garlic. He pours away the water that Huang Ya poured into the pan earlier. He lights the stove to dry and heat the pan, then pours in canola oil. After the oil has heated, he quickly pours in some ginger and garlic, and before they have a chance to brown, quickly pour in the pickled vegetables and stir fry. After a while of stir frying, add cold water and cover. This series of actions was very smooth and graceful. Then Truman began to cut the pork belly and chop the pig's trotters. Huang Ya leaned against the kitchen doorframe and watched Truman busily going from one task to the next. At this moment, she was very calm, just calmly watching Truman's every move without saying a word, but her eyes had already started to well up. No man had ever done this in this kitchen before. Her ex-husband could not cook, and he even complained that her cooking was bad. He was always eating and drinking outside. He either complained about this or that. There was one reason she had never told anyone, and that was that her husband disliked the fact that she was a virgin. She had gone to the hospital to have a checkup for this reason, and she was not a virgin, but her body was a bit different from the norm. Her hymen was a bit deeper than normal. She told her husband about this, but he disliked her even more. During this meal, Huang Ya did not participate at all, and Truman alone prepared a full table of dishes. Only when she saw sweat dripping from Truman's forehead did she immediately go and help wipe it away. The meal took about an hour, and neither of them spoke much, spending the time slowly in an atmosphere of silence. It seemed that both of them were enjoying themselves. Truman liked the fun of cooking, while Huang Ya appreciated the fun of Truman cooking. One wanted to use cooking to hide the rising urge to be with the goddess, while the other wanted to use cooking as an opportunity to get close to him and feel him. At the dinner table, Huang Ya took out a bottle of white wine from somewhere. Seeing the white wine, Truman's breathing stopped for a moment, and he remembered that beautiful night. I wonder how Yen Yunyun is doing now, and how is Nyonyo? He also wondered if her mother-in-law was treating them well. When Truman thought about this, he decided that he would go and check up on them tomorrow. Huang Ya saw that Truman seemed to be thinking about something else. Could it be that he was thinking about that willowy sister with a thin waist and a plump bottom? Huang Ya felt that she had to do something for her own happiness. If she had a good impression of Truman before, after seeing everything he did in the kitchen today, she felt that she could no longer extricate herself. She loved the feeling of seeing her beloved man busy in the kitchen every day after work. For this feeling, she decided to make a bold attempt, something she had never dared to do before. She wanted to get this honest man drunk. Seeing that Huang Ya had brought herself a large cup, which she usually used for drinking boiled water, Truman thought she would pour a little for herself, not fill it up. As he watched the glass fill with more and more wine, Truman quickly called out, "Miss Huang, that's enough, that's too much." Huang Ya laughed and said, "You're a big guy, drinking so little? I'm going to drink this much." Truman saw that Huang Ya's glass was indeed full, so he let go of the hand that was trying to stop her. Truman thought to himself, I shouldn't get drunk from just one glass of this. Huang Ya looked at the dishes on the table and her appetite was aroused. There were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sour cabbage fish, pig's trotters stewed with lotus root, cauliflower stir-fried with pork belly, and 2 plates of vegan dishes, stir-fried water spinach and boiled bok choy. Huang Ya first filled a bowl for Truman, and then she started eating the dishes that Truman had made. She took her first bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and her eyes lit up as she took a bite. It was really delicious. She then took a bite of the sour pickled fish, and the sour and tender sensation made her love it. She then took a bite of the pig's trotters, and the soft and sticky sensation made her want to eat more. She felt that these dishes were better than some of the food she had eaten in the past at some big hotels. She ate all the dishes before she remembered that she had not poured Truman's wine. She had almost missed an important event. The ancients were right, a beautiful woman can really cause trouble. Oh, no, it was the food that messed up the situation. Truman, I believe this is the first time you've eaten at my house. Here, let's take a sip. After saying this, Huang Ya finished the glass of wine in front of her. Truman's eyes fell to the ground, and the raised glass of wine also stopped in midair. Stammering, he said, "Take a sip, that's a sip, right?" Huang Ya smiled innocently and said, "Isn't that how you drink wine?" Isn't a sip of wine the same as a mouthful of wine? Truman swallowed, gathered his courage, and gulped down a mouthful of white wine. The wine burned his throat and made him choke a few times. Huang Ya, who was sitting opposite him, hurried over and patted his back. After patting his back, she poured him another glass. Huang Ya didn't dare to look at Truman's face when she poured the wine, for she was afraid that she would burst out laughing. Truman looked at the wineglass in front of him with a bitter face. Huang Ya, who was sitting on the other side, couldn't help looking at Truman. When she saw Truman's aggrieved and bitter face, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. While laughing, she said, "Come on, I'll pour myself a glass too." After saying that, she really poured herself a glass. Huang Ya asked unintentionally, "Truman, let's eat the vegetables first. Your cooking is really delicious. What if I can't live without your cooking in the future?" Truman had already drunk a big glass of white wine, and he had drunk a little too quickly. He was already a little tipsy, and when he saw his goddess say this, he immediately patted his chest and said, "As long as Teacher Huang calls me, I will come over to cook for you every night, no matter what." Huang Ya was delighted to hear this. She was really happy that Truman had answered so quickly. "Come on, let's drink another one," Huang Ya said. "I thought we were going to eat first?" Truman was stunned. Didn't Huang Ya just say we were going to eat first? It's the same as drinking and then eating. Huang Ya finished her drink in one gulp and said. Truman saw that his teacher had already drunk, so as a man, he could only accompany his goddess to the end. He held his breath and drank it all in one go. After 2 glasses of wine, Truman felt like his whole body was floating, and the beautiful face of Huang Ya also turned into 2. Truman said to Huang Ya with a smile, "Goddess, why have you become 2? Now there are 2 goddesses." Truman then collapsed to the ground. Chapter 29 because he couldn't. Chapter 29 because he couldn't. Huang Ya saw that Truman had fallen to the ground and hurried over to see if Truman had been injured. After discovering that he was unharmed, she let out a long sigh of relief. Huang Ya helped Truman onto the sofa and watched as he continued to mutter to himself. Huang Ya placed her ear next to Truman's mouth and listened carefully. It sounded like he was saying, "Goddess, you're so beautiful. I've liked you for 4 years in college. Goddess, why do you often come to me in my dreams?" As she listened to Truman's drunken mutterings, Huang Ya was very excited. It turned out that Truman had been carrying her in his heart for 4 years. "I'm so stupid. Why didn't I discover it at the beginning? It would have been so much better if I had discovered it earlier. Huang Ya, you are such a big idiot." Huang Ya secretly scolded herself in her heart. But as soon as she thought that she was his goddess, she became complacent, and her face slowly began to turn red. In fact, Huang Ya also had a drink. The first glass was water, and the second glass was white wine, which she drank so that Truman would drink it too. Although she vomited some of it later, she still drank about half a glass in the end. Ooh! Truman's head started spinning, and he vomited all over himself and on the sofa. Huang Ya quickly wiped the mess off the sofa. Truman's shirt and pants were also dirty. Huang Ya had no choice. She had to take off all of Truman's clothes and pants, leaving him in just his underwear. Smelling the scent emanating from Truman's body, Huang Ya's face flushed a little more. Huang Ya first took Truman's clothes and pants to the bathroom and rinsed them off, then threw them in the washing machine to wash them again. Huang Ya looked at her flushed reflection in the bathroom mirror and muttered, "Huang Ya, you're so charming." She went to the living room and drew the curtains. Looking at Truman, who was only wearing underwear, she slowly took off all her clothes. She was completely naked and her body began to blush a little. "You're lucky, brat." Truman had a dream in which her goddess wore armor and became a seraphim. He became a prisoner of war. The armor seemed to have been tailor-made for her, showing off her figure perfectly. The goddess took his halberd in one hand and said with nobility and elegance, "You are mine." When Truman woke up the next day, he was lying next to a naked woman. He looked at her in a daze and saw that it was his uniform goddess, Teacher Wang. "Am I still dreaming?" Truman muttered. Huang Ya, who heard him speak, couldn't help but smile faintly at the corner of her mouth. He couldn't help but reach out and squeeze the big white rabbit, and found it really soft, feeling just like the real thing. Suddenly, Truman's eyes lit up, as if he had sensed something. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard with his hand, and it really hurt. Huang Ya could no longer pretend, and stroked the face that Truman had just slapped. "Does it hurt?" Truman shook his head in confusion. This was actually real, and he had experienced something indescribable with his goddess. He was now at a loss, and didn't know what to do. Do you hate me? Truman heard Huang Ya's questioning voice in his ear. Truman quickly shook his head. Then why don't you look very happy? Huang Ya continued to ask. Truman suddenly asked himself, should I be happy that I slept with the goddess? It seems like I should be happy, she was my goddess in college for 4 whole years. But why am I so scared now? Truman said with a wry smile, I don't know if I should be happy, I'm a little scared, I don't know why I feel this way. Teacher Huang, I'm sorry, I was drunk last night, I behaved badly after drinking, I was an asshole. Truman kept blaming himself, and Huang Ya quickly covered Truman's lips with her fingers. I did it willingly, will you be my man forever? Huang Ya's seductive voice slowly came from her delicate red lips that looked like the Dansha landscape. Boom! Truman's head exploded, there was too much information, he couldn't process it all. The goddess actually asked him to be her man. He was naturally willing, but then the image of Yen's beautiful face flashed through his mind, as well as Nyonyo's cute and innocent eyes. He hesitated. Huang Ya saw that Truman hesitated without answering, and her heart felt a pang of sadness. She bit her lips so hard that she didn't feel the blood when it broke the skin. It wasn't until she felt the bitter taste of blood that she realized what she had done. Huang Ya got up without a word. A graceful and delicate body was revealed in front of Truman, so beautiful, no different from his previous dreams. Flawless. Truman watched as Huang Ya dressed in his own clothes and pants without saying a word. Truman quickly got up as well, but only managed to find his underwear and put them on. Boom! Truman's head exploded again, there was just too much information, he really couldn't process it all. He saw that there was actually a pool of blood on the sofa. Teacher Huang, you. Huang Ya naturally also saw the bloodstains on the sofa, and she silently removed the sofa cover. Don't stress yourself out. After all, I'm so much older than you, and I'm the one who made the money. Truman heard Huang Ya's indifferent tone and wasn't sure what she was thinking. Teacher Huang, weren't you married before? Why are you still? Truman asked the question in his heart. Huang Ya did not answer, she just slowly took the condom into her bedroom, and stayed for a while before coming out. When she came out again, Truman saw a faint tear mark in Huang Ya's eyes. Huang Ya saw Truman's puzzled eyes and said indifferently. Because he can't. Chapter 30 Yen Jie is gone. Chapter 30 Yen Jie is gone. Hearing what Teacher Huang said, Truman froze on the spot. He didn't expect it to be for this reason. Didn't they say before that the reason for Teacher Huang's divorce was because her husband fooled around with other women everywhere? Her husband actually can't do it? Huang Ya felt that Truman might not be willing to accept the current relationship, but she was willing to wait. Since she dared to take this step, she decided to go all the way. After Huang Ya finished washing up, she saw that Truman still hadn't reacted. She told Truman that she was going to class now, and she hung his clothes outside for him, and then she left the house. He probably still needed time to digest it, so she would give him time. Truman did need time to digest it. He felt that he was a responsible man. Yes, he felt that he should already be a man now. Since childhood, he has been taught that people should love and care for each other, and that they should be together for life. They should be together for life, and grow old together, but now how can he teach her to be happy in 2 places? The other day, after having sex with Yen, he secretly vowed to take care of the mother and daughter, and give them a warm home. He had originally planned to go over to Yan's house today. Unexpectedly, last night, When Truman left Huang Ya's house, his mind was still a bit confused. He kept thinking about what to do. The first time he had sex with Yen, it seemed to be because he had drunk too much. Although he wasn't drunk, he couldn't resist. This time, having sex with the goddess was also because of drinking, and he was so drunk this time that it seemed like everything happened in a dream. Truman couldn't help but sigh. Drinking makes people commit crimes so easily. I'll never drink so much again. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to go to Yan's house today and see for himself. Even if her mother-in-law is there, it's still good to just look from afar. On the way, he sent a message to Huang Ya, saying that he had left now and the food on the table was in the fridge for her. Huang Ya was probably in class and didn't reply to him. While on the bus, Truman also received a phone call. On the other end was a girl with a gentle voice, but it felt a little awkward. He felt like he had heard that voice somewhere before. It wasn't. Until the other end of the line said that she was Han Luman, the president of Huaxing Group, that a beautiful figure from a previous meeting at the job fair came to mind. Truman's head was a little dizzy now, and after finishing the call, it seemed that he didn't remember exactly what the other person had said. It seemed that he had just been answering MMM. After his head cleared, he wanted to call back and ask again, but he was in the middle of a call and had to give up. After Truman arrived at the small courtyard rented by Yen Yunyun, he found that the door of the courtyard was locked, and the large truck parked outside the door was also gone. Truman guessed that Yen Jia had gone to the car to deliver goods, so he waited for her to get off work and go home not far away. He waited directly from morning until noon. At noon, he ate at a random Shasin snack shop. At noon, he received a call from Teacher Wang, who told him not to feel burdened. If he felt it was too sudden, she could wait patiently. She said she was going to be attached to him anyway in the future, and told him not to try to run away. Even if he wanted to run away to the ends of the earth, she would catch him and bring him back. The two talked for a while, with Teacher Huang mostly talking and Truman listening. It wasn't until Teacher Huang had to go to class that she reluctantly hung up the phone. Truman was very moved by what Mr. Huang had said, his eyes were moist, and somewhere inside he felt a sense of warmth. Since he was young, no one had ever treated him like this, and spoken to him with such deep and overbearing words. After his parents died, he could only beg for food and clothing at his uncle's house, and he never felt any more affection. Although he was now kicked out by his uncle's family, he still wanted to thank them, at least for letting him finish his studies. After answering the phone call from Mr. Huang, Truman went back to the place where he had been waiting in the morning. During that time, an old lady from the neighborhood glanced over at him a few times. He waited from noon until night. Truman finally couldn't hold back anymore and sent a message to Yen, but after half an hour, there was no reply. He made another voice call, but it was not answered. He made a video call, but still no answer. Truman gradually felt that something was wrong. Could it be that something had happened? He went to the door of Yen Yunyun's rented room and tried to find something to climb in and take a look. "Young man, are you here to collect a debt? I've seen you here all day, don't wait, just go. This family is no longer here, you won't get your money back. You debt collectors, not only did you cause the death of the husband, but you also dare to come to our house and make trouble. This world. Morals are declining, people's hearts are not as good as they used to be." The old woman saw that Truman was about to climb over the wall and hurried over to stop him. She had been watching Truman at home, afraid that he might do something bad. Yesterday, a group of people came to cause trouble and almost smashed her house. Fortunately, she called the police quickly. She didn't dare to rent her house to the mother and daughter again, but fortunately her mother-in-law tied them up and took them away. But when she was being taken away, the woman resisted so fiercely. "Granny, I'm not here to collect a debt. I'm a friend of the family who lives here. I just called her, but she didn't answer. I don't know what's going on. So I want to go in and see if something's happened." Truman saw that the old woman had misunderstood, so he quickly explained. "But, Granny, what do you mean the family is gone?" The old woman gave him a disgusted look. "Who are you calling Grandma? Hurry up and go, go. If you don't go, I'll call the police. I'm the owner of this room, be careful, I'll sue you for trespassing." Truman saw that the old woman was going to drive him away. How could this be? He still hadn't figured out what was going on. He quickly took out 200 yuan from his bag and gave it to the old woman, and repeatedly assured her that he was not a bad person, not a debt collector, but just wanted to find out where the family had gone and what was going on. After the old woman took the 200 yuan, she immediately changed to a smiling face. "I said, you don't look like a bad guy, let me tell you. Yesterday, many debt collectors came to collect debts with loan documents, and they almost smashed my house. Fortunately, I called the police, and in the end, her mother-in-law settled the matter by pawning her truck. Her mother-in-law's family came over with a few people in a van and took the mother and daughter away, presumably back to their hometown. I'll tell you what. The woman in this family looks quite virtuous, but she's a cheating slut. Her husband hadn't even died long before she brought a man home. I could hear it all from next door, and she was screaming and moaning like crazy. I even secretly told her mother-in-law, or else she might not have taken him home. She didn't want to go back yet, probably waiting for her man. But her mother-in-law's family cornered her and took her away in handcuffs. The little girl from her family was watching, crying her heart out." After listening to this, Truman understood the whole story and hated the nosy old woman. He really wanted to get the 200 yuan back. But he still had some questions. "Do you have the license plate number of the van?" Truman asked. The old woman's eyes lit up, and she patted her knee with her hand, exclaiming, "I think I do. I was at home watching the fun that day, and I recorded it on video." After the old woman finished speaking, she took out her phone. Truman was about to stick his head in to take a look, but the old woman quickly pulled her phone back. The old woman held the phone in one hand and held out the other hand. Truman had no choice but to give her another 200 yuan from his bag. She then showed him the video, which indeed had the license plate number of the van. He quickly took out his own phone and recorded it. Truman saw that the old woman wanted to say something else, but since he already knew what he wanted to know, the culprit was this old woman. Truman took advantage of the old woman's inattention and snatched the 400 yuan she gave her and fled. The old woman couldn't catch up, and she was so angry that she rolled around on the ground. The old woman cried out to the sky, but there was no answer. But Truman probably didn't rob her, he was just taking back his own money. He was already very kind not to slap the old woman's smelly mouth. Chapter 31 The landlady came knocking in the middle of the night. Chapter 31 The landlady came knocking in the middle of the night. Huang Ya didn't come home until very late tonight. Today, it was her turn to check the school dormitories to see if the freshmen had any illegal appliances or stayed out late at night. However, the freshmen were generally obedient and usually returned to their dormitories early. Huahai University generally only checked the dormitories in the first year, and the teachers rarely checked the dormitories in subsequent years. Huang Ya, who had returned home, looked around the room. Although she knew that he should not be here anymore because he had told her in the morning, she still hoped to see his figure. Seeing no sign of Truman, Huang Ya's final flicker of hope was dashed, and she felt slightly disappointed. She had hoped so much to come home and find Truman waiting for her. There was no sign of him, but it seemed as if his scent lingered in the air, which gave her a slight sense of relief. She went over to the sofa where they had made love the previous day, and gently stroked it, as if she were stroking the powerful, explosive body of Truman. The sofa still had a hint of bloodstains and an unknown watermark. Huang Ya threw herself on top of it, feeling the residual warmth, and fell asleep without realizing. She was woken up by hunger in the middle of the night, and only then did she remember that there were some leftovers from yesterday in the fridge. She reheated all the dishes and served them at the table. Huang Ya felt that the dishes were still as delicious as before. She had not had enough yesterday, and today she wanted to finish them all. She looked down at her delicate body and muttered, "It's hard on you, so I won't keep fit today." "Who told you that your master's husband cooks such delicious food?" Truman also returned home late. After taking a shower, he lay at home, pondering over everything that had happened recently and how to rescue Yan's sister and her daughter. It seemed that he must go to Yuanan. Truman sighed. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Truman's musings. When he opened the door, he saw the landlord's wife's panicked eyes. "Landlord's wife, what's wrong?" Truman looked surprised. "Hurry up and let me in, someone is chasing me from behind." Xia Shuyi kept looking behind her, scared. Truman heard that there was danger and quickly opened the door to let the landlord's wife in. After Xia Shuyi came in, she kept patting her towering peaks. "What's going on?" Truman stared at Xia Shuyi with a serious face. "The loan shark, that dead man died and caused trouble for my mother, and just now that boss tried to force himself on me, but I hit him with a brick, luckily I ran away." Looking at the landlord's wife, who was full of relief, Truman felt that this was not a good thing. "If you ran away today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? How much do you owe?" 20 million. Truman was shocked when he heard this number. This was an astronomical number for him. "So what are you going to do?" Truman wanted to ask Harriet for a solution. "How about you take me and escape to another place?" Harriet flirted with Truman seriously. Truman's head had been confused these past few days, and this landlady was still joking with him. And she wasn't at all worried about such a big matter? Truman turned around and went back to lie down on the bed, not wanting to deal with this landlady and not bothering with her mess. Ouch. The little man is so petty. Are you angry with a joke? Xia Shuyi followed into Truman's bedroom and saw the bed, which reminded her of that night and made her face flush. But she sat by the bed and teased Truman. "Why did you come in? You don't have a fever today, so why did you come in? There's a lazy sofa outside, enough for you to sit on. Look through the peephole, and if the boss you mentioned leaves, you should hurry and go too." Truman looked at this woman, who had followed him into the house. He was speechless. Did she really not know the difference between men and women? Did she really not know her own charm? Are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Let me tell you, I am the owner of this house. Be careful, I won't rent it to you anymore and I will throw you out. Xia Shuyi said with a righteous face. Truman was also a little angry. He still didn't know how to solve the matter of Mr. Huang, and the matter of Sister Yen was also making him overwhelmed. This landlord's wife also came to bother him. Fine, I'll move tomorrow. Now please leave. You should be grateful that I'm not kicking you out and letting that scoundrel take advantage of you. Truman frowned, his face full of annoyance. Xia Shuyi saw that Truman seemed to have really been angered by her, and her face flushed with panic. She had only wanted to tease Truman. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you angry. I'll go right away. Xia Shuyi felt a little aggrieved. She had only wanted to tease Truman, but she hadn't expected such a big reaction. Truman turned away and ignored the landlady. But he heard the door open immediately afterwards, which startled him. He had only told her to leave the bedroom, not to leave the house right now. What if the lone shark was still waiting for her outside? Are you crazy? What if the lone shark is still waiting for you outside? Are you going to give yourself to him? Hearing Truman yell at her hysterically, Xia Shuyi wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she was very happy, because Truman was thinking of her. Truman pulled the landlady forcefully onto his lazy sofa and ordered. You're going to sit here today, and you're not going anywhere. After saying this, Truman went back to his bedroom and locked the door. Xia Shuyi sat on the lazy sofa with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Truman's domineering way of caring had made her feel a little happy. Truman had just dozed off when he heard a knock on the door. Why haven't you left yet? Truman asked suspiciously. It was already the middle of the night, and the person chasing her should have left a long time ago. Didn't you say that I should sit here and not go anywhere? Truman looked at the somewhat coquettish demeanor of Harriet Summer and couldn't help but feel a headache. She's not young anymore, but she's still acting cute. I was talking about that time. Never mind. So what do you want now? I'm cold. Truman really had a headache. You're cold? Don't you know how to go home? Looking at the landlord's wife's expectant eyes, Truman had to throw the air conditioning quilt he made last time at her. But when she saw the little pout on the landlady's lips, her hopeful gaze seemed to be looking at her own bed. No way. This was the last thing Truman said before locking the door. Xia Shuyi returned to the lazy chair with the air conditioning quilt, a little dissatisfied, but not bad. Covering herself with the air conditioning quilt, she instantly felt no longer cold. And she smelled that intoxicating scent again. Chapter 32 Strange Dreams. Chapter 32 Strange Dreams. That night, Truman had a strange dream. On a narrow, long bridge, an old woman was carrying a bowl of soup. When she saw him pass by, the old woman gave a meaningful smile. After crossing the bridge, it was a dark cave, and inside was endless blackness. He could see a man in black and a man in white wearing tall hats escorting a prisoner walking towards the cave. The two men suddenly turned their heads in his direction as they entered the black hole for the last time. He saw two pale faces with a strange smile. He looked up in panic and saw two big words above the cave entrance. Underworld. Truman suddenly felt cold sweat running down his face. He looked back at the old woman on the bridge, feeding someone soup. Truman's heart tightened. Mungpa soup. Suddenly, he was sucked into the black hole by a strange force. The people in the black hole were walking slowly like zombies. When they saw him passing by, they all turned around blankly and stared at him. As if they were seeing a new species, they gradually converged on him, reaching out and poking at him non-stop, as if they wanted to understand what he was really made of. All he saw were blank, lifeless faces. This scared him so much that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly ran as hard as he could towards the cave entrance, and after running for a long time until he was completely exhausted, he finally ran out of the black hole. After emerging from the cave, he saw two monsters and a county magistrate. The lower bodies of the two monsters were human bodies. One appeared to be a reverse mold with a bull's head, while the other had a horse's head mask on its face. Both monsters were wearing half-body armor, revealing 8 abdominal muscles. There was a study table directly in front of him, and in front of the table sat a county magistrate. You're here? The county magistrate directly in front of him did not look up, still intently reading the book in front of him. Truman did not answer, and he looked around. There was only himself around. He could only hear the two monsters say flattering things to the county magistrate. Sir, the spell you cast on him was truly powerful. In just a short time, the boy's innocence was shattered, and countless beautiful women threw themselves at him. We brothers both want to go to the human world and enjoy this demon's life. I can't decide if you two want to go to the human world. You were sent here by the Jade Emperor. Why don't you go ask the Jade Emperor if you want to go to the human world and enjoy the good life? I dare not. Nyoto and Maimai kept shaking their heads, and their hands kept making waving motions. The county magistrate was satisfied, tugging at the long sideburns on either side of his face with a smile on his face. The book on the art of wooing a woman, which contained illustrations of 100 kinds of flowers, was called The Spectrum of 100 Flowers. The female privet and the Paulownia flowers in it had already been plucked. The female privet's simple fragrance was blowing in the wind, and the Paulownia's fragrance was pure and simple. Every time a flower is picked, a corresponding achievement is reached. The magistrate's hands gradually solidified into 2 white balls of true chi. On one ball were the 4 characters Golden Tai Chi True Fist that kept circling the true chi, while the golden characters surrounding the other ball were stock market proficient. The magistrate casually waved his hands. He heard 2 loud sounds. 2 bright lights shot into Truman's brow. Truman immediately woke up in a panic. He was sweating profusely. Truman wiped his sweaty head and muttered to himself. Could it be that I think too much during the day and have strange nightmares at night? Thinking about the strange people and images he encountered in his dreams, he couldn't help but shiver. Truman came to the living room and found the landlady curled up on his lazy sofa, sound asleep. He wondered what kind of beautiful dreams she was having, and she still had a smile on her face. What a seductive sleeping beauty. These were the thoughts that just popped into Truman's head. Truman did not want to disturb the landlord's wife's sweet dreams, so he turned around and went to the kitchen. He took out the frozen dumplings he had packed from his own refrigerator. He only made a single serving for himself, and he would not wake someone who was still sleeping. As soon as he finished cooking and walked out of the kitchen, he immediately saw the landlord's wife, who had just woken up. Her big, watery eyes were staring at him. Do you want to eat? Xia Shuyi nodded vigorously. Xia Shuyi immediately removed the air conditioning quilt covering her, and her curvy figure blended in with the lazy air of someone who had just woken up, making her incredibly beautiful. Truman placed the dumplings and chopsticks on the table. The amount was for himself, and it was a little too large. He turned around and went back into the kitchen to get 2 small bowls, ready to even out the dumplings in the large bowl. However, as soon as he left the kitchen, he saw that the landlady had already started eating them. Can you finish all that? Don't women have to watch their figure? Truman asked, voicing his doubts. Yes, they're delicious. Did you make them yourself? They're still hungry? No. The talking Ha Shui let out another burp. Oh. Truman replied, continuing to concentrate on eating his dumplings. But I want more. Truman looked at Harriet with surprise and a little embarrassment. Didn't you say you were full? Well, your dumplings are so delicious, I want more. Harriet's voice was still normal when she said this, but as she looked at Truman's surprised expression, her voice became smaller and smaller, like the sound of a mosquito. Don't you women want to take care of your figure? Truman said this, but he still gave the landlady some dumplings. That's your fault. Xia Shuyi muttered as she ate, and when she looked up and saw that Truman was still looking at her, she quickly said the next sentence. You made it so delicious. She had cooked twice the usual amount for this breakfast, but as a result, she wasn't full, while the woman opposite her was contentedly stroking her flat stomach. Truman was a little curious. Why is her stomach still flat after eating so many dumplings? Where did everything go? Could it be the 2 lumps on top? That's not right. It doesn't make sense. Chapter 33 The Yellow-Haired Punk. Chapter 33 The Yellow-Haired Punk. Truman and the landlady left the house together. Truman looked at the door to the next room and asked casually. Why didn't you go to this room last night? I didn't bring the key to this room. Then wasn't that the sound of a key in your bag? Okay, it's because I was scared alone. Okay. With you here, I'm not scared. As soon as Truman stepped out of the apartment complex, he noticed someone sneaking up on him. He quickly pulled the landlady towards a crowded area, while the person behind them kept up the chase. Truman, what's wrong? The landlady asked curiously, not knowing that someone was following them. Someone's following us. After running for a while, the person behind him still kept up with him, and it seemed like there were more and more of them, probably calling for reinforcements. Truman, I can't run anymore, I ate too much and now my stomach hurts from running. Listening to Harriet's cries, this really took a toll on Truman's life. What can you do now that you ate so much earlier? Amidst Harriet's screams, Truman picked Harriet up on his back, but after running for a while, Truman's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He was panting heavily. Truman, put me down, this has nothing to do with you. They will at most take me away, they won't do anything to you. Xia Shuyi kept wiping the sweat from Truman's forehead, saying with concern. Shut up, they won't do anything to me. Truman really couldn't run anymore, so he saw an alley ahead and quickly ducked in. After running in the alley for a while, he discovered that it was a dead end. Truman had no choice but to put down Shui Xia, panting heavily, hoping that the people on the opposite side would not find them. After a short while, Truman and Shui Xia heard footsteps. Shui Xia's face suddenly turned pale. Kid, keep running. Aren't you pretty capable? You're running so fast with someone on your back. Are the two lumps behind you giving you a massage and it feels so good? Several yellow-haired men chased in, and when they saw the two men running into a dead end, they couldn't help but smile with evil intent. Seeing that they had tattoos around their necks, they must be some small-time thugs who did nothing all day. They pulled out batons from their pockets and stared at Truman fiercely. Truman protected the landlady and kept backing into the dead end. Truman, go on your own. Please. I've accepted my fate. At worst, I'll mortgage all my houses to them. Seeing this, Xia Shuyi, who was worrying about her own affairs and had dragged Truman into this, could not help but shed tears, wanting only for Truman to hurry and go. Nagging woman, shut up. Truman shouted at Xia Shuyi, naturally not going to leave her alone. Do you think that even if I want to go, they will let me go? I will never let you go. I, Truman, have never had a friend since I was a child, and I naturally will not abandon my friends now. Whoa, you want to be a hero? Save the beauty? Kid, don't look at your own weight and measure yourself. If you obediently hand her over to us and let her serve our boss, I will let you live. Don't worry, our boss won't kill her, at most he will play some exciting tricks, and maybe we will follow and drink the leftovers. Ha ha ha. The yellow-haired men mocked while laughing lewdly. If you kneel down and lick our shoes, we'll consider sparing one of your legs. The yellow-haired men laughed wildly and continued to mock. Xia Shuyi saw this scene and shouted loudly, calling for help, hoping that there were kind people outside who could come in and save them. Unfortunately, no one in this dead end could hear, and even if they did, they might not be able to come to their rescue. Looking at Xia Shuyi, who was full of fear, the yellow-haired men laughed even more happily. It was as if Xia Shuyi had become meat on their chopping board, at their mercy. Especially when they saw Xia Shuyi's slender figure, her huge, ripe breasts, and now her panic and pitiful appearance. Their bestial desires swelled to the extreme, and they wanted to execute her on the spot. Unfortunately, they had to offer this beauty to their boss first. But they were excited to think that they could still drink the soup. A beauty of this caliber, even if the soup is sour, it is also a rare delicacy in the world. Shut up! Truman yelled at them, looking at the lewd smiles of these yellow-haired men. The yellow-haired men laughed even more wildly. In the eyes of this group of people, Truman's yelling was more like the yelling of an incompetent. They all looked at Truman like idiots, as if Truman's skinny body could be toppled with just one finger. The yellow-haired guys seemed to have had enough of laughing. They raised their batons and attacked Truman. When one of the batons came down, Truman blocked it with his hand, instantly causing his veins to bulge with pain and sweat to pour off his body. The yellow-haired guys watched all this with grins on their faces. One of the yellow-haired guys swung his baton again, this time hitting Truman on the shoulder. Truman's shoulders instantly collapsed. Another swing of the stick hit Truman in the stomach, and a mouthful of bitter water was instantly spat out, along with the dumplings he had eaten today. It sprayed the yellow hair across the street in the face. The yellow hair across the street was instantly enraged and swung at Truman's head. This blow to Truman's head would leave him either dead or disabled. Xia Shuyi closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear to witness this cruel scene. Tears of remorse welled up in her eyes. She had been so selfish, and should have mortgaged the house earlier. She regretted giving herself up so early. Now she had caused such a disaster for Truman. She was so remorseful. If something happened to Truman, she was not prepared to live either. Chapter 34 Tai Chi True Fist. Chapter 34 Tai Chi True Fist. At this critical moment, Truman suddenly reached out and grabbed the baton that was swung at him and pulled forward. The little yellow-haired guy who had been about to hit him flew straight out. Truman's legs were slightly open, his knees bent, his hands stretched forward, one slightly in front of the other. He took a step forward with his left foot, spreading his legs like a wild horse. His eyes were fixed on the yellow-haired guys in front of him. Tai Chi. You kid can do Tai Chi. The yellow-haired guys didn't think so. They said all these martial arts were just for show, good for keeping fit, but useless in a real fight. They were all rubbish in the face of weapons. The yellow-haired guys rushed at Truman with their batons, and one of them pulled out a dagger. Xia Shuyi had just closed her eyes and didn't know what was going on. She felt a gust of wind and opened her eyes to see a yellow-haired guy lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Now she saw the man opposite pull out a dagger, and her face suddenly paled. She shouted to warn Truman. Truman's current momentum was completely different from the beaten Truman just now. Facing the several people rushing at him, he was unafraid, as if he were a master of the world. Seeing Truman standing still, Xia Shuyi's whole heart lifted up, and she shouted anxiously from behind. Facing a dozen punches, slashes, and stabs from the yellow-haired men, Truman's body lurched forward, knocking one person directly into the air, and another yellow-haired person fell to the ground after being squeezed and pushed. Watching the dagger stab at him, Truman reached out with his left hand and grabbed the opponent's hand holding the dagger, and then lifted his right hand and broke the elbow directly to break the joint of his arm. He leaned forward with his shoulders sunk and his legs lifted, and the yellow-haired man's chest was shattered. Finally, with palms turned into fists, his energy concentrated in his lower abdomen, with a breath in and a breath out, he pushed forward with his hands as if to gently push, and a visible ripple appeared in the air. The yellow-haired man flew several zhongs away. It seemed like there were a lot of movements, but in fact, it all happened in the blink of an eye. At this point, all the yellow-haired men were lying on the ground, unable to move. Xia Shuyi was stunned by the scene before her. Just now, she was pale and worried for Truman, but now these little yellow guys were all lying on the ground. They were all moaning and groaning. Looking at Truman, who was standing still in front of her, Xia Shuyi was stunned. How could this boy be so powerful? Her eyes were about to fill with stars. If this were in ancient times, she guessed she would have to spit out those words. Not only was Xia Shuyi stunned, but Truman himself was also stunned. When did he become so good? Just now, when the little thug was about to chop his head off. It was as if he had suddenly had an epiphany, and a series of Tai Chi moves with a clear beginning, middle and end came to mind. Just now, every move he used seemed to come naturally, his body moving with his mind, and the movements of the person opposite him seemed to slow down in his eyes. He couldn't help but think about the strange dream he had last night. If everything was real, it would really shake his perception of the world and his knowledge of science. Because it was so surreal, it was as if he were the hero of a novel. He remembered that the county magistrate had 2 orbs of true energy in his hands, the true Tai Chi fist and mastery of the stock market. If he had mastered the true Tai Chi fist, did that mean he also had the skill of mastering the stock market? He didn't know what mastery of the stock market meant, but he definitely had to turn on the computer today to see if there was any difference in the stock market. Seeing that Truman did not move, she wondered if he was still trying to pretend to be an expert in front of her. You don't need to pretend, you are the expert. Xia Shuyi thought to herself. She quickly went up to Truman and patted him on the shoulder. She patted the exact same shoulder that Truman had been hit with the bat. This woke Truman up from his pain. Seeing Truman's gritted teeth, Xia Shuyi was at a loss for what to do. I'm sorry. Xia Shuyi looked flustered and kept apologizing. At this time, the lightly injured Huang Mao had already crawled up, supporting the seriously injured Huang Mao as they hurriedly left, while telling Truman to wait and they would get him later. Although he was speaking harsh words, there was a hint of fear in his eyes, worrying that Truman would come up and give them a few more punches and kicks at any time. Inside a small clinic, Xia Shuyi looked at Truman, who was naked from the waist up, his eyes red and swollen, and tears welling up. There was a long red mark on Truman's stomach, obviously from being hit by gravity. His left hand had been slightly broken, and although the force on his shoulder was also heavy, it was significantly more resilient, and was only slightly swollen. Truman, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you got into trouble. Looking at Xia Shuyi, who kept blaming herself and kept saying sorry, in just 1 hour, he had heard those 3 words so many times that his ears were starting to grow calluses. Even if I see someone else being bullied, I'll help. You think it's because of you? You're thinking too much. If I help you this time, do you think I should get a rent reduction for the next 3 months? Truman's voice was cold, and I don't know if he said it on purpose. Reduction, of course I'll reduce it, not just for 3 months, how about I waive it for you in the future? You've done a good job saving the beautiful woman, you shouldn't feel bad about it. Hearing what Truman said, Xia Shuyi's sense of guilt eased a little, and she said to Truman, crying and laughing. Although Xia Shuyi heard Truman say that it wasn't for her, she was convinced in her heart that it was because of her. She didn't believe that Truman was a young man who would help anyone in need. Because she had heard him say before that he would never abandon his friends, and now she was his friend. But could she only be his friend? Truman was supposed to go to the traffic department today to check the information on the license plate of the car. But in this situation, with his left hand in a cast, it was really inconvenient to move around. So, accompanied by Xia Shuyi, he returned to his rented room. In other words, he did nothing today, just went home after getting beaten up. Maybe, he was even being targeted by the forces of darkness, which was what made Truman's head hurt. But then he thought about his amazing Tai Chi boxing, and he wasn't so worried anymore. Now that he had returned to his rented room, the first thing he did was turn on his laptop and look at the red and green curves on it. The sight sent a green glow into Truman's eyes. While Truman was excited, Xia Shuyi was apprehensive, because she felt that she had dragged Truman down with her. What if those villains used underhanded tactics on Truman and stabbed him in the back? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Truman's hand was injured, so Xia Shuyi cooked at noon, but her cooking skills were a bit. Anyway, Truman frowned the whole time he was eating, looking at the dark lumps in front of him. Truman is unable to express his suffering. Xia Shuyi seemed to be aware of her cooking skills and said apologetically, "Why don't I go and cook the leftover dumplings in your fridge?" Truman really didn't want to hurt her feelings, so he quickly finished the food in his bowl, and gave a smile that was even more hideous than crying. "It's quite delicious, I'm full already." Seeing Truman like this, Xia Shuyi felt even more uncomfortable. She pinched the corner of her shirt, as if she had made up her mind about something. Chapter 35 The Decision of the Landlady. Chapter 35 The Decision of the Landlady. After tidying up the dishes, Xia Shuyi kept looking sad as she held her phone and chatted away. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon when she told Truman that she had to go home for a bit and would come back in the evening to cook for him. Truman saw Xia Shuyi hurry away, her face clearly showing a hint of unease and apprehension. This made him doubt her. He followed her quietly. Xia Shuyi really did go home for a while, took a shower, and came out in a black cheongsam that showed off her figure to the fullest. It was not just any figure, but a figure with curves. Xia Shuyi seemed to have just cried at home, her eyes a little red. She took her phone and handbag and went to a cafe not far from her house. Her delicate face, slender figure, and the way she swayed as she walked, all drew the attention of passers-by. A bespectacled man bumped into a pole before coming to his senses, and embarrassedly left the scene, not forgetting to turn around and take a few more lingering glances as he went. Some even took out their phones and snapped a bunch of photos of Xia Shuyi. Some even zoomed in countless times to take photos. In the coffee shop, a middle-aged man with a full beard was wearing a large white shirt with 2 buttons undone, revealing his chest hair underneath, and a big gold chain around his neck. He watched Xia Shuyi slowly approach, her gait light and graceful. This middle-aged man looked like a pig, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Xia Shuyi's swaying gait led her to the opposite side of the table, each step a flowing picture scroll, beautiful beyond compare. "Hello, Mr. Jin, I'm Xia Shuyi." Looking at the image of this middle-aged man, Xia Shuyi felt a wave of nausea in her stomach, but she still managed to put on a smile. Hearing Xia Shuyi's beautiful voice, this middle-aged man named Mr. Jin felt as if his heart were going to melt. He quickly straightened up, put on what he thought was a very gentlemanly smile, and said in a very magnetic voice, "Miss Xia, today I'll ask a few of my subordinates to invite you to dinner. I don't know how you got hurt, are you okay? Did you bump into anything? If you have hurt yourself, just tell me and I will go break their legs. Such delicate skin is like a work of art, and you don't want to damage it." At the end of his sentence, the lust in Mr. Jin's eyes was unmistakable. If they weren't in a coffee shop, but in his bar, in his private little room. He would like to take this beautiful woman like a flower, press her against the table, tear open her cheongsam, and have a hearty battle. That feeling must be wonderful. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but drool again. Xia Shuyi frowned for a moment. She now regretted it. Playing tricks. "I don't have the contract with me, it's at my bar." "Let's go, I'll get it now." After saying that, he tried to get his hands on her again, but was once again beaten down by Xia Shui. You didn't give me the IOU, so don't even think about getting any. Mr. Kim looked at this big piece of tender and delicious meat that he could see but not eat, and it was like an itch, it was so uncomfortable. Okay, just bear with it, when we get to the bar, to my territory, even if you don't want to, you won't be able to run away. A fierce look flashed in Mr. Kim's eyes. He took the lead and walked out of the coffee shop, followed closely by Xia Shui. Mr. Kim drove a Hummer, and Xia Shui hesitated in front of the car before finally getting in. All of this was witnessed by Truman, who had already guessed what the landlady was going to do. She was going to sacrifice her body. She must be afraid of getting herself involved. Before, this was something she was so adamant about, otherwise she would not have so easily got into the car across the street. Truman quickly hailed a taxi and threw $200 at the driver, with the only request being to follow the Hummer in front. Following the Hummer, he arrived at a bar. This bar was not in the city center, but in a very remote place. Truman had driven for more than an hour with the car, and he had additionally paid the driver an extra $100. But the bar was very luxurious, just like its name, resplendent. Now that darkness had just fallen, the bar was already bustling with people. Truman followed the crowd inside, ordered a bottle of wine at the bar, and then found a secluded corner to sit and observe the surroundings. During this time, several hostesses approached, but Truman rejected them all. His position was close to the private room that Xia Shui entered, and if there was the slightest sound, he could react immediately. However, he overestimated his hearing. The soundproofing in that private room was very good, and what happened inside could not be heard outside at all. After Xia Shui and Mr. Jin entered the private room, they immediately locked the door. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. He wanted to take Xia Shui by force and ravish her right now. As soon as he made a move, Xia Shui slapped him back. It had to be said that Xia Shui was quite fierce. Previously, she had hit someone with a brick, and now she slapped someone. However, the slap didn't hurt Mr. Jin, and he became even more excited. The more Xia Shui resisted, the more excited he became. He picked Xia Shui up in one arm, and with the other he swept away the wine bottles on the table in the box, causing a loud crash as they fell to the ground. He viciously threw Xia Shui on the table, pinned her down with one hand, and violently ripped off her cheongsam with the other. Xia Shui struggled frantically, fighting back. You bastard, didn't you say you would give me a receipt? Where is the receipt? Don't worry, you will get it after we are done. Mr. Jin pounced on Xia Shui, greedily breathing in the fragrance of her body, and held her hands down with both hands as she tried to break free. Mr. Jin looked at Xia Shui's pretty face and couldn't help but reach out. He wanted to feel this delicate, beautiful, and tender face. Chapter 36 Because he is the man I, the red rose, fancy. Chapter 36 Because he is the man I, the red rose, fancy. Xia Shui finally got her right hand free at this time and felt for a wine bottle on the table. Pop. A very loud sound. After getting a head injury yesterday, Mr. Kim got another one today, and it was in the same place. The pain made Mr. Kim jump up suddenly. Damn, this woman sure knows how to hit the right spot. But Mr. Jin became even more crazed, touched his head, and licked the blood in his mouth. With a brutal look on his face, he continued to charge at Xia Shui. Seeing this, Xia Shui quickly held the broken glass bottle against her white neck. If you come any closer, I'll show you how I die. Mr. Jin was scared, and quickly took a few steps back, saying, Don't hurt yourself, such a delicate flower should be protected. I'll have someone bring you the IOU right away. He forgot how violently he had treated this delicate beauty just now. Mr. Jin opened the door he had locked, and instructed the big man in the black suit standing guard outside the door to go get the IOU he had put in the first drawer in his office. Xia Shui saw the door open, and decisively ran over. A glass bottle was thrust into Mr. Jin's obese belly. After stabbing, he tried to run outside. At this time, there was no chance for her to run. Mr. Kim pulled her over and slapped her. He used all his strength, and Xia Shui was stunned by the slap. Paralyzed, shameless. Tie her up in that ecstasy chair, I'll go take care of the wound first. Truman was still outside slowly drinking, intently watching every move in the private room. Little did he know that a red-clad woman with flaming red lips had set her sights on him. The woman held a highball glass, slowly swaying the red wine, and looked at him with interest. Truman saw the bearded man who had come in with Xia Shui, all bloody around the waist, and he knew something was wrong. He quickly went up to check. At this time, Xia Shuyi was already unconscious, and she was left to be fixed in a chair by others. I saw that the black cheongsam Xia Shuyi was wearing had been torn into shreds, revealing most of her figure and making her look even more seductive. Her legs were fixed apart on the chair, revealing her fair and slender thighs. Truman was furious. He rushed in and kicked open the black-suited men who were still tying Xia Shuyi up. Seeing someone barging in and causing trouble, several black-suited men instantly rushed up. However, they were no match for Truman, and in the blink of an eye they were knocked to the ground by Truman. The plaster cast that Truman had just put on today was considered a waste of time. He had just put it on in the afternoon, and in the evening, he started moving his bones again. Truman quickly untied the ropes binding Xia Shuyi, picked her up and walked out, just in time to meet Mr. Jean, who had returned from bandaging. Mr. Jean was furious. No one dared to be so arrogant on his turf. He immediately told someone to call someone, and immediately countless thugs outside the bar rushed in. Many people who were playing in the bar knew that something was wrong and ran outside, causing chaos in the bar. Interesting. The woman in red licked her seductive red lips, her eyes shooting out a fiery light as she spoke slowly. From her perspective, a young man with short hair was holding an unconscious beauty in a cheongsam and fighting his way out of the private room. More and more big men in black suits and miscellaneous people of all stripes surrounded him. With the help of Tai Chi, this group of people could not even get within half a step of Truman. "Boss Jean, that's him, he's the one who beat us all to the ground today," a yellow-haired man said to Mr. Jean. "It turned out to be this kid, get me something to kill him with." Mr. Jean looked at Truman with a fierce expression, as if he had seen a dead person. Seeing that everyone was armed, Truman quickly put Xia Shuyi in a corner behind him and carefully protected her with his face. Despite the weapons on the other side, Truman continued to fight with these people relying on Tai Chi. The aisle was already filled with the henchmen of this hotel, and many of them even had their hands directly disabled. Oh my god! So strong. So brutal. I can't take it. The woman in red looked at the proudly standing Truman, greedily sticking out her tongue and licking her lips, moaning. "Never mind, I'm going to marry this man. Men like him are extinct in this world. No one but him is worthy of my red rose." As time passed, Truman's strength began to gradually drain away. His left hand was already injured, and as his strength began to drain away, his moves became significantly slower, and several of his strikes had already opened up his chest. Truman knew that if this continued, he would definitely die here. Mr. Kim seemed to have also noticed Truman's exhaustion. He was full of excitement, yelling wildly, and his eyes were glowing with bloodlust. "Brothers, attack! He's exhausted, kill him for me. When I'm done with that woman, I'll let the brothers have a go." Mr. Kim's henchmen, at the thought of being able to enjoy such an exquisite beauty, charged forward with their weapons at full speed. "Stop!" Just as Truman began to despair, a domineering female voice rang out in the hotel. Everyone trembled at the sound and looked at the woman in red on the bleachers. Mr. Kim also saw the woman in red on the bleachers, quickly opened his ugly smile and asked with a face of flattery. "Sister-in-law, did I disturb your elegant mood? I will get rid of him as soon as possible." The woman in red slowly walked down the second floor, her red high heels clicking on the wooden stairs. She walked expressionlessly in front of Mr. Jean, and in the shocked gaze of Jean Dafong, she slapped him. Mr. Jean has been a bit unlucky these past 2 days, either getting his head blown off or getting slapped, and he can't even get any meat to eat. "Who do you want to get rid of?" The cold voice slowly came from the red-clad woman's flaming red lips. Mr. Jean pointed shakily at Truman in the corner of the aisle. Pop. Mr. Kim took another slap in the face and looked very aggrieved. "No one is allowed to touch him." The cold and domineering tone made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. "Why, sister-in-law? He has injured so many of our brothers. If we..." Before Mr. Kim could finish his sentence, he was interrupted on the spot by the woman in red. Everyone was stunned after hearing this, including Truman, who was also stunned. Because he is the man my red rose has set her eyes on. Chapter 37 Dreamland of Naked Sleeping. Chapter 37 Dreamland of Naked Sleeping. The red-clad woman's words shocked everyone. She slowly walked towards Truman, and under Truman's stunned gaze, she lifted Truman's chin and said domineeringly, "Man, my name is Red Rose, and I like you." After she finished, she used her tongue to gently lick Truman's face. Looking at Truman's face, which was beginning to frown, she didn't think so, because the men she fancied never ran away. "Fat Kim, don't let either of these two move, and get someone to help him get bandaged up." Truman had already picked up Xia Shuyi in the corner and was walking out step by step. The resident doctor in the bar went up to stop and help Truman get bandaged up, but was kicked away by Truman. When Fat Kim saw the resident doctor in the bar being kicked away with one kick, his hot temper was about to flare up again, but then he suddenly thought of something and glanced at Red Rose secretly. Let him go. What a man with character. Red Rose's eyes were filled with wonder. The good man she had fallen for had character. Outside the bar, a crowd had gathered to watch the fun. Many people in the underworld were just discussing which deadbeat would come out sideways again tonight. There was indeed one person who came out horizontally, but he was carried out by Truman and didn't die, just fainted. Looking at the many bloodstains on Truman's body, the onlookers knew that there must have been a fierce fight inside just now. They watched Truman walk out unscathed. The onlookers, who knew what was going on, were shocked. Since the opening of the Splendid, this was the first time someone had walked out safely after a disturbance. They saw Truman take a taxi with a beautiful woman in his arms. It was only then that these people reacted. Who is this? So fierce. A man has escaped from the Golden Glory. It seems that the fat man was after this woman, and the man just now is her husband. He has snatched her back from the fat man and rushed to her in anger. This man is really something. I just came out of there, and I heard that this man is the man of Red Rose. Really? Who is this man? Are the two women sharing the same man? That would be big news in our world. Shu, how dare you gossip about Red Rose? Do you want to die? After tonight, many people began to investigate Truman's background, wondering where this powerful man came from. However, those who investigated were warned by Red Rose's people. Red Rose was also arranging for someone to find out about Truman's background. Fat Kim, I want all the information about this man. Also, don't provoke this man again, including the woman today, or I'll break your legs. Yes, yes, yes. Fat Kim hurriedly nodded. After Red Rose turned and walked away, Jean Fat Man revealed a fierce look, as well as a hint of possessiveness, but he hid it very well, and no one else saw it. When Truman carried the landlady to his bed, Xia Shuyi had not yet woken up. How heavy the blow must have been. Fortunately, he had felt her breathing before, and she was still alive. Looking at the torn cheongsam of the landlady, it was even more seductive than if she wasn't wearing any clothes. The hint of flesh was a bit too much for Truman, and it didn't matter that he was a boy before, now he was a real man, how could he bear it? Truman simply wanted to feel what it was like to tear a cheongsam. He found that tearing a woman's clothes felt pretty good. But after tearing it, he found that he couldn't bear it either. This landlady had a devilish figure, it was too exaggerated. Truman quickly took off her high heels and covered her with a quilt. It's better not to see. After settling the landlady, Truman decided to go to the hospital, first to deal with the wound, and second to contact the Dr. Wang. That Dr. Wang seemed to have a good relationship with the insurance company, so he would see if the insurance company could find out information about the van that took Yen away. He could actually contact Liu Ruyan, but since he was hurt all over, it would be better not to contact her, so as not to worry Liu. After arriving at the hospital, Truman successfully found Dr. Wang. After telling him what had happened, Dr. Wang said that there was no problem and that he just had to wait for his news. He also told him that the reimbursement for the insurance premium from last time should be credited to his bank card in the next 2 days. After that, Truman went to tend to his wounds. In other words, Truman thought that if he didn't tell Liu Ruyan wouldn't know. Dr. Wang immediately told Liu Ruyan about Truman's news. Liu Ruyan, who was still on duty, quietly came to the place where Truman was bandaging his wounds and secretly looked at him. Looking at Truman's injuries all over his body, she looked heartbroken. She was also angry that he didn't tell her anything now and completely treated her like an outsider. But it seems that she is not yet his wife. In Liu Ruyan's heart, however, Truman was already a very important person. On the other side, Xia Shuyi had already woken up. She was shocked to see herself lying in bed, and she was even more panicked when she saw that her cheongsam was gone. She sighed and said to herself, in the end, I was crushed by the dog. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears welled up in her eyes without her realizing it. But then she suddenly noticed that the room looked so familiar. What was going on? Wasn't this Truman's bedroom? Wasn't she in the resplendent bar with that disgusting Mr. Jean? Why had she suddenly ended up in Truman's room? She felt down and was pleased to find that there didn't seem to be any signs of violation. Then she rolled around on the bed, and didn't feel any discomfort. Could it be that after I came yesterday, Truman let me sleep in his bed late at night? Is everything that happened during the day just a dream? But who took off my clothes? Did I take them off myself? Why don't I remember a thing? Could it be that Truman took them off? Xia Shuyi was plunged into deep doubt on Truman's bed. What was going on? She was completely at a loss. But one thing she was happy about was that she hadn't been violated by that disgusting Mr. King. And now she was lying in the bed of her dreams. It was covered in things that made her feel deeply aroused. Suddenly, she remembered something. Last night? Tonight? She couldn't have slept the whole day in Truman's bed. She looked at her underwear again. It was clearly the underwear she had changed into after taking a shower this afternoon. This meant that she had not mistaken it for something else. She had indeed gone to the cafe with that disgusting Mr. Jean in the afternoon, and then to his bar. As for what happened afterwards, she could not remember clearly at all, and she could only ask Truman. She called out to Truman twice, but there was no response. She simply stopped calling. She first lay on the bed and enjoyed it. She had felt very good the last time she slept naked in this bed, so this time she simply took off her clothes and slept in it again. In no time, she fell asleep. Chapter 38 Chapter 38 The landlady is gone. Chapter 38 The landlady is gone. When Truman returned to the rental house, he found that Xia Shuyi had not yet woken up. He shook his head. At this time, he had not eaten since noon and was a little hungry. He looked in the refrigerator in his kitchen. The only thing that was easy to prepare was dumplings, so he boiled the dumplings in the refrigerator. His dumplings had a lot of fillings: pork and green onion filling, leek and egg filling, cucumber and shrimp filling, etc. Truman finished them in no time. He took out the dipping sauce he developed by the way. The fragrance of the dumplings with the dipping sauce soon filled the whole room. "Truman, why didn't you wake me up when you were eating?" Xia Shuyi came out with sleepy eyes, looking unhappy and not awake. Truman looked up and gasped. He was stunned. This. Truman almost drooled. Xia Shuyi looked at Truman's shocked expression. She looked down at her body. She let out a cry of surprise. She quickly ran into the room, crawled under the covers, and hid under the quilt. Shui Xia's face was red. It's over. This time Truman really saw everything. This time Shui Xia really had no face. Truman called her twice to get up and come out to eat. She was too embarrassed to get up, and she curled up under the covers like an ostrich. In the end, Truman personally entered the room and threatened her, saying, "If you don't get dressed and come out to eat, I'll lift the covers." Xia Shuyi had no choice but to take her underwear into the bed and rustle around to get dressed. But she was a bit embarrassed to be exposed to Truman in this way. "Where's my cheongsam?" Xia Shuyi asked. "I tore it up and threw it away," said Truman with a smile. "What?" Xia Shuyi looked incredulous. You actually tore up and threw away my cheongsam. What have you done? Do you covet my body?" Truman wanted to tease her a little, the landlady. "That's right, I saw you fall asleep and couldn't wake you no matter how I called. I really couldn't resist the temptation of your devilish figure, so I simply tore up your cheongsam. And then I just stood there and enjoyed your perfect figure in an open and aboveboard manner." Xia Shuyi looked at Truman's mocking expression and naturally did not believe what he said. At this time, she suddenly remembered that it seemed to be that disgusting Mr. Jean who tore her cheongsam this afternoon. "Humph, I don't believe it. I have no outerwear. Now, what should I do?" Xia Shuyi said coquettishly to Truman. Xia Shuyi thought to herself that she must have been rescued by Truman, but how, she was very curious. "I don't have any women's clothes here." Truman continued to laugh mockingly. Seeing Truman's smiling face, Xia Shuyi couldn't help but want to pinch him a few times. Then she thought, if he wants to look, just show him, he's already seen everything anyway. Thinking about this, Xia Shuyi's face turned even redder. Truman looked at the landlord's wife's blushing face and thought it was really funny. "Don't you just want to see my perfect body? I'll show you." After saying this, Xia Shuyi pulled off the quilt covering her body. A perfect body wearing sexy lingerie was revealed in front of Truman. Truman had seen this body before. When helping her take off her cheongsam, he had seen her naked body just now, too. But the visual impact was still very strong. Truman didn't dare tease her anymore. In a hurry, he took a white shirt from his closet and threw it to Xia Shuyi. You put this one on first. Seeing Truman in his current state, Xia Shuyi suddenly felt liberated. You wanted to see, didn't you? Now you're telling me to get dressed? Come on, I'll show you all you want. Isn't it beautiful? Watching Xia Shuyi shamelessly flaunting her body in front of him, twisting her body. Truman dared not look. He felt his blood surging, and his little brother was about to burst. He really couldn't bear to watch any longer. You go out and eat some dumplings, and I'll go out and buy you a set of clothes. After saying this, Truman shamefully ran away. Xia Shuyi looked at Truman, who had fled in fear, and laughed triumphantly. She laughed so exaggeratedly that she trembled, and she laughed so hard that she covered her stomach. Looking at the white shirt that Truman had thrown at her, of course she put it on. However, Truman's clothes were a bit small for Xia Shuyi. It seemed that they weren't a bit small, they were very small. After putting on Truman's white shirt, she couldn't button up the top few buttons. Xia Shuyi went to the dining table. She ate the dumplings that Truman had left for her, dipping them in the sauce he had left behind. Delicious. Xia Shuyi looked so satisfied. It wasn't long before Truman came back. Xia Shuyi looked at the clothes that Truman had brought her. She was speechless. She gave him a big dirty look. Because Truman had brought her an old lady's dress. Do you think I'm an old woman? Xia Shuyi was speechless. As soon as he returned, Truman saw that Xia Shuyi had already put on his white shirt. He didn't know what to say. It was really, really majestic. Although he had already seen it several times. But when worn like this, it was even more devastating for a man than before. It really took his breath away. Well, I don't know who wore this. I just grabbed one and ran away. Hearing this, Xia Shuyi laughed and asked. This isn't the first time you've bought clothes for a woman, is it? Truman nodded. Really? Xia Shuyi looked surprised, but there was also a hint of joy in her surprise. I've never had any friends before, let alone female friends. How could there be a woman for me to buy clothes for? Xia Shuyi's face was full of joy as she said. Then I'm your first woman. Oh, no. I'm your first woman to let you buy her clothes. Truman continued to nod. Looking at Xia Shuyi's increasingly delighted expression, Truman thought to himself, what's so happy about it, just buying a dress? Xia Shuyi put on the elderly dress that Truman bought for her. It has to be said that people rely on their clothes, and their clothes rely on them. Even if it was an elderly dress worn by Xia Shuyi, it still looked very good. It looked like it was her dress. Shall I take you back now? Truman asked Xia Shuyi. Huh? You're going to send me back already? Oh, okay. Xia Shuyi looked disappointed. Suddenly, she seemed to smell something. The smell of medicine, alcohol, and disinfectant. She remembered that Truman still had injuries. No, I can't go. I still have to take care of you. Take off your clothes and let me have a look. It's time for you to apply the saffron oil. No need. I've just been to the hospital. It's all done. I don't need you to look after me. No, you got hurt for me. With that, Xia Shuyi pushed Truman into the bedroom. Inadvertently, she touched Truman's wound again. Sigh. I'm sorry, did I touch your wound again? This afternoon, weren't your wounds on your shoulders and stomach? Why do you have one on your back too? Take it off, let me have a look. Truman didn't want to move, and didn't want her to see the wounds he had left for her. Seeing that Truman did not take it off, Xia Shuyi took matters into her own hands and neatly removed Truman's shirt. Suddenly, the body full of wounds was exposed before Xia Shuyi's eyes. She was stunned by the scene in front of her. What's going on? What's going on? Xia Shuyi's voice was clearly tinged with tears. Weren't I at the bar this afternoon? How did I end up in your bed? And how did you get those wounds? What did you do? You let that Mr. Jean let us go. Chapter 39 To have you by my side is a blessing from my past life. Chapter 39 To have you by my side is a blessing from my past life. Truman listened to Xia Shuyi's slightly tearful inquiry. Truman remembered what the woman in red had said. Why does she say that he was her man? But I'm not. Could it be that she really likes me? Truman didn't think there was anything about him that could attract her. I beat up that Mr. Jean, beat him until he was on his knees begging for mercy. He swore that he would never trouble us again. Truman said deliberately with a light and witty tone. Xia Shuyi obviously didn't believe it, but she couldn't find any other more suitable reason. She had seen Truman's powerful fighting skills before, and with the injuries on his body, this reason was still a little convincing. Xia Shuyi looked at Truman's wounds and said with a heartache. Then I can't leave today, I have to take care of you. No, it's fine. You slept on the sofa yesterday, so you're not going to sleep on the sofa today. Truman didn't want her to sleep on the sofa again, so he had to hurry and get her to leave. I can sleep in the bed too. When Xia Shuyi said this, her voice was as small as a mosquito's, and her face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Truman didn't hear what Xia Shuyi said clearly, and asked. What did you say? Xia Shuyi didn't have the courage to say this sentence to this little man a second time. She fidgeted for a long time. Oh, forget it, I'll leave, okay? I'll come back in the morning. When Xia Shuyi left, her face was still red. She really admired herself for daring to say that, and also a little angry with herself for being embarrassed to say it a second time. Truman now had a hard time sleeping, with injuries on his chest and back, so he can only sleep on his side. He turned on his phone. There was a message from Mr. Huang asking him what he was doing today. Facing the woman who had given him his first time, he couldn't help but feel warm inside, and a smile appeared on his face. Was this considered his first time? It should be. After all, his husband couldn't do it. Truman wanted to send her a video, but after a moment he decided not to. If she saw all the injuries, Huang would definitely feel bad again. I'm dealing with things today, and afterwards I have to go out of town to deal with things, so I may not be in Huahai for a while. Truman had just sent it, and Huang Ya replied. Is there something wrong? You're not thinking of running away, are you? Huang Ya was already lying on her pink bed at this time. Truman had ignored her all day, and didn't reply to her messages. She was lying on the bed, wondering if Truman disliked her because she was old, and didn't want to accept her or pay any attention to her. Just as she was speculating, she saw the message that Truman was going away, which made her even more certain that Truman wanted to avoid her. Truman smiled wryly, speechless, for fear that she would speculate wildly, and indeed, she got exactly what she wished for. So he immediately typed to reply, but before he could finish typing, the video came. Truman hesitated for a moment, thinking about hanging up. If he hung up, the other person would just be even more suspicious, so he clicked to answer. The video immediately showed the face of Teacher Huang, with a slightly anxious and nervous expression. Truman just admired Teacher Huang, who kept staring at Truman without saying a word. The two just looked at each other lovingly. Teacher Huang couldn't hold back any longer and asked. Are you going to leave me? If that's really the case, there's no need to go far away. Just tell me now, and I promise I'll never bother you again. After saying this, Huang Ya's eyes felt like they had sand in them, and they were watery. Seeing the beautiful woman's so aggrieved expression, Truman quickly explained. Teacher Huang, it's really not like that, I really do have something going on. A friend of mine in Huahai has had an accident, and I need to go help her now. I swear it's really something, if it's not true, may the heavens strike me dead. Truman said this while raising his uninjured right hand to swear to Teacher Huang. Really? It's more real than real gold. When are you leaving? I should be leaving in a day or two. Then I'll miss you today. Can you come over now? Truman looked at his injuries and his injured left hand. He didn't want Huang to find out about them, so he quickly shook his head. Seeing Truman shake his head, Huang Ya, who had been on the verge of tears a moment ago, really couldn't hold back anymore, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Sobbing, she said. I know you're lying to me. You just want to escape. I know I can't catch you, Truman. You're so heartless. Seeing Miss Huang's sad face, Truman was anxious and sat up suddenly from the bed. He accidentally touched the wound, and the pain made him drop his phone. Truman quickly picked up his phone, but Huang Ya, who was sitting opposite, had already seen the wound on Truman's body and the cast on his left hand. Huang Ya asked nervously. Truman, what happened to you? Where are you now? Why are you covered in injuries? Truman didn't want Huang Ya to know, but now she did. Truman couldn't help but smile wryly. I fell off my electric scooter today, and that's why I didn't want to go to your place. I didn't want you to see me all covered in bruises. Believe me, I really didn't go somewhere else because I wanted to abandon you. Huang Ya hurriedly nodded, anxiously took off her pajamas and changed into the clothes she usually wore, not caring if she would reveal her body. After all, they had already been honest with each other. Send me your location and I'll come over right away. Truman had no choice but to send his current location. After half an hour, there was a knock on the door. Truman opened the door and saw a tearful Miss Wang. Miss Wang, what's wrong? I'm fine, why are you crying? Truman quickly took Miss Huang's hand and led her into the room. Miss Huang gently stroked Truman's already treated wound with her hand. Why did you hide it from me? You need someone to take care of you when you look like this. I didn't want you to worry, did I? Huang Ya carefully threw her arms around Truman, gently hugging him and feeling the warmth of his chest, but afraid of hurting his wounds. In the future, don't keep things from me, okay? I'm really afraid that you'll think I'm too old for you and reject me. I'll get all kinds of crazy thoughts in my head and go crazy. Truman gently lifted the little head buried in his chest that was still chattering away. How could I say you're too old? Have some confidence, will you? You're the goddess of Huahai University. You're so pretty and have such a great figure. You, Huang Ya, have been my dream girl for 4 years at Truman University. Someone like me is already blessed to have you in my past life. Truman looked down at Huang Ya's delicate red lips and couldn't help but press them. Chapter 40 I saw happiness in that woman's eyes. Chapter 40 I saw happiness in that woman's eyes. This was the first time Truman had kissed a woman on his own initiative, and his heart kept pounding. After a long time, the kiss ended. The two of them could already tell from the way they were looking at each other that they were affectionate towards each other. That night, Huang Ya was very proactive considering Truman's physical condition, and it goes without saying that they had a good time. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. Huang Ya leaned against Truman's right arm. Truman, can we go on like this forever? I feel like I can't live without you, she said, finding a comfortable position to lean against and feeling Truman's manly scent. Truman didn't hesitate to say yes, but as the words came to his lips, he thought of Yen and her daughter, a lovely pair. His words stalled for a moment. Huang Ya sensed Truman's hesitation and her heart ached. She turned her head to the side. You men are really all big pigs. Hearing the choking in Huang Ya's tone, Truman felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He decided to tell her everything about Yen. This time, he was going to Yuanan to find Yen and her daughter. After listening to Truman's account, Huang Ya felt great sympathy for Yen and her daughter. They were both women with a hard life. Huang Ya sighed. So she was your first woman? And I'm your second? Then I forgive you. Huang Ya then turned her head and leaned against Truman, falling asleep. Early the next morning, Huang Ya got up very early. First, she had to make breakfast for Truman. Second, she had to take the early bus to class, as she had her first class this morning. Huang Ya boiled a pot of white rice porridge and boiled 2 eggs. After a little bit of sweet talk with Truman, she reluctantly left. I really don't want to go to work. I can truly understand why the emperor never goes to court early anymore. Huang Ya pouted. Truman rubbed her little head. Go to work obediently, and I'll come find you at your house when I get back from Yuanan. Huang Ya walked to the door of her room and then turned back, looking fierce. If you dare not come back from Yuanan, I will quit my job and go to Yuanan to find you, and I will kill you. After Huang Ya finished speaking, she made a cutting gesture with her hand. Okay, I know, if you don't go now, you'll be late for work. Truman said helplessly. Yikes. Huang Ya looked at the time, let out a cry, and hurriedly ran out. Huang Ya had been gone for less than 10 minutes, and Truman had not even gotten up to eat yet. The landlady, Mrs. Ha Shui, came knocking on the door. Truman quickly got up to open the door for her. Seeing that the landlady was carrying breakfast in each hand, Truman couldn't help but give a wry smile. The porridge and eggs that Goddess Huang had made for him were still there. Ha Shui also saw the breakfast on the table at a glance. Did you make it yourself? No. Your girlfriend made it? The situation suddenly became awkward. After putting her things on the table, Ha Shui said a little incoherently. Well, I didn't know you had a girlfriend, or that she was going to cook breakfast for you. Where is she? Truman replied while eating his breakfast. She just left. There was another moment of silence, and Xia Shui sat on the lazy sofa, not knowing what to think. I'm going to Yuanan today. You should be careful for the next 2 days. That Mr. Jean shouldn't come looking for you again, but you should still be careful. It's best not to go out, and if anything happens, call the police immediately. Last night, Dr. Wang sent Truman the information and address of the car's owner, and the insurance money has also arrived, a whopping 100,000 yuan. He thought it would only be 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Oh, so far away. Will he be back? If he does, I'll save your room for you. Xia Shuyi immediately pulled herself out of her thoughts when she heard that Truman was going to Yuanan. Truman gave her a smile and said, "Of course he'll be back, he just needs to go there to take care of some business." "When are you leaving?" "My flight is this afternoon." "Then give me the room key." "Why would I give you the key?" I'm not coming back, I still have all my stuff here." Xia Shuyi thought for a moment, and then she remembered that she had a spare key. Xia Shuyi suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Is your girlfriend the woman in a white blouse, black skirt, and flesh-colored stockings?" "How did you know?" Truman was surprised. "How did the landlady know?" "When I arrived, I saw a beautiful woman rushing out." "Then how did you guess it was her?" Xia Shuyi gave him a dirty look. What else could it be, a woman's intuition? Xia Shuyi had a thought she didn't say out loud, because she saw happiness in the woman's eyes, a state that only a woman obviously in love could have. During dinner, Truman received another phone call. The call came from the beautiful president of the Huashan Group, Han Luman. "Why haven't you come to work yet?" These were the first words that Truman heard when he answered the phone, leaving Truman feeling confused. Truman stuttered. "Work? What work?" Han Luman frowned her delicate eyebrows in response to Truman's question. "Last time I called and invited you to the research department, didn't you say yes?" Truman then remembered who he had answered the phone to when he went to Yan's house last time and took the bus. At that time, his mind was confused and he just nodded. "I'm sorry, I was confused when I answered the phone last time and I don't know what I agreed to. Now I have to go to Yuanan, so I'm afraid I can't come to work at the company." "I'm really sorry." Han Luman heard what Truman seemed to be saying, that he was going on a long trip and now he was declining her invitation. Her heart tightened and she quickly said, "It's fine, you can come back to work after you've finished your current task. We'll be waiting for you." She didn't wait for Truman to refuse, and immediately hung up the phone. "President Han, what does Truman say? When will he come back to work?" "President Wang is already angry. You know that he urgently needs a deputy right now. He won't be able to come back for a while. Then I'll quickly arrange someone else for President Wang." "No need to arrange anyone, just wait for him to come back." "What? What about Mr. Wang?" "Mr. Wang is already unhappy with you for forcing someone on him, and now you want him to keep waiting for him." "I'm afraid Mr. Wang will come looking for you." "And the company rules?" "I'm the company president, I make the rules. If Mr. Wang has a problem with it, he can come and see me. If you have a problem with it, I don't mind replacing you as personnel manager." Han Luman's aura of authority silenced the personnel manager, who quickly nodded and left the president's office. The HR manager kept one sentence in his head. "Who the hell is this Truman? He's so arrogant that he actually made Wang Lao wait for him." Chapter 41 The Beautiful Flight Attendant Su Qizhen. Chapter 41 The Beautiful Flight Attendant Su Qizhen. Huahai City. Lanqiao Airport. A charming flight attendant gracefully pushes her suitcase along, exuding a unique ethereal charm. Her neat white shirt reveals her slender figure, as if she were an air spirit, light and confident. The snow-white neck exposed above the white shirt is as smooth as jade, and her delicate skin looks especially moving in the refreshing light. The white shirt makes the flight attendant's profession seem even more professional and elegant. The waist of this beauty is slender and shapely, and the unique style of the flight attendant uniform further accentuates her graceful figure. The crystal black stockings wrap around the long, slender legs of this beauty, exuding a unique sense of sexiness. This beautiful flight attendant has plump breasts and buttocks that jut out, giving passengers waiting in the departure lounge a glimpse of what a well-proportioned figure looks like. The beauty's posture was graceful and charming, walking slowly while pushing her suitcase. She looked like a fairy about to spread her wings and fly, her movements were smooth and natural, and her face was full of confidence and elegance. Almost everyone's eyes followed this graceful figure as it slowly advanced. Truman was then holding his laptop and intently watching the red and green curves on it. Truman found a red line with the highest curve. This line shows a rising trend for the next week, which means he doesn't have to worry about it for a week. He has now found a way to get rich, and he is very curious about why he has this ability. It's too incredible. He is now very curious about that strange dream the other day. If he could have another dream and meet that county magistrate, he would definitely ask him what was going on. He verified last night that he really has the ability to see through the stock market. After deducting the 10,000 yuan he returned to Liu Ruyan, he invested in 9 red curves yesterday. As a result, when he looked today, they had all really gone up, and they were all trading limits. He quickly sold them, making a profit of 9,000 yuan in just one night. Truman's finger lightly clicked to confirm, and the purchase of 100,000 yuan was successful. He let out a long sigh of relief after clicking. Before Truman could close the computer, he heard a scream ring in his ears and a sweet smell hit him. Ah! Su Qizhen is the flight attendant in charge of this flight from Blue Bridge Airport to Tianfu Airport, flight Hu 0826. Today is also her 33rd birthday. She has been working as a flight attendant for more than 10 years. She really likes the feeling of flying in the sky and also likes the uniform. Her family is well off and very wealthy, and her younger sister is a big star. Her family has always advised her not to work as a flight attendant, earning so little money. But she just loves it, and has been doing it for more than 10 years. Su Qizhen was bumped by a passenger rushing behind her, probably in a hurry to catch the plane. Looking at the beautiful flight attendant about to throw herself into his arms, Truman quickly closed his computer. It was a minor matter that the computer had been damaged, but he didn't want to hurt the beautiful flight attendant. After being knocked over this time, Su Qizhen threw herself into Truman's arms, almost kissing him. She threw herself into the arms of a man, who had kept his arms open the whole time, very gentlemanly. In his arms, she smelled the scent of woody agarwood, which she could not forget for a long time. The man was wearing a cap, so she couldn't see his face clearly. Su Qizhen hurriedly apologized after getting up, and the man said softly that it was okay, then continued to open his computer and look at it. This was the first time Su Qizhen had had the slightest doubt about her appearance and figure. She was actually surprised that someone didn't look at her lustfully. This could only be considered a minor incident in Truman's trip. By the time they arrived at Tianfu Airport, it was already late. Truman quickly found a youth hostel to stay for the night. All the other hotels near the airport were too expensive, and only this youth hostel was cheap and affordable. The room he stayed in had 2 bunk beds, with 4 beds in total. Now there was only one middle-aged man lying on one of the lower bunks wearing glasses and reading a book. The title was blocked, and Truman didn't know what it was about. But from the lecherous smile the bespectacled man gave from time to time, it didn't feel like it was a decent book. So Truman chose another lower bunk and lay down, prepared to make do for one night. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by a noise. It turned out that an old man had come in the middle of the night, and when the old man went to the upper bunk, he woke up the middle-aged bespectacled man in the lower bunk. The middle-aged bespectacled man looked at the old man dressed like a migrant worker and then looked at the dirty shoes he had taken off and left under the bed, and couldn't help but scold. The abuse was vulgar and unpleasant. The old man was afraid to speak and trembled on the side. Seeing that the old man was easy to bully, the middle-aged man in glasses picked up the old man's shoes with disgust and threw them away. "Old man, you stink. There's no one in the upper bunk, go sleep there." Seeing that his shoes had been thrown away, the old man had to slowly walk over and pick them up again. This time, he didn't dare put them under the bed of the man in glasses, so he could only put them under Truman's bed. When Truman saw the elderly man shakily climbing up to the upper bunk, he hurried over to stop him. "Grandpa, you sleep down here, I'll sleep up there." Truman got up and helped the elderly man to the lower bunk where he had just slept. Looking at the old man, it was really a bit hard for him to go to the upper bunk. No, this stinking old man, either go to the upper bunk or change rooms. Does he want to stink me to death by sleeping in the lower bunk? Truman couldn't help but frown, but Truman ignored him. But the bespectacled man's insults got worse and worse, and he even insulted Truman's parents. At this point, even Truman's good temper could not hold back, and he yelled at the bespectacled man. "Do you think he looks like he can climb to the upper bunk? If you don't like the environment, why don't you go to a high-end hotel instead of a youth hostel? If you don't have the money to stay there, don't pretend to be rich." The bespectacled man saw that Truman was small and thought he was easy to bully. When he saw him yelling at him, he immediately got up and raised his palm, ready to slap Truman. Before Truman could do anything, the bespectacled man fell on his face. The bespectacled man got up and changed his stance, sweeping his leg out to the side. Truman followed suit and swept his leg out as well. This time, the bespectacled man fell even more miserably. It took a while for him to get up, and he looked at Truman fiercely, but he never dared to come near again. "Just you wait, if you're so capable, don't run." After threatening Truman, the bespectacled man ran away in disgrace. "Young man, thank you, but you should leave now. If he calls someone over later, you'll be at a disadvantage alone." The old man saw that Truman had beaten up the bespectacled man and quickly advised Truman kindly. "It's okay, Grandpa, I'll leave at dawn, there's no rush." Truman didn't want to sleep in the lower bunk where the other guy had slept, so he rolled over to the upper bunk to take a nap, but he couldn't sleep. He checked his phone and saw that the 10,000 yuan he had sent to Liu Xiajie had been confiscated and returned. There was also a message from Huang Ya asking if he had arrived in Tianfu, so he must have been on the plane without signal and his phone hadn't notified him. He quickly sent a reply to Huang Ya, and then looked at the time again. It was only 3 or 4 in the morning, so Huang must still be asleep. He decided to go back to sleep. When Truman woke up again, it was almost 7 o'clock. Huang Ya must have just woken up too, and sent him a message, so Truman immediately replied. The two chatted on WeChat for a while, but since Teacher Huang still had to get up and make breakfast, they ended the conversation. Truman simply got up too, picked up his backpack, and left the youth hostel. He went downstairs to a breakfast shop and ordered a bowl of soy milk, a stick of fried dough, and a basket of xiaolongbao. They say that the food in Tianfu is delicious. Truman tasted it and thought that this was true. Even the simplest breakfast here tasted delicious. Chapter 42 Chapter 42 Even if the brother of the mayor breaks the law, we police officers still have to arrest him. Chapter 42 Even if the brother of the mayor breaks the law, we police officers still have to arrest him. Suddenly there were sounds of abuse outside, mixed with the sound of something being hit. Truman looked up and instantly became furious. He picked up the unfinished soy milk bowl on the table and rushed out, smashing it on the head of the bespectacled man in front of him, who was committing an act of violence against an old man. The man's head was instantly opened. Blood was spilling out. "Damn, who's attacking me?" When the man saw what Truman looked like, he became even more anxious. "This is the kid, it was him last night." Hearing this, the man's gang rushed towards Truman. Truman looked at the old man on the ground. His clothes had been torn, there were many footprints on them, and his face was already covered in bruises. Truman was also full of anger, and showed no mercy towards the several people who rushed forward, breaking their hands and feet. In no time at all the people who had assaulted the old man fell to the ground. Seeing the fight here, someone next to them had already called the police. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Truman helped the old man up. Of course it was the old man who had slept in his lower bunk yesterday. "My whole body hurts." The old man whispered, looking at his expression, he must have been beaten up quite badly. "I'll help you go to the hospital." Truman wanted to help the old man go to the hospital for a checkup. "No, you can't go, I've already called the police, they'll be here soon." The person who said this was not sure if they were with the man in the glasses or just a bystander watching the scene. Truman glanced at him, and when the man saw Truman's fierce gaze, he lowered his head a little in fear, but feeling that he had lost face, he said stubbornly, "Do you want to hit me too? There are so many people watching." Truman ignored him and took out his phone to dial 120. The police arrived soon, including a female police officer who looked heroic. "What happened?" A male police officer said. "This group of people beat up this old man, I couldn't stand by and watch, so I fought off the perpetrators." Truman truthfully recounted what had just happened. The bespectacled man seemed to know the male policeman, winked at him, and the policeman nodded, which Truman saw and felt was not good. "Officer Zhao, here's the thing, ouch, my hand. I returned from a business trip yesterday and stayed at the youth hostel above. These two people threw my shoes away because they said my feet stank, and they kicked me out. Today I took my colleagues to argue with him, but I didn't expect this young man to attack us. Look, all of our hands are useless, ouch. If you don't believe me, you can ask the owner of the youth hostel above, or ask these people next to me, they can all testify for me." The man in glasses saw that Officer Zhao was here, and his heart instantly settled, but he felt that his hand was broken and it hurt terribly. "Xiao Qian, go ask the owner of the hostel above and collect some evidence from the people next to us." "Okay, I'll go right away." The final result was that Truman was taken to the police station for investigation. The old man and the group of people were sent to the hospital for treatment. Inside the police station, the male police officer named Zhao Suo and the female police officer Xiao Qian interrogated Truman together. Truman was handcuffed and locked in an interrogation chair. Facing all this evidence, do you still have any excuses to make? If not, just sign it. The male police officer said to Truman with a frown. You should know very well where your so-called evidence comes from. I'm not signing it. All your so-called witnesses are fakes, either threatened or in on it together. You're just in cahoots with them. Truman looked at this Zhao with a smile on his face. If he had been his old self, he might have just signed and admitted defeat, but now he refused to give in. Xiao Qian, you go outside, I'll interrogate him myself. Zhao, this isn't according to regulations. At least 2 people should interrogate him. Fine, then you can call Xiao Wang. The policewoman called Xiao Qian was called out with a puzzled look on her face. When she went to collect evidence today, she clearly sensed that the hotel owner and the people were all stammering when they spoke, and it was likely that they had been threatened. It wasn't long before Xiao Qian called the policeman Xiao Wang over. But the policewoman called Xiao Qian did not leave. It wasn't long before she heard the sound of a beating coming from the interrogation room. Xiao Qian's father was a policeman. But he was killed in the line of duty while arresting a criminal. This made Xiao Qian dream of becoming a policeman when she grew up. She vowed to be a just and strong policeman like her father. She would fight against all evil forces and persevere in the pursuit of the truth. Therefore, when she heard the sound of beating inside, Xiao Qian, as a policeman with a conscience, could not bear to see such a corrupt police action. She wanted to open the door, but the interrogation room door was locked. Xiao Qian could only keep knocking on the interrogation room door. Zhao Zhu, Zhao Su, you can't treat a suspect like this. He's not a real criminal yet, I'm going to report you to the higher-ups. The door was finally opened. Xiao Qian hurried in to take a look. The scene that unfolded surprised him. He saw Zhao Su and Xiao Wang lying on the ground. Xiao Qian looked at Truman in shock. You actually assaulted a police officer, don't you want to live? Truman said coldly and expressionlessly. Am I supposed to just be beaten into a confession? It's over, it's really over now. The young female police officer muttered. She vaguely guessed in her heart that this Truman was innocent. But now he has assaulted a police officer, the nature of the crime is different. She could only worry anxiously on the sidelines, with no way to help. Seeing the anxious look on the female police officer's face, Truman's heart was comforted. There are still good police officers. The policewoman's eyes lit up. I'll give my Uncle Chu a call. He's the city police chief now, so he can definitely handle this. Zhao Suo, who was lying on the ground, wanted to call Chief Chu, so he got up despite the pain. Xiao Qian, you're wrong. How can you take the side of an outsider? Do you know who he beat up today? They were all important people in our district. The bespectacled man was the brother of our district chief. We can't mess with them. Zhao Su took Xiao Qian aside and explained to her kindly. It would have been better if Zhao Su hadn't said anything, but once he did, Xiao Qian became even more angry. You call yourself a police officer? Do you feel good about wearing this uniform? So what if the district chief is the mayor's brother? If his brother broke the law, we as police officers should still arrest him. Well said. A voice came from outside. The policewoman Xiao Qian called was delighted. Uncle Chu. Chapter 43 Chapter 43 It turns out that female mayors can blush too. Chapter 43 It turns out that female mayors can blush too. The first figure to appear in the public eye was not the Uncle Chu that Xiao Qian had mentioned. It was Sheng Xiaolei, the first female mayor of Tianfu City. The person standing behind her was the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Chu Huifeng. He was also the Uncle Chu that the female police officer Xiao Qian had mentioned. Uncle Chu, I haven't called you yet. Why have you come? Xiao Qian was overjoyed. She really didn't expect Uncle Chu to come so soon. Ahem, this is work time. Chu Huifeng coughed a few times to indicate to Xiao Qian not to shout, as Mayor Shang was still here. Mayor Shang, this girl's father and I used to work together. He died in the line of duty during the arrest of a criminal, a glorious death. This girl's full name is Wang Niqian. I basically watched this girl grow up, but this girl is also arrogant. She's 27 or 28 years old, and I don't know if she's found a partner. Is not finding a partner arrogant? Then I guess I'm pretty arrogant too. Let's get down to business. Shang Xiaolei is 35 years old, a very young female mayor, but for some reason, she is still not married. She is a very legendary figure who has gone from a poor little mountain village to her current position step by step. She has power and good looks. The men who have courted her could have set up several card games, and they were all very outstanding people, but Shang Xiaolei has never looked at any of them, and she has grown from a young girl to an old aunt. Old aunt is just her self-deprecating nickname. Judging from her appearance, she is about the same age as those in their 20s, but in her position, she is naturally much more stable and dignified than those young people. Shang Xiaolei walked straight up to Truman and looked at the man. She felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy, not sure if it was because he had saved her father. You must be the young man who helped an old man today. From the conversation just now, Truman already knew that the extremely beautiful woman in front of him was actually the mayor of Tianfu City, which was very surprising to him. Truman nodded and admitted what he had done today. That old man is my father. I am very grateful to you for helping him, otherwise he would have suffered greatly. Now that the hospital checkup is over, fortunately it is only some minor injuries. Truman was even more surprised than just now. How could the father of a mayor dress so plainly? And he stays in the same youth hostel as him. The police station chief called Zhao Sua had a sinking feeling in his heart. The old man is actually the mayor's father. It's over, it's over. Looking at the surprised expressions of the crowd, Shang Xiaolei turned back and said to Chu Huifeng, Chu, some comrades in our ranks have problems with their thinking. We leaders also have a responsibility. Listening to what Shang Xiaolei said, Chu Huifeng couldn't help but sigh. Chu Huifeng looked at Director Zhao, whom he had brought with him, and was full of anger. You're still the director. Your awareness is not as good as that of a little girl like Xiao Qian. You'll have to explain your mistakes yourself later, and plead for leniency. Director Zhao's head drooped as soon as he heard Chu Huifeng's words, and Xiao Wang behind him also looked dispirited. It was the end of the road for the two of them today. They weren't the only ones who were finished, but also those losers who bullied people today, and the district chief's brother. Young man, what's your name? Shang Xiaolei looked at the young man in front of her with admiration. In the face of such a high-ranking official, he remained neither humble nor arrogant, and she could not see the slightest trace of servility. Truman. Then I'll call you Xiao Chu. Follow me. My father insists that I take you away and meet him, so that he can rest easy. Shang Xiaolei said to Truman. Without taking her eyes off him. Truman held out his hands, only to find that he was still handcuffed. Shang Xiaolei couldn't help but frown, and Wang Niqian saw the situation and quickly went up to untie Truman's handcuffs. Shang Xiaolei looked at Wang Niqian, then turned and walked away, saying to Chu Huifeng as she walked. We should have more comrades like her in our ranks, kind and upright, with their own moral bottom line. When the position of director becomes vacant, I think she'd be quite good. Chu Huifeng looked back at Wang Niqian and nodded. Okay. Wang Niqian was stunned. She had been promoted without knowing it? Truman got into Shang Xiaolei's car, an Audi. Truman and Shang Xiaolei both sat in the back seat. Truman wanted to sit in the passenger seat, thinking that all the people sitting in the back were leaders. But Shang Xiaolei told him to sit in the back. Once in the car, Shang Xiaolei didn't say a word and kept her eyes closed. She has been busy lately, and her rest time has become less and less. Many things have made her overwhelmed, and she has been suffering from insomnia lately. However, sitting in the car today, she felt very at ease and fell asleep quickly, unknowingly leaning her head on Truman's shoulder. Truman could only stare out the window without moving. The driver quickly drove the car to the hospital, but seeing the sleeping mayor, he quickly signaled Truman not to move and let her sleep a little longer. The driver told Truman that Mayor Shang had had less than 5 hours of sleep in the past 2 or 3 days, and now that he had finally fallen asleep, he would have to be a human pillow for a while. The driver saw that Mayor Shang had been frowning when he slept before, but today he was stretched out, looking like a little girl who had fallen asleep soundly. The driver stayed for a while, then went inside the hospital to take care of the old man. Apart from the sleeping beauty, Truman was now all alone. He turned his head and looked at the sleeping Mayor Shang next to him. Truman couldn't help but sigh. These big shots may seem like they have it all together in front of outsiders, but in reality, it's not easy for them either. When Shang Xiaolei woke up, it was already a few hours later. She realized that she had fallen asleep with her head resting on Xiao Chu's shoulder, and she had even had a beautiful dream. She had slept very comfortably, and the sleep had cleared away all her previous fatigue. Xiao Chu, I'm sorry, I fell asleep just now. When she said this, Sheng Xiaolei blushed for the first time. She looked at her watch. Oh my god. I actually fell asleep for so long. The thought that she had been leaning on Xiao Chu's shoulder for so long made her feel even more embarrassed. Her face flushed again. Since entering politics, she had never blushed again, and she had always acted like a strong woman. It had been a long time since Sheng Xiaolei had felt this way, and it made her feel strange. Chapter 44 The women of Qingshui Valley are a bit fierce. Chapter 44 The women of Qingshui Valley are a bit fierce. The hospital. Truman told the old master Shang and Mayor Shang the reason for his visit to Yuanan this time. Although he did not say exactly what he was going to do, he did say where he was going. She is in Qingshui Township? The Shang family father and daughter asked in surprise at the same time. Truman nodded. The personal information of the person I'm looking for is from there, so I shouldn't be wrong. My family lives there, and I'll take you there after I'm discharged from the hospital. The old Shang was overjoyed. However, he was immediately met with strong opposition from Sheng Xiaozhen, who definitely would not allow the old Shang to be discharged from the hospital now that he was still injured. After a while, Truman said goodbye to the Shang family. Mayor Shang was originally going to send a driver to take Truman to Qingshui Township, but Truman repeatedly declined. In the end, the old man gave Truman a phone number, saying that it was the number of his second daughter-in-law's house, which was the closest place to stay. It was a remote area, and it would be more convenient to stay at his house, otherwise it would be difficult to find a place to rest. When Truman arrived in Xia town by long-distance bus, it was getting dark. He called the number given to him by the old man, and it was connected in a moment. Just by listening to the voice, Truman knew that the person on the other end was a very warm and welcoming woman. She was enthusiastic and quick-witted, asking after his well-being. After waiting in the town for more than an hour, a tricycle stopped in front of him. A woman dressed like a village woman got off the tricycle, but she looked very charming in the mountains and fields. A piece of headscarf was wrapped around her head, completely covering her beautiful hair. Truman knew that this was to prevent dust from getting into her hair when doing farm work. However, after being wrapped like this, a very beautiful face was revealed to Truman. The top half of his body was a washed-out blue sports shirt, with the sleeves rolled up high, revealing a pair of capable hands. The palms of the hands that reached out to shake Truman's were full of calluses. The bottom half was a pair of baggy jeans, the color of which had almost washed away. He was wearing a pair of army green Liberator shoes, with mud all over them, and he must have just come from the fields. You must be Truman. My name is Liu Xiaoying. Just call me Liu Jia. Dad called me this afternoon and said a young man was coming, so I should make him feel welcome. But what can we offer in the countryside? We're poor and the land is bad, I'm afraid you won't be used to it. Looking at the smiling, proactive and enthusiastic woman, Truman sighed that the rural folk were still simple and honest, and you could see a sincere heart in the way they treated people. Truman didn't have much, just a backpack with a laptop and a few pairs of underwear and clothes. It was very convenient, so he threw it on the back of the tricycle. Truman wanted to sit in the back, but was stopped. The road was too bad and bumpy, and squatting in the back was a suffering, and the road was very long, more than an hour. This woman is called Liu Xiaoying. Her husband is Shang Lajia's second son, Sheng Xiaolei's younger brother, Shang Jiwen. A few years ago, Shang Jiwen was working with someone on the communication tower line when he accidentally got caught in the winch rope and was taken up into the sky, before being thrown back down. Fortunately, he did not die, but he was left with a lifelong disability. In the past year or two, his health has been getting worse and worse, and he has been bedridden for a long time. Liu Xiaoying rode a tricycle, speeding along the potholed country road, as the car bounced nonstop like a jump rope. The tricycle was originally designed for two people to sit close together, but with the constant bumps, their bodies often collided and rubbed against each other. Truman couldn't lean outwards any further, or he would fall out of the vehicle. Liu Xiaoying seemed to sense his predicament and said with a smile, "This is the way the mountain roads are, very bumpy. Truman, just bear with it." Liu Xiaoying had just finished her farm work at home and came to pick you up. She is covered in sweat and stinks, don't mind her. Your sister is the mayor of a city, but she doesn't even bother to help her hometown by fixing the roads. They say that if you want to get rich, you have to fix the roads first. The roads in her hometown are in such a terrible state, and they don't even know how to pave a new asphalt road. Truman really didn't mind that Liu Xiaoying smelled, but instead felt that she had a faint, refreshing scent from the mountains and fields. Mayor Shang is so upright and honest, and is a good official. He probably didn't want to cause trouble. Truman has dealt with Mayor Shang for more than half a day today, and greatly admires her as a woman who has gone from the countryside to the top position in Tianfu City. Whether it's the way she speaks or the way she treats people, he is impressed and feels like he's been bathed in the spring breeze. I know. As her family, we will definitely support her. I'm just talking and complaining. Rural people may be stupid and speak directly, but they still know what is right and wrong. It took more than an hour to ride there, and the whole time was spent bumping along. Truman's body was about to fall apart. Truman survived in this state of happiness and pain. Qingshui Township, also known as Qingshui Valley, is a small village famous far and wide. It is not famous for its beautiful scenery or wealth, but rather for its extreme poverty. Nor is it famous for having a female mayor. Rather, it is famous for the village's ability to produce beautiful women. It is not known whether it is because of the mountains or the water, but the young women here are all quite attractive. Liu Xiaoying, Shang Xiaolei, Yen Yunyun, these are all famous beauties from Qingshui Valley. The Shang family lives at the far end of the village, and Liu Xiaoying keeps on greeting the neighbors enthusiastically on her tricycle. Qingshui Township, although poor, is not small in scale. It can be said to be a large village in the mountains, where everyone around gathers to live. Second wife of the Shang family, where did this young man come from? I'm sending you to town. You're not thinking that the second son of the Shang family, who has been bedridden for a long time, is dying and you found a strong young man, are you? This young man looks skinny, second wife of the Shang family, I don't know if he can satisfy you. The people in the village should be very familiar with each other, used to joking around, and they made jokes about Liu Xiaoying without any filter. Go, eat your meal, you can't stop your mouths. Brother you, work harder tonight, it seems like sister you wants it a little. Auntie Zhang, your old man, seems to be as skinny as a stick, right? Is he no longer able to satisfy you? Liu Xiaoying is no longer the shy young girl she was when she first married here. She can find the right words to retort when faced with the women's teasing. Truman listened to their conversation and was secretly shocked. These women from Qingshui Valley are a bit fierce. Chapter 45 The Unfortunate Sister Liu and Brother Jiwen. Chapter 45 The Unfortunate Sister Liu and Brother Jiwen. Truman looked at the house in front of him. He was taken aback. Although he was not picky about where he lived, this house really did not look like the house of a mayor. It was a house built with mud and bamboo strips, covered with black tiles. Truman had seen many such houses along the way in the clear water ditch. In this society, there are still such houses, which shows that this place is still very backward and poor. To the left of Liu Xiaoying's house is the kitchen, next to the kitchen is a hall, and at the far right are two bedrooms across the room, which should be one for Master Shang and one for Mr. and Mrs. Liu. Shu, my father took the key to his bedroom, so you'll have to sleep with us. Liu Xiaoying looked all over but couldn't find the key. She called Shang's father to find out that he had taken the key with him. Shu was dumbfounded. Sleep together? Are you serious? Seeing Shu standing there dumbfounded, Liu Xiaoying laughed and said, Shu, don't be shy, this is just the way we do things here. If there's no room, we just have to squeeze in. Truman had never imagined that there was such a custom in Qingshui Valley. In fact, it was not surprising. In the past, when people were poor and their houses were not big, they could only squeeze in with the host family when they had guests. While cooking, Liu Xiaoying killed the only old hen she had, an old hen that was still laying eggs. By the time Truman knew, the old hen was already on the table. Truman looked at the food on the table. He didn't know what he could say to thank the other person for their hospitality. He decided that when he left, he would leave them some money as a token of his appreciation. Jiwen, get up and eat. Liu Xiaoying's voice could be heard from the bedroom. Then there was the sound of rustling as someone got up. A few seconds later, Truman heard a voice of fury. How could you kill the family hen? How am I going to get eggs in the future? Then came the sound of chopsticks being dropped to the ground. What are you shouting about? We have guests at home, and Dad told us to entertain them well. There's only this old hen left in the house now. What if we don't kill it? Liu Xiaoying felt aggrieved when she saw her husband lose his temper. She worked hard every day, and when she got home, she had to take care of him and put up with his increasingly bad temper. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he saw Shang Jiwen leaning against the wall. Shang Jiwen looked very haggard, as if he had been bedridden for a long time and had developed psychological and physical problems. This is Brother Jiwen, right? My name is Truman, you can call me Xiao Chu. This is the first time we've met, and I didn't prepare anything. This 1,000 yuan is a gift for you. As Truman spoke, he handed over all the cash he had withdrawn from the bank earlier, 1,000 yuan. Shang Jiwen looked at the 1,000 yuan that Truman handed over and felt a little embarrassed. He thought about how he had just scolded Truman without asking any questions, and he really felt a little guilty. Shang Jiwen was about to take it, thinking that he could improve his life a bit now. The 1,000 yuan could buy a few more laying hens and save up some money. Lu Xiaoying slapped Shang Jiwen's hand away as soon as it reached out to take the money. How dare you reach for it? If it weren't for Xiao Chu, your father might have been killed, and you might not even be able to see your father again. How can you have the nerve to ask for this money? Shang Jiwen, who was about to scold again, hurriedly asked what was going on when he heard Lu Xiaoying say this. Lu Xiaoying then relayed to her husband what his father had told her about what happened at the time. After hearing this, Shang Jiwen looked annoyed and kept slapping himself in the face. It's all my fault, the useless thing I am. If only my father hadn't gone to the city to find out, none of this would have happened. It's all my fault, all my fault. What's the point of living on? Seeing that Shang Jiwen was beating himself up, Truman immediately stepped forward to stop him. Shang Jiwen looked at Truman, who had saved his father, and tears welled up in both of his eyes. Little brother Chu, you said there's no point in me living, that not only can't I make money, but because of my illness, I've caused my whole family to be restless. Lu Xiaoying saw her husband like this and quickly slipped out quietly. She really didn't want to see her husband like this, and every time she saw him, she couldn't help but want to cry. Brother Jiwen, it's okay, everyone has difficulties in life, we just have to get through it. If it's because you need money for medical treatment and you don't know how much, just tell me and I can help as much as I can. Truman said these words sincerely. Seeing that Brother Jiwen's family is having such a hard time, and Sister Lu did not hesitate to kill the old hen, this kind of touching made him willing to help Brother Jiwen. Truman felt that everything was worthwhile. Perhaps Shang Jiwen hadn't had a chat with an outsider for a long time, and this time he and Truman chatted for a long time, talking about many things from his past. Thinking back to how mighty he was back then, and now he is in such a state. Shang Jiwen couldn't help but shed a tear again. Okay, the rice got cold, so I reheated it for you. You're such a big man, and you're always crying. You're not afraid of being laughed at by your little brother, are you? Lu Xiaoying had been listening outside the door to the conversation inside, and when she saw her husband crying again, she hurried in to interrupt, before it went on forever. Little brother Chu, you go eat. I can see that you didn't finish your rice, so I reheated it for you. Lu Xiaoying winked at Truman and gave him a look, indicating that he should go out first. Truman understood and went out first. It didn't take long before Truman saw Lu Xiaoying come out with the bowl and chopsticks, and then tidied up the food on the table a bit and went to the kitchen. Truman followed and asked, Sister Lu, what exactly is Brother Jiwen's condition now? He looks so pale and skinny, and his spirit is not good. Lu Xiaoying couldn't hold back any longer when she heard this, and she knelt on the ground and burst into tears. While crying, she said sadly, Your brother Jiwen has cancer, and there is no cure at all, so he can only wait to die. God is so unfair, not only did he make him lose both legs and his ability to procreate, but now he has also made him suffer from cancer. Why is Jiwen so unlucky, and why am I so unlucky? After hearing that Jiwen has actually got cancer, Truman's heart sank. Looking at Lu Xiaoying, who was crouching on the floor crying, he felt very uncomfortable. Truman patted Lu Xiaoying on the shoulder, wanting to say something to comfort her. Lu Xiaoying did need words of comfort, but what she needed even more was a shoulder to lean on. Lu Xiaoying got up and leaned on Truman's shoulder, continuing to cry. Truman was suddenly stunned and could only keep patting Lu Xiaoying's back with his hands to comfort her. After a long while, the bedroom was filled with Shang Jiwen's coughing. Lu Xiaoying seemed to have just woken up, lowered her head, her face flushed, and ran a little panicked to the bedroom. Truman couldn't help but scratch his hair. Now he felt a little embarrassed about staying here. Truman felt even more embarrassed. They were going to sleep together tonight. Chapter 46 The Strong Lu Xiaoying. Chapter 46 The Strong Lu Xiaoying. This night, Truman slept on the outermost edge of the bed, with Jiwen in the middle and Xiaoying on the innermost edge. Truman had a hard time sleeping all night. The bed was too narrow for him to toss and turn. It was really uncomfortable. The main problem was that Brother Jiwen didn't know if he was uncomfortable or not, and kept pushing towards the outside, so that now Truman was almost hanging off the edge of the bed. Looking out at the dark night, Truman didn't know how to get through it. Shang Jiwen moved again because he was uncomfortable, and this time Truman didn't hold back, and was suddenly pushed off the bed. Fortunately, Truman reacted quickly and managed to adjust his body smoothly, without falling over. Truman stood up and turned around to see a pair of beautiful big eyes staring at him. In fact, he wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep, Zhao Xiaoying couldn't either. Although it was said that when guests came to Qingshui Valley, and there were no extra beds, it was the custom of the place to squeeze into one bed to sleep, there was nothing strange about it. But she had never really encountered this situation before. She was also a young girl getting married for the first time. Liu Xiaoying's heart was pounding all night long, looking at Truman's back, smelling a man's scent she had never smelled before, and remembering the previous scene when she was crying on his shoulder. She kept thinking nonsense, and her heart was twisted into a mess of thoughts. She watched how Truman was gradually pushed off the bed by her husband. Pop. Watching this scene, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Truman looked back at her, Zhao Xiaoying gathered her hair and a look of panic flashed in her eyes. After a moment's thought, she gritted her teeth, leaned closer to her husband, and pointed her finger at the empty bunk behind her. She was signaling for Truman to come in and sleep there, behind her. Truman quickly shook his head. Although he understood the customs of this place, he could not do such a thing. He could not do such a thing as sleep next to his wife while her husband was still there. And he was afraid that in that situation, something indecent might happen to his body out of control. After all, Sister Xiaoying is beautiful, has a good figure, and a big butt. In rural terms, a big butt means fertility, and she is the kind of person who should be described as such. She also has a natural, light fragrance about her. Perhaps this is just the way nature breeds beautiful women. Truman smiled at Zhao Xiaoying, then pointed outside, probably meaning that he wanted to go for a walk. Zhao Xiaoying nodded slightly. These earthen houses in Xiaoying's family usually have very high steps, because the house must be higher than the ground, so that it will not be flooded when it rains. Once outside, Truman sat on the high steps in front of the gate, looking out into the darkness of Qingshui Valley, his thoughts racing. He didn't know if Yen was really in this place. If she wasn't in this beautiful Qingshui Valley, where else would he find her? But Truman had already made up his mind, no matter what obstacles there were, he would find Yen Yunyun. He would not rest until he did. Before going to bed, Truman had been thinking about asking Ying about Yen, but the couple seemed to be in a low mood that day, so he had hesitated to ask. A burst of fragrance made Truman look back, and he saw Ying come up behind him and sit down next to him. Sister Ying is very beautiful right now, her hair is scattered over her shoulders, and there is a hint of sadness in her eyes. Truman guessed that she must be worried sick about life, about Brother Jiwen, and about the family. Sister Ying, why aren't you sleeping? Why are you out here? Truman asked curiously when he saw that Liu Xiaoying had also come out. Liu Xiaoying looked stunned. Didn't you tell me to come out? Truman then recalled the action of pointing outside while he was still inside the house, and knew that Sister Ying had misunderstood his meaning. Anyway, the misunderstanding had already happened, so he decisively asked her if there was a mother and son called Yen and Yunyun in Qingshui Valley. Liu Xiaoying thought for a while before saying, "You mean the Zhang family? The Zhang family is considered very wealthy here. His father is our town chief. Zhang-san is rarely in our valley, always working outside to make money. He married a beautiful wife, whose surname is Yen. But a few days ago I heard that Zhang-san seemed to have died outside. His mother took his two uncles and a few others with her on a trip, and I thought they were going to bring back the body. But they didn't come back to hold the funeral, and I don't know what's going on. Although I haven't seen the mother and daughter, Zhang's family has been acting a bit strange lately. More than one person in the village said they heard shouting and screaming coming from the yard, the woman's screams and the child's crying. Truman heard the sound of fighting, the woman's screams, and the child's crying. His already furrowed brow was now standing even more erect in the shape of an inverted river character. Because he was now basically certain that the wife of Zhang San that Xiaoying had mentioned was Yen Jia, and the crying child was Niu Niu. He was now very worried about how Yen Jia would be abused by her mother-in-law after bearing the name of stealing a man. He now wished he could rush into the Zhang family home and rescue Yen and Niu. After Zhao Xiaoying finished speaking, she stared at Truman suspiciously, wondering why he had asked that question. Looking at Truman's worried expression and furrowed brow, she knew that he must have a deep connection with that Yen and Niu. Truman saw her confusion and took out his phone to show Zhao Xiaoying the video of Yen being taken away by her mother-in-law. Yen Jia was kidnapped by her mother-in-law. The reason I came here is to find Yen Jia and Yunyun and take them away. Can you help me, Xiaoying? Zhao Xiaoying looked at Truman's sincere eyes and couldn't help but nod, but then quickly said. But it seems that a woman like me can't help you much. When it gets light, Xiaoying will take me to find the way first, go and see where Zhang's house is, and then I will make a plan. Don't worry, I will never let this matter involve you. Clang. A loud noise came from the room. Shang Jiwen woke up and found that there was no one next to him, but it seemed that there was the whispering of lovers outside. He couldn't help but be furious, and his heart was filled with anger in an instant. He wanted to get up and go out to see what the two people outside the door were doing in the middle of the night. However, his legs could no longer support his body, and he fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Xiaoying and Truman heard the noise and hurriedly ran into the house. Zhao Xiaoying was terrified. What met her eyes was a pool of blood, and there was a bloody line around Shang Jiwen's mouth, which meant that he had hurt himself somewhere. Jiwen, what's wrong with you? Zhao Xiaoying said in a panic, reaching out to help her husband up. Shang Jiwen, however, opened his wife's hand as she came to help him, and pointed tremblingly at Zhao Xiaoying and Truman with his outstretched hand. His lips kept trembling, but he could never manage to say a word. Although he did not say a word, Zhao Xiaoying still understood his meaning from his actions. She was incredulous, unable to believe that her husband could doubt her like this. Zhao Xiaoying's eyes were filled with tears, and she kept shaking her head. In a voice full of grievance and extreme grievance, she said angrily, her voice cold and sad. Shang Jiwen, are you still a human being? I married into your Shang family, working from sunrise to sunset, and I have devoted so much effort to your family. When have I ever had second thoughts? I have been devoted to you with all my heart, but you look at me like this. I, Zhao Xiaoying, don't want to live anymore. After saying this, Zhao Xiaoying slammed her head against the doorframe, and her body immediately went limp. Chapter 47 Yan's peerless hero is here. Chapter 47 Yan's peerless hero is here. Truman quickly helped hold Sister Xiaoying. It happened so suddenly, he didn't expect this outcome. A large bump suddenly appeared on Sister Xiaoying's forehead, which was very frightening. Truman felt her breathing, and it should just be a fainting spell. Truman quickly carried Sister Xiaoying to bed, and then helped Brother Jiwen up to bed. Truman noticed that Brother Jiwen had lost a tooth, and the blood on the ground and around the corners of his mouth must have come from that. He went to the kitchen and found an egg, which he assumed had been laid by the old hen before, and quickly found a cloth. After breaking the egg, he wrapped the yolk on Sister Xiaoying's forehead. This was a folk remedy that Truman had learned before, and it worked pretty well. After doing all this, Truman looked at Shang Jiwen, who was full of self-blame, and said a little reproachfully. Brother Jiwen, Ying came out to chat with me because she couldn't sleep. How can you think the wrong thing? You don't trust me as an outsider, but you shouldn't distrust Ying. Ying has already lived a very tired life. I see that she usually still smiles optimistically at life. If you treat her like this now, aren't you just adding the last straw to break her life? Truman knows he shouldn't say this. After all, Brother Jiwen is now disabled and has cancer, and is already a pitiful person. But sympathy is one thing and justice is another. It is true that Brother Jiwen is in the wrong in this matter. You cannot vent your life's grievances and dissatisfaction onto the wife who cares for you wholeheartedly. Go and suspect a woman who is so family-oriented and so strong and steadfast. Shang Jiwen also knows that he is in the wrong. He can't even care about the blood on his mouth, and keeps flapping the bed. Seeing Brother Jiwen like this, Truman couldn't help but yell at him. Brother Jiwen, can you be a little stronger? Don't give up on yourself. Only if you smile at life can you see hope. What's the use of you wallowing in self-pity and complaining about this and that all day long? Not only are you unhappy, but your family is suffering along with you. If you don't think about yourself, then think about Ying and Grandpa Shang. But no matter how loudly Truman scolded him, Shang Jiwen remained indifferent, slapping the bed in frustration. Truman was speechless, quietly walked out, and sat on the steps again. Listening to Jiwen, who had lost his willpower, he felt very sorry for Ying. Facing such a Jiwen, he was tired just watching, and he could imagine how much pressure and injustice Ying had to bear every day. Sister Ying must have been on the verge of a nervous breakdown for a long time, and today's suspicion from Brother Jiwen was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Every day and night, Sister Ying's hard work for the family has earned her husband's distrust. One can imagine her feelings, the sense of powerlessness after the sudden collapse of what she had been holding on to, and the despair after losing her mental support. When the light of dawn shone on the earth, Sister Ring had already woken up, but her eyes seemed to have lost their light. She got up without saying a word. She helped Brother Jiwan with everything as usual and did all the household chores, but she always felt that something was missing. There was no soul. Shang Jiwan also stopped making a fuss and just sat on the bed, only occasionally blinking his eyes to show that he was still alive. Truman was now extremely worried about the mental state of the two of them, but he had other things to do. After breakfast, seeing the Shang family in their current state, Truman decided to ask the locals nearby where the Zhang family was. He didn't need to bother Sister Ring, so he let her rest. Truman, wait for me. Liu Xiaoying called out to Truman, who was about to go ask the locals himself, and ran up to him, walking side by side with him. Sister Ring, why don't you rest at home? You still have a bruise on your forehead. Seeing Liu Xiaoying's bruise, which had not yet completely subsided, Truman really didn't want to trouble her anymore. It's fine, just show me the way. Liu Xiaoying ignored the discouraging Truman and walked straight ahead. Many neighbors and friends on the road had already begun their busy day. Watching Liu Xiaoying walk ahead with Truman, they couldn't help but tease. Second young lady of the Shang family, the injury on your forehead couldn't have been from getting beaten up yesterday when you brought this young man home, could it? I think the young man is too strong, and the second young lady is so excited that she hit the wall. Not bad, you guessed it right, except that she hit the door. Zhao Xiaoying ignored them today and walked straight past them. The crowd looked at the unusual Zhao Xiaoying, looked at each other, and shook their heads. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many of them. Maybe there's a demon wind blowing in the ravine, so watch out, the next one to go will be you. Screw you, when it's my turn, I'll go seduce your husband. If you dare seduce my husband, I'll go seduce your whole family. The folks in Qingshui Ravine started their day with some bantering. Truman looked at the small courtyard in front of him. This was indeed the most luxurious house in Qingshui Ravine. The home of a township chief is much better than the mayor's home. What's wrong with this picture? In Liu Xiaoying's astonished gaze, Truman walked straight up to the door and knocked. She had expected him to plan things out, but he was so direct. The one who opened the door was the old woman in the video. Yan's mother-in-law. Who are you? What do you want? I'm here to see Township Chief Zhang. I have business to discuss with him. Truman said as he walked inside. Village Chief Zhang, Village Chief Zhang. Truman shouted as he entered the door. Yan's mother-in-law saw Truman walking towards her house and hurriedly tried to stop him. Truman was prepared for this and quickly shook her off. As soon as he entered the door, Truman looked around, searching for Yan's figure. Old man, come out quickly, someone is here to talk business with you. Sister Yan's mother-in-law did not hold back Truman, and quickly followed Truman's example and shouted out. Truman did not see Sister Yan's figure in the front yard, so he wanted to walk to the backyard. He was blocked by the village chief Zhang, who had come when he heard the noise. Truman quickly put on a smile and extended his hands to greet him. Hello, Village Chief Zhang, hello. Village Chief Zhang looked at Truman with a puzzled expression, wondering who the person was. Chief Zhang, I have a big business to discuss with you. You will get your share when we make money, and I am also prepared to invest in road construction. I will pave the road from the ditch to the town with asphalt. As he spoke, Truman put his arm around the shoulders of Chief Zhang. Upon hearing this, Chief Zhang's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Whether it was doing business or building roads, it would be a great achievement for him, and he would also be able to make a lot of money from it. Let's go inside and I'll tell you more. Truman put his arm around Zhang's shoulders and walked towards the inner courtyard. Zhang tried to resist, but Truman would not give him the chance, holding him firmly in place. When they arrived in the courtyard at the back of the house, Truman saw Yen. The tragic scene in front of him made his heart ache. Yen was gagged, with chains on her hands and feet. She was beaten all over her body and was barely clothed. Sister Yen also saw her, her eyes full of surprise, then bursting with joy. Sister Yen kept struggling, her whimpering unceasing. Truman did not see Nyonyo and shook his head slightly at Sister Yen imperceptibly. Sister Yen then quieted down, but her eyes still revealed a deep affection for her lover. Her gaze became extraordinarily bright at this moment, as if a flame were burning. She knew that the heroic savior who would save her had arrived. Truman's arrival was like a ray of light that completely melted her. Chapter 48 You, Ingjie, please take care of her. Chapter 48 You, Ingjie, please take care of her. Chief Shang, what is this? Looking at Truman's puzzled eyes, Chief Shang's eyes flashed with panic, but he quickly regained his composure. After my son passed away, my daughter-in-law was so sad that she has now gone insane. She often hurts herself now. You can see the scars all over her body. She does it to herself. She also often screams in the courtyard, as if possessed. There's no other way, so we have to let her act like this. Headman Zhang is quite the actor. He told the lie without blinking an eye, and even managed to put on a heartbreaking expression. If there were an award for this, Truman would give him an Oscar. While Zhang was talking, Truman had already walked up to try to help Yen's sister unlock the chain, but unfortunately the chain was locked, and Truman was unable to unlock it for a while. How much does he hate this daughter-in-law? Not only is she chained, but she's also locked. Zhang, this is a new era society, you can't use the old traditional methods here. If someone is mentally ill, they should be sent to the hospital quickly. Hurry up and help me open this chain. And you are still the top leader of Chingu Township and a good comrade of the party. How can you do such a foolish thing? Hurry up and get the key. Let's unlock her chains and send her to the hospital together. If Chief Zhang has any difficulties at home, I will pay for the medical expenses. I am the kind of person who likes to help others. When Chief Zhang saw that Truman actually wanted to take the key to unlock the chains, he quickly pulled Truman towards the front yard. If Truman used Tai Chi now, he thought, the Zhangs would probably fall to the ground immediately. But he couldn't do that, even though the other party had committed the crimes of illegal detention and abuse. But if he acted rashly, he might be falsely accused of burglary, human trafficking, and be put in a disadvantageous position. He now had to stand on the side of justice and morality and deal a fatal blow to the Zhangs. He must call Mayor Sheng today to explain the situation. He absolutely cannot let these outlaws run wild. Although Truman was dragged away, he gave Yen a reassuring look as he left, giving her a sense of relief. Looking at the look Truman gave her, tears welled up in Yen's eyes. She had never been desperate in the past few days. If it weren't for the pitiful look in Nyonyo's eyes, she might have long since lost the will to live. In the past few days, she has not eaten a thing, and she can only drink a little dew that falls from the trees. Chief Shang, what's going on? Why are you dragging me away? I'm telling you, she can be cured of this illness. Look at her now, her face is pale and her body is emaciated. If she dies if we delay any longer, you will be responsible for her death. You will be legally responsible. Village Chief Zhang pushed Truman out of the way. He didn't want to hear the nagging of this outsider. My family's affairs are none of your business. If there's a problem, I'll take responsibility. If you come to business with sincerity, how can you be sincere when you come with empty hands? The door to the Zhang family slammed shut. Truman shook his head. His biggest worry now was Yan's health. It seemed that Yan's health was already very poor. Liu Xiaoying looked at Truman, who had been rejected at the door, and hurriedly asked, "What's going on? What's going on?" Truman frowned and said, "Let's talk about it later." Inside the Zhang family courtyard, Zhang's wife was panicking. "Old man, what do we do now? This man-stealing bitch has been found out." "Don't panic. Take her to Nyonyo's room, tie her to the bed, and lock the door. If this businessman knows what's good for him, he won't meddle in our family affairs. If he wants to stick his nose in, he'll be asking for trouble." The village head, Zhang, who said this, looked fierce. He had climbed to this position in his life and done a lot of unscrupulous and heartless things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ruthless to his daughter-in-law. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want his daughter-in-law's affair with another man to become public knowledge in the village, he would have wanted to drag the bitch to the pig cage. "Sister Xiaoying, can I borrow your tricycle? I need to go to town to run some errands." "Can you drive?" "Yes." Zhao Xiaoying was ultimately worried about Truman's driving skills, so she rode the tricycle with him to town. It wasn't because she was worried about the tricycle being damaged. Rather, the road was so bad that she was worried about Truman falling off the bike and hurting himself. Truman had gone to the town because there was no internet in the village. He went to an internet cafe first and looked at the gains on his stocks over the past 3 days. Truman quickly traded them out and, after deducting the handling fee, more than 130,000 yuan was credited to his account. Zhao Xiaoying was very surprised when she saw the number. She was surprised that Truman could have so much money at such a young age. In fact, it was still Zhao Xiaoying's thinking that was limited to this small town. There were countless wealthy people out there, and 100,000 yuan was nothing. Truman bought another stock with long-term returns for 120,000 yuan, and withdrew the remaining 10,000 yuan from the bank. After withdrawing the money from the bank, Truman did not immediately return to Qingshui Township with Xiaoying, but went to the market and bought a lot of fruit, meat, and also bought many chickens and ducks. After all, he had eaten the old hen, so he felt bad about not doing anything. He still had the ability to do something within his means. Lu Xiaoying didn't refuse either, not only because she saw that the money was nothing to Truman. It was also because these things could really help her family. She was not a person who only cared about saving face. Now Sheng Jiwen's health is deteriorating day by day, and he still needs these things to supplement his nutrition. But she is a person who knows how to repay kindness, and she has firmly remembered the good that Truman has done for her family. On the way back, the tricycle was loaded with a full load of things. In the envious eyes of the villagers, it drove into the doorway of Lu Xiaoying's house. Sheng Jiwen, sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the two people carrying things and wondered what they were thinking. In the past, the person who accompanied Lu Xiaoying when moving things was him. At that time, he worked on the signal tower line, and every time he went home, he had to go to the town on a tricycle to do some shopping. At that time, he was very happy, and Xiaoying's face was always smiling. The villagers would also cast envious glances at the couple. The thing he regretted most in his life was that he had not left a child for the Shang family, and he had had an accident himself. Thinking about this, he sighed, but his eyes gradually grew firm. After lunch, while Lu Xiaoying went to wash the dishes, Shang Jiwen called Truman over to him. "Truman, I know you are a good person. I don't have much time left, and I want to ask you a favor. Please don't refuse." Truman hurriedly replied when he heard Shang Jiwen say this. "Brother Jiwen, take your time. It will definitely get better." Shang Jiwen gave a wry smile. He knew his current physical condition, and Truman was just trying to comfort him. He begged. "Shu, I know my own condition, just promise Brother Jiwen." Shu nodded. "Brother Jiwen, don't worry, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you." Looking at Lu Xiaoying's busy back in the kitchen, Shang Jiwen took a deep breath and said slowly, "You, Xiaoying, I will rely on you to take care of her in the future." Shu stood still, unable to believe what he had heard. Lu Xiaoying, who was busy in the kitchen, also froze. Chapter 49 A Gift for Sister Ing. Chapter 49 A Gift for Sister Ing. At noon, Truman arrived at the door of Chief Zhang with a gift. When Chief Zhang opened the door and saw Truman carrying something valuable, his face broke into a smile. He quickly let Truman in and even made him some tea. "Chief Zhang, don't bother. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." Truman took an Angba, red envelope, out of his bag and placed it on the table where the teacup was. Chief Zhang reached out and squeezed it, feeling that there was quite a bit of money in it. The smile on his face deepened. Without saying a word, he quietly slipped it into his pocket. "Chief Zhang, here's the thing. I see that your village has a large reservoir that no one has contracted, and I'm going to contract it to get some aquaculture going." Chief Zhang's eyes lit up, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's not that no one has contracted the fish ponds here before, but the fish in them were secretly fished out and sold by him at night with his men. As a result, one contractor came and one left at a loss, and all the money flowed into his pocket. This fish pond originally belonged to the village's assets, but the money from contracting it out was also pocketed by him. Seeing that there is now another idiot who is willing to pay to contract the fish pond, Chief Zhang saw that he should quickly secure him. "No problem, you are welcome to come to our town to get rich. In the future, if the government has any activities to help the farmers, I will be the first to find you. But the cost of contracting the fish pond here is not cheap. It's 10,000 yuan a year." Chief Zhang held up one finger and compared it. Truman smiled without saying a word. Chief Zhang thought that he had quoted a high price and the other party was a bit reluctant. He quickly lowered the price a bit, but he couldn't let the fat fish he had in his hands get away. "I see you've brought so much today, so I'll give you 7,000. This is the lowest price I can go, I can't lower it anymore." Truman took a sip from his teacup, still not saying a word. Chief Zhang was anxious. 7,000 was really the lowest price he had ever quoted before, but then he thought, if it's left fallow and no one takes it on, not a penny will be received. He made up his mind and quoted another price. 5,000, this time really the lowest. "Deal, but I have to sign a 10-year contract, with annual payments." When Truman heard this, the head of the village, Zhang, was overjoyed. The longer the contract, the better, because he wouldn't have to worry about finding someone to take over the contract in the future. This idiot. Truman patted the bulging pocket of his trousers and sighed with mock exasperation. Hey, I thought this big reservoir was going to cost at least 20,000 yuan. But it's only 5,000. I'm so glad I brought so much money with me. The head of the village, Zhang, is really a kind and righteous man. This is the way to encourage the people to develop the rural sideline industry. Looking at Truman, the head of the township saw that Truman's trousers were bulging with money, which must be worth tens of thousands of dollars. He regretted it a little, but then thought that he could steal fish freely in the future and make an extra 5,000 yuan every year, and he was instantly happy again. The head of the township saw that Truman had turned his back and was probably counting the money. Truman took out a wad of money from his trousers and pulled out 5,000 yuan. He turned around and threw the 5,000 yuan onto the table. But the force was a bit too strong, and the money flew all over the room. Oops, I'm sorry, I accidentally made the money fly away. Chief Zhang, whose eyes were full of money, saw the money flying everywhere and quickly stooped down to pick up the money. He was old, and it took a bit of effort to pick up all the money. Truman looked at the expression on his face as he supported his back, not feeling very comfortable, and felt great inside, slightly taking out some of Yan's anger. Chief Zhang, you don't need to count it, it's exactly 5,000. Hurry up and print out a contract, and as soon as we sign it, I'll be leaving, I've got things to do. Chief Zhang counted the money and it was exactly 5,000. He ran out of the house with a smile on his face and went to the township office to print out the contract. Truman took the opportunity to hurry back to the backyard, only to find that Yen was not tied to the tree. He was about to look again when he saw Yan's hated mother-in-law glaring at him. What are you doing here? Why are you here again? I'm signing a contract with the head of the township, Zhang. He went to get the contract and the seal, so I took a stroll. Perhaps Yen Yunyun heard Truman's voice and started whimpering inside the room. Truman heard the sound and quickly located which room it was. He had already figured out a way to rescue Yen, and was just waiting for the people and evidence arranged by Mayor Sheng to arrive. Even if Mayor Sheng couldn't find any evidence on his end, it's enough for illegal detention and abuse. In a short while, Chief Zhang returned with the contract, and saw his wife watching Truman like she was guarding against thieves. Chief Zhang waved his hand and said with a hearty laugh, "It's fine, we're all friends. I forgot to ask your surname. It's Chu, like the King Chu. Chu Shouty, let's go, we'll sign the contract now." Truman looked at the contract and saw that it was fine, so he quickly signed it. Truman contracted to take care of such a large fish pond for 5,000 yuan. From his experience back home, a fish pond this size would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan a year. He had already decided to give the pond to Liu Xiaoying's family. When Truman returned to the Shang family, under the watchful eyes of Shang Jiwen and Liu Xiaoying, he handed over the contract. After reading it, Shang Jiwen exclaimed, "How can this be?" Liu Xiaoying was shocked and hurriedly asked Truman to get the money back. "Chu, don't you know? Many people have contracted this reservoir before, and they all lost money. The fish and everything were stolen by that despicable Zhang Shangzhang. Now the reservoir has been deserted for a year or two, and no one dares to touch it. That was in the past. Have you forgotten that your sister is the mayor? You have such a powerful backer, what are you afraid of?" Liu Xiaoying wanted to say something else, but Truman interrupted him. "Don't worry, your sister will have this Zhang head of the village in no time. I already talked to your sister on the way back, and she is having someone look into the evidence against this Zhang head of the village in recent years." "Really? Why didn't my sister do something about him before?" "She knows his character, after all," Liu Xiaoying said doubtfully. "In the past, Mayor Shang might have been busy with other things, or he might have done it as a favor to his fellow villagers. But no matter what, this time he has even gone so far as to illegally detain and abuse people, so he must be punished by the law." When Truman said this, he was a little happy that Yen would be rescued, but mostly he was worried. When he saw Yen this morning, it was obvious that Yen's health was already failing. Night fell. Still no one had come from the city, and he knew that they probably wouldn't be coming today. Truman sighed. He now wished he could rescue Yen immediately, but he knew there was no rush. He really wanted to break into the Zhang's house in the middle of the night to check on her first, but he was afraid of spooking the snake, so he had to give up. Yen, this is your last night, you have to hang in there." In fact, Truman was worrying for nothing. The moment Yen saw Truman, she already had an infinite will to survive. Chapter 50 Shang Jiwen's Crazy Decision. Chapter 50 Shang Jiwen's Crazy Decision. While Truman sat on the steps pondering, Shang Jiwen sat in a wheelchair, staring at his back. Zhao Xiaoying in the kitchen also glanced over from time to time. What Shang Jiwen had told her during the day was ridiculous. But considering that the other party was Truman, she finally, against her better judgment, agreed to her husband's proposal. Now she was working in the kitchen, she still felt ridiculous, and a little bit shy. "Shu, are you going to leave Qingxue Township after you've finished your business?" Shang Jiwen hesitated for a long time, and there was something he wanted to say, but he didn't know how to say it. Finally, he found an excuse to ask. After asking this question, he felt his whole body relax, and the words he was about to say seemed to be able to come out. "Yes, I will take Yen and Yunyun back to Huahai." Truman nodded without looking back. His sole purpose for coming here was to take Yen and Yunyun with him. "What about what you promised me earlier today?" Seeing that Jiwen had brought it up again, Truman visibly panicked. He turned around and saw that Jiwen was staring at him with utmost seriousness. There was absolutely no joking about it. Yesterday, brother Jiwen suspected him and sister Ring because they were chatting outside in the middle of the night, and today he pulled this stunt. His thinking has changed so quickly that Truman's mind couldn't keep up for a moment. Me. Truman stammered for a long time, not knowing how to answer. Truman gathered his thoughts and said solemnly, "Brother Jiwen, I don't mean to curse you, but if you really were to pass away, and Ing found me for help, I would definitely do my best to help, so you can rest assured. And if Ing finds someone else in the future, she won't need my help, because she's so pretty, there will be plenty of people who want to take care of her." Liu Xiaoying then rushed out of the kitchen a little panicked, and said to Shang Jiwen, "Jiwen, even if you are gone, I will not marry anyone else. I am willing to be a widow for the rest of my life for you." After listening to this, Shang Jiwen kept shaking his head and spoke a bit anxiously. "Xiaoying, didn't you already promise me? Why have you changed your mind? The rest of your life is very long. How can I bear to let you waste the rest of your life for someone like me?" Shang Jiwen was too anxious. After he finished speaking, he kept coughing. Liu Xiaoying quickly ran behind the wheelchair and kept rubbing Shang Jiwen's back. Truman then saw that Liu Xiaoying's eyes were a little red, which she hadn't noticed when her back was pressed against him. Truman quickly tried to persuade Liu Xiaoying. "Sister Xiaoying, you don't have to be so decisive. What if you meet a man you're attracted to?" Truman's words made Liu Xiaoying's eyes redder still, and she angrily said to him, "None of your business. What are you to me? Do I need you to make decisions for me?" Sister Xiaoying was right, and Truman could not refute her. But he definitely did not want his sister to end up alone. "All right, Truman, let me ask you a few questions, and you answer honestly. Are you married?" "No." "Do you have someone in mind to marry?" Truman thought of the two women in his life, Yen and Huang, but he was not sure who he would marry. "No." "Sister Xiaoying, is she pretty?" "Yes." "So you don't want to spend the rest of your life with Ing?" Truman frowned when he heard this. Why did these questions get him so worked up? Of course he doesn't want to. But mainly, he can't. He already has two women, Teacher Wang and Yen, and now he doesn't know what to do about it. Liu Xiaoying saw Truman frown and already understood his feelings. She said to herself with a laugh, "I'm an old woman, and there are plenty of young girls waiting for him, so where would he look at me?" Truman had a wry smile on his face. "Sister Xiaoying, I don't look down on you at all. You're so pretty, it's an honor to marry you, but you know the reason I'm here, you're just making this difficult for me," Liu Xiaoying said sadly to her husband. "I understand, Jiwen. Someone else has already caught her eye, the Zhang family widow. Isn't it good that I'm here to keep you from remarrying? You just have to push me into someone else's arms." "Hey, Xiaoying, you've suffered so much." Shang Jiwen sighed and said, "It's getting late, you guys go to bed. I'm a little annoyed, I'm here to look at the ditch, I'm afraid I won't be able to see it again after going down." Truman listened to it for a while, but brother Jiwen seemed to have no problem saying it. This was Shang Jiwen's last resort, hoping that Truman would be unable to resist the temptation. Shang Jiwen had no choice. He really didn't want Ing to be alone for the rest of her life. He also noticed that Ing didn't resist Truman, and he knew from his questioning during the day. This showed that Ing still had feelings for Truman. Ing was a devoted person, and he wondered if Ing would still have feelings for other men in the future. So he kept trying to find a way to get Truman to agree to take care of Lu Ying for the rest of her life. In the bedroom, Truman and Lu Xiaoying are resting with their backs to each other. There is one less person, and naturally there is a lot of space in between. The two are not asleep. Truman already stayed up all night last night, so in theory, he should sleep well tonight, but it turns out to be another sleepless night. For a normal man, no one can sleep when there is a beautiful woman lying next to them, except perhaps Lu Xiaohui. Both of their breathing was rapid. Lu Xiaoying didn't know when she had rolled over and was looking at Truman's back. She felt a sudden urge. She naturally knew what her husband meant. Ever since she had not rejected Sheng Jiwen's proposal, she had been thinking about what she really wanted. Now, looking at Truman's back, she knew the answer. She wanted to embrace him, even though she knew her husband was right outside and it was a bit unchaste, but she felt even more excited. As she listened to Truman's rapid breathing, her own breasts began to rise and fall violently, and she gasped a little crazily. Suddenly, she couldn't help but press herself against him. Truman's body stiffened, and he didn't dare move. Of course, he felt the scorching body behind him. "Truman, do you really dislike me?" A soft voice came to Truman's ear, so seductive. Truman didn't nod or shake his head. He didn't dare move, and he wanted to escape. "Turn around and look at me. I want to see your eyes as you answer my question." Lu Xiaoying's voice was still soft. Truman pretended not to hear and remained motionless. Truman did not move, but Lu Xiaoying took matters into her own hands and forcefully turned Truman around. The two were face to face, eye to eye, their breaths hitting each other's faces, and their bodies growing even hotter. "Truman, I'll ask you again, do you dislike me?" Lu Xiaoying looked at Truman without moving her eyes. She saw confusion and a sense of being overwhelmed in Truman's eyes, but she didn't see the slightest trace of dislike. She was very happy, and she felt a little amused as she watched Truman anxiously look away. Looking at Truman's lips, she now felt an inexplicable attraction there, and her lips couldn't help but press up against them. Truman's eyes suddenly widened. After a long while, a muffled grunt reached the ears of Shang Jiwen in the wheelchair outside the room. He squeezed the wheelchair with both hands, as if he wanted to crush it. Suddenly, he came to his senses and let go of the wheelchair, happy that Lu Xiaoying would have someone to depend on for the rest of her life.